Mwakenya. The Unfinished Revolution. Selected documents of the Mwakenya, December 12. Movement. Compiled and edited by Maina Kĩnyat. Part 1. The beginning of a new stage. The birth of the underground movement formation and BARBROS. Part 2. WPK/DTM documents, 1974 to 1985. 1. The First Conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists, 0+89 2. Constitution of the Workers' Party of Kenya, C3. The Need for a Proletarian Party, February 1, 1975, 4114. The Nature of a Proletarian Party, February 1, 1975. 1.1045. Guidelines on Cell Formation, March 2, 1975. IL, by THIRD, and A. Pertolasan 2. An extract from Kenya, 1981. Mwanguza Newsletter. 1. Mwangurd, April 1975. S. Maongai Ted, April 1976 4. Maurguz, May 1976 5. The Conditions of the Working Class in Maktia. Tactics and Strategy. 1. Report of the Central Committee, April 1976 0.0. 72. Cell Report for year 1980. 3. Report of the March 2nd Center. The Proletarian Press. 1. Launching a party paper. 2. Pambana, Number 1, May 1982. 8. Pambaria, Jur 1983, Nair HNC. 4. Pambana Number 2, July 1983. 5. Mpatanishi Number 7, December 1983. 6. Mpatanishi Number 8, February 1984. 7. Leaflet, JM Day of Solidarity. 9. Leaflet, What to Do When You Are Arrested. Part 3. Mwakenya Documents, 1987 to 2001. 1. The Fundamental Goals and Objectives of Mwakenya. 233 2. Kenya Democracy Plan K. 3. Mwakenya Purges Factional Clique. 4. Mwakenya Internal Newsletter. 5. The Mwakenya Stand. What 16 to be Door 6. S265 1, Political Priorities for the 1990s 2, Charter for Democracy in Kenya 3. Circular Number 5, on Recruitment ISS, A, Memerts and Reports 1-5. Minutes of Central Committee. C6. From Home Front, our response to the democracy and state terrorism. 1. Stop Mwa's state terrorism against the Kenyan people. 306 2. Moi, stop genocide and disintegration. 3. Assassination of Karami and Duthu. 4. The political history of a patriot. 5. Murder of Bishop Mugi. 6. Mwakenya appeals to the international community, 00328. Study is the key in the revolutionary process. 1. Levels and handling of contradictions. 2. Liberal tendency and its manifestations. Oteriated practice orca tens NCICKCSB, conducting, a political, meeting. 6. Some basic principles of underground. 7. Cell study sheet, a study of political economy. Part 4. UEFA Doc 6-1. The Mwakenya Mantlis. De. F on L, Mimiatial 2, Mi Wahan 4. The struggle continues. Part 5. We marchy forward. The Heart-Ite, De Clayton. Part 6. The Party Study Grid. Dedicated to Karami Wa and Duthu. And all the comrades who struggled and sacrificed for democracy and social justice during the Kenyatta and Moi dictatorships. Preface. His volume represents the development of the WPK/DTM Mwakenya's anti-imperialist line in Kenya from 1974 to 2002. It is a product of rich collective experience, and we believe it is a powerful political document. The fundamental aim of producing this volume is to 1. Raise Kenyan people's consciousness and awareness about the recent history of the movement for liberation, 2. Highlight socio-economic issues that the Kenyan ruling class ignores and suppresses, 3. Expose the regime's puppetry to world imperialism, 4. Deepen anti-imperialist, anti-neo-colonial resistance amongst the Kenyan people, 5. And finally, combat the ethnopolitics preached by the reactionary Kenyan intellectuals and the pro-neo-colonial members of parliament and their NGO cronies. We urge Kenyans in factories and on university campuses, in colleges and schools, in the urban centers and the rural areas, to read and discuss the book's political line, for it will broaden and deepen the national democratic revolution. Apart from preface and introduction, the volume is divided into 6 parts. Part I analyzes the historical development of the underground movement from 1974 to 2002. Part 2 opens with a report of the conference of the Kenyan Marxist-Leninists secretly held in Nairobi in December of 1974. It also contains underground revolutionary notes, party reports and minutes, leaflets and essays written from 1974 to 1985, a scientific 10. Analysis of Kenya's neo-colonial society of that time, a roadmap for the struggle for new democracy. In this section, we have identified the forces in our country that will make the revolution and create a new society based on egalitarianism. We have also identified the immediate and principal enemies of our people. Part 3 includes 3 major party documents: the fundamental goals and objectives of Mwakenya, Kenya Democracy Plank, the Mwakenya Stand, and Study is the Key in the Revolutionary Process. It also discusses and analyzes how to organize a proletarian party and the role of Marxism in a revolutionary movement. Uncompromisingly, it exposes the brutality and impunity of the Kenyan compradorial regime and its puppetry to the imperialist bourgeoisie. Part 4 contains several major documents, including the Manifesto of Kenya, Struggle for Democracy, and From Kĩnyat to Mwakenya. The documents in Parts V and 6 include 2 major documents, the Harare Declaration and the Party Study Guide. In summary, this volume demands for the arrest and imprisonment of dictator Moi and his cohorts for crimes committed against humanity. In a similar vein, it urges Kenyans to intensify the struggle for national democratic revolution. This volume remains incomplete because some revolutionary records, reports, and minutes were eaten by termites or lost over the long years of underground resistance. Secondly, it is difficult to include all the party writings and particularly numerous letters to and from the comrades, reports and minutes, leaflets and pamphlets, which form a considerable part of the party archives. 11. Historical Introduction. Mau Mau, a lesson of struggle. Imperialist countries Britain, Germany, Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, Italy, and France to carve up Africa for their own personal use. Kenya found itself under the control of the British, who immediately began seizing land that would be beneficial for the empire, and in doing so, the construction of a railway system, for trade and military purposes, went into effect immediately, along with the silencing of anyone who challenged their acquisitions or motives. Regard for the homeland, culture, and freedom of all Kenyans were not issues of concern. Instead, Kenyans were considered heathens, primitives, and savages. The railway would save them by spreading civilization and Christianity. In a word, the racist defenders of the baseless Eurocentric theory made insanely unfounded claims that their occupation of our country was a civilizing mission, a Christian crusade that was in our best interest as Kenyans. Government's neglect of education were forced to close down. Since the entire Kĩnyat community, according the British occupiers, was Mau Mau, hence, its traditional beliefs, oath system, religion, God, arts, dance, music, marriage system, shrines, circumcision system, political thoughts, philosophy, and self-consciousness were denounced in colonialist literature as the work of terrorists. Even wearing Jikii traditional dresses or speaking Jikii, Kiamvu, or Kimiuri, or worshipping facing Kirinyaga was considered a crime punishable by imprisonment or death. ZZ. The Mikarwi Nyagathanga Shrine, the most notable cultural and historic landmark in central Kenya, was demolished. Its material culture that held hearts and souls of the inhabitants of central Kenya together was brutally burned down, and the spirit of their heroic ancestors was mutilated. Simultaneously, the Christian colonial churches and schools in central Kenya were transformed into anti-Mau Mau military fortresses. The Bible and the gun became weapons of choice against the Mau Mau revolution and the unity of the Kenyan people. As we shall learn below, the British occupiers would act like Nazis when dealing with the Mau Mau movement and its members, supporters, and sympathizers. In the meantime, the KLFA troops entered the Nyandarua and Kirinyaga forests to wage a war of national independence. Central Kenya became the revolutionary base of the whole country and Nyandarua the guerrilla headquarters. As the war raged on in central Kenya, Nairobi, and the European-occupied areas of the Rift Valley province, and the colonial regime intensified its repression and viciousness nationwide, the KLFA leadership called for a special Congress to discuss the war efforts, strategies, and tactics and to consolidate the armed forces. The Congress was held at the Mwathe guerrilla camp in Nyandarua in August 1953 and was attended by more than 5,000 guerrillas, 12 members of the Kenya War Council and the representatives of the village central committees, with whom the women were the majority. The Mwathe Congress witnessed the reorganization of the KLFA base. 8 armies charged with operating in specific regions of the country were consolidated. The military and political arms of the KLFA were concentrated into the Kenya Defense Council with Dedan Kimathi elected as its president. He was also promoted to the post of Field Marshal, the highest military office in the Liberation Army. He replaced Mathenge, who was dropped from the KLFA leadership because of his limited knowledge of guerrilla warfare and his spineless leadership. Kimathi's natural simplicity, his extraordinary courage, compassion, and love for our people and homeland, his strength of character, his uncompromised leadership and knowledge of guerrilla warfare qualified him to be the Commander-in-Chief of the Liberation Army. 23. CE. It was during the Mwathe Congress, Kimathi launched his famous slogan, "It is better to die on our feet than to live on knees," which became the slogan of the armed revolutionary movement. Simultaneously, he declared in combative language, "With our revolutionary movement and our guerrilla army and the support of hundreds of thousands of our compatriots, our homeland can proudly stand on her own feet. With our courage and determination, with our blood and soul, we will sacrifice ourselves for our country." Under Kimathi's leadership, the KLFA exhibited great tactical sophistication. Specifically, 3 distinct guerrilla tactic zones were organized, namely the inner zone, the middle zone, and outer zone, from which they operated an elaborate system of agents whose primary task was to infiltrate the colonial war machinery in order to obtain weapons and strategic information, to monitor the movements of the enemy troops and to eliminate the colonial informers, spies, and other national traitors. Many of the tactics and strategies developed within the movement developed in contradiction to the tactics and strategies used by the enemy. In a further effort to strengthen the Liberation Army, Kimathi created the Kenya Parliament. It was the KLFA Central Command. Its fundamental aim was to consolidate the guerrilla leadership and provide a democratic forum for discussing organizational and logistical problems, war tactics and strategies, and the political future of the homeland. It is significant to note here that the most successful period in our history was during the armed struggle, when our people and their guerrilla army firmly occupied the driver's seat, set agendas and priorities, and decisively acted upon them even when the international community expressed its doubts about our heroic, anti-imperialist deeds, and our African continent remained passive while the British and their North Atlantic Treaty Organization allies savagely continued to slaughter our people in the villages and the urban centers in the name of colonialism and Christianity. 24. Nazism's Gestapo tactics. In addition to using cannons, mortars, machine guns, armored cars, napalm bombs, landmines, and warplanes against the People's Army, According to Maina Kĩnyat's book, History of Resistance in Kenya, 1884 to 2002, the British employed Nazism's Gestapo tactics in an attempt to break the mass support of the movement for national independence and to exterminate the People's Liberation Army. Hundreds of thousands of our compatriots were held in the detention centers, prisons, transit centers, and screening stations, where they were mercilessly and grisly tortured. Many were hanged from the ceiling by their hands or feet for a prolonged period of time, or a heavy metal chain was fastened to their necks and they were left in that position for hours or days. Others were dismembered, burned alive, hewn in pieces and mutilated, their nails and hair torn out, their bowels crushed, red-hot irons thrust into the rectums of men and women. Many died in suffering, pain, and agony, and others were maimed for life. Other methods of torture recommended were, putting a detainee into a dark cramped cage, severely beating him and then unleashing a snake inside in an effort to exploit his fear of snakes, forcing him to sleep naked in a cold, wet cage, treating him like an animal, controlling his use of the latrine, denying him food and using electronic gear such as sealed telephones attached to the man's testicles to shock him into submission. Others were chained in painful positions and then subjected to unspeakable and excruciating abuses until they died. Corpses were sexually assaulted by necrophilia counter-revolutionaries, they were spat on and urinated on, and then mutilated before they were buried in a communal grave. In some instances, the enemy soldiers, smiling, posed with mangled body parts of Mau Mau insurgent corpses. Further, Mau Mau captives were forced to drink their urine and to eat their feces, to fight each, and then subjected to severe beatings until they died. Male captives were subjected to waterboarding, sodomy and castration before they were shot. Female captives were forced to walk on fire without shoes, their hair burned with butts of cigarettes or savagely pulled out with pliers. They were whipped naked and then gang-raped or 25. DT. Forced to sit on a wire mesh that had been heated red-hot over a charcoal burner. Glass bottles, gun barrels and mirindo were thrust into their vaginas. Breasts, necks, thighs and buttocks were burned with engini, their vaginas stuffed with stinging nettles, penetrated by snakes or filled with scalding hot water, their genitals mutilated and much more. Quite often it was a matter of expediency just to eliminate a Mau Mau activist or a guerrilla combatant immediately after he was captured. Many of our compatriots were killed this way. Thousands who were mowed down with machine guns in the hamlets and villages of central Kenya and the Rift Valley region, hundreds who were gunned down in the city streets, and countless others were savagely murdered in detention centers, screening stations, transit stations, gallows, police cells, Hiimangati camps, and torture chambers. And that was not all. There were hundreds who disappeared while in police cells and countless others who vanished after their arrest. Even to this day, their fates are unknown. A British colonial police officer, who perhaps speaks for the entire system of imperialism, states, "At first, they weren't human to me, they were black animals who had done inhuman things to women and children. I was bloody well going to beat the Mau Mau poison out of them. At the end of a day my hands would be bruised and arms would ache from smashing the black bastards. I hated them and sometimes I wanted to kill them. A few times I did or we all did together. I never worked alone, it was always a whole lot together like a rugger scrum. I screened those bastards for 4 months, almost 5, and only got a handful of confessions out of them. I'd been drinking too much for some time before I really tied on one at Manyani. The next morning I realized that they'd won. I hated myself for what I was doing more than I hated them. I finally had to admit that they were brave men who believed in what they were doing more than I believed in what I was doing. I resigned and got out of Kenya as quick as I could." Similarly, another British killer, using racist language, confessed. 26. "I stuck my revolver right in his grinning mouth and I said something. I don't remember what, and I pulled the trigger. His brains went all over the side of the police station. The other 2 Mickeys were standing here looking blank. Said to them that if they didn't tell me where to find the rest of the gang I'd kill them too. They didn't say a word, so I shot them both. One was hot dead, so I shot him in the ear. When the sub-inspector drove up, I told him that the Mickeys tried to escape. He didn't believe me, but all he said was, bury them and see the wall is cleared up. The British imperialists went to such extreme and bestial measures in their bellicose efforts to break the revolutionary spirit of the people, to drown the revolution in blood, but they were not successful. The Kenyan people stood firmly behind the National Liberation Army, and Mau Mau members, cotters, and combatants preferred death rather than live under colonial barbarianism. By 1957 the British occupiers had learned that there could not be a military victory over a determined, patriotic, insurgency. They released the imprisoned national leaders, including Kenyatta, in 1960, and in 1963 they surrendered, handed over the country back to the people of Kenya. This reaffirmed the revolutionary movement's potent power as the ultimate strength that wrenched freedom from the British imperialist occupiers and their NATO allies. But it is important to mention that, even to this day, our people have not forgotten the genocide committed by the British imperialist occupiers before and during the Mau Mau War of National Independence. Linked to all of the above, the Mau Mau revolutionary movement laid the cornerstone for uhuru in Africa and gave history a shining example of a righteous and tenacious fight against the imperialist forces of occupation. It taught the oppressed masses of Africa that a united and determined people with their revolutionary army can defeat a powerful imperialist army and win the battle of independence, and that the people's power is not originated in a bourgeois parliament or at a round table conference. It is forced upon the country by the people with the barrel of the gun. 27. Independence was betrayed. When Kenyatta was released from colonial prison and returned to his political life, his release was jubilantly and heroically celebrated nationwide. For the great majority of our compatriots, his release was a victory against the evil forces of colonialism, a Mau Mau victory. On December 12, 1964, Kenyatta was overwhelmingly elected the first president of the republic. Streets and national institutions were named after him, his statue replaced that of the colonial occupiers in our national capital, and his face replaced that of the British monarch on the national currency. He became a national icon, the custodian of our national values. Our people, however, did not realize that the man they had selected and trusted to lead the nation to democracy would become a monster, and when they realized whom they had elected to such a key position of democracy and the healing of a nation, it was too late. Kenyatta had already sharpened the tools of repression and was ready to use them against the voices of progress and democracy. At the same time, he formed an alliance with white settlers, British imperialists, and Haimangati traders in order to exploit and oppress the Kenyan working people. In his independence speech, Kenyatta did not suggest any substantial change in the colonial structure. The colonial state and its oppressive machinery would remain intact despite the fact that the fight for national independence had been dominated by demands for social justice, egalitarian reform, participatory democracy, prosecution of those who had committed genocide and other heinous crimes during the War of Independence, and the abolition of the colonial state and its oppressive institutions. In addition, Kenyatta never mentioned in his speech the heroism of the Mau Mau or the heroic role Field Marshal Dedan Kimathi and the KLFA fighters played in the struggle for independence. He never acknowledged that it was the blood of Kenyans, their courage and determination under brutal conditions, and the enduring sacrifice of the Mau Mau revolutionary movement, that forced the British occupiers to release him from prison, and more importantly, brought him to power. But there is more. During the independence celebrations, no Mau Mau freedom. 28. Songs were sung and no KLFA leader was allowed to speak or be officially recognized. In fact, during his rule, Kenyatta unsuccessfully tried to bury the revolutionary history of the Mau Mau. He made sure that Mau Mau history was not taught in schools and universities, and no former Mau Mau fighter would be allowed to serve in the army or police department, or to be in a position of power in his administration. No monument or memorial, statue, or plaque would be built or displayed in honor of Dedan Kimathi or other Mau Mau heroes or heroines. He proscribed the Mau Mau as a political party, ruthlessly demolished its institutions and organizations and imprisoned its leadership, whilst consolidating the anti-Mau Mau base in government and state institutions. At the same time, he viciously combated the anti-imperialist cultural movement and deepened, protected, and expanded Eurocentric culture nationwide. The English language, a colonial language, was adopted as the official language. This meant that only those who could speak the colonial language were qualified to be members of parliament or employed as civil servants, and most of them were traitors and killers who had murdered countless numbers of our people during the War of Independence. To put it bluntly, the Kenyatta regime was anti-Mau Mau, anti-Kenyans, and anti-democracy. It was a puppet regime that was in a full cooperation and collaboration with Anglo-American imperialism and its NATO allies. While acting as executive agency of Anglo-American imperialism, it consolidated neo-colonial dependency and dependent capitalism, deepened foreign domination and cultural imperialism, suppressed national patriotism and anti-imperialist culture, and worked side by side with the Anglo-American imperialists to exploit and oppress the Kenyan workers and peasantry. The society Kenyatta and his henchmen created was a dog-eat-dog society, a brutal society where only the fittest survived. In an attempt to prevent the Kenyatta neo-colonial regime from derailing the National Democratic Revolution, the left-wing leadership, with the support of the working class and peasantry, formed an opposition party, the Kenya People's Union, in 1966. Since it was operating above ground, it was expeditiously and brutally crushed by the Kenyatta regime. This was 29. Followed by the arrest and imprisonment of the left-wing leaders, among them, Bildad Kagia, Jaramogi Odinga and Akian Wanko. Pinto and J.M. Karataki were not as lucky as their fellow comrades, as Kenyatta ordered both of them to be executed, without due process of the law. In the same period, Tom Mboya, a right-wing, pro-imperialist politician, was assassinated by Kenyatta's secret police. The brutal murder of Pinto, Mboya and J.M. Karataki, the suppression and proscription of KPU and the imprisonment of its leadership were a clear indication to the great majority of our people that the country was under a ruthless, bloodthirsty tyrant who would stop at nothing to restrict people's basic freedoms and democratic rights, including their right to life. In response to the murderous Kenyatta regime, a Marxist-Leninist party, the Workers' Party of Kenya, was formed in December of 1974 to lead the struggle for the National Democratic Revolution. It was underground and its primary goal was to use any means necessary, including revolutionary violence, to overthrow the Kenyatta neo-colonial regime and establish a just society based on democracy and egalitarianism. 30. Field Marshal Kimathi addressing the Dedan Kimathi after he was shot and Wayth Congress held in Nyandarua, captured on October 21, 1956. He was August 1953. His leadership embodied executed by the British marauders in Kenya's revolution against the British February of 1957. Imperialist occupiers. 4. General Kago, chief commander of the Marang KLFA front, he was shot and captured in battle in 1954. The British occupiers savagely burned him alive. Gen. Kago lives. 31F. General Tanganyika was promoted in January of 1954 to the chief commander of the Kirinyaga front after the capture and betrayal of General China. General Kariba, chief commander of the Liberation Army in Nyeri County. Wanjiki W8 Hamwarai was a KLFA guerrilla fighter under General Kariba's command. She was captured in battle in November of 1955 and grisly tortured by the British enemy. She refused to surrender or betray the homeland. Consequently, she was dragged to a colonial court and sentenced to life imprisonment. At the time of her sentencing, she was 17 years old. Our women played a central role in fight for national independence. The dreadlocks of the KLFA guerrillas were a symbol of resistance against foreign, imperialist domination. The youth of the black world, including the Jamaican Rastas, positively identify with the KLFA's revolutionary image. 33. General Mitungi showing Manyuawaki how to use a Kenyan-made gun at Rairingi Stadium, Nyeri, December 17, 1963. On the right is General Mwakenya. General Mwakenya inspecting his guerrilla army at Rairingi Stadium, December 17, 1963. The guerrillas were armed with Gachuohoro Kenyan-made guns. Part 1. 35. The beginning of a new stage. Kamatha once said, "Fighting against oppression is the duty and responsibility of every patriotic Kenyan." He also said, "A revolution starts with you wherever you are." Similarly, Frantz Fanon tells us, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discovers its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. A.E. The birth of the underground movement. Formation and early roots. The Workers' Party of Kenya. Go directly back to the formation of a clandestine political party during the first conference of the Kenyan Marxist-Leninist delegates, which was secretly held in Nairobi on December 22 to 23, 1974. The conference delegates included Kamoji Wachiira, Maina wa Kĩnyat, Adhu Awadi, Koigi wa Wamwara and Amin Kassam. After scientific analysis of the politics of the neo-colonial state, the consolidation of a one-party dictatorship and exploitation of the Kenyan working people by the comprador bourgeoisie and its imperialist friends, the Kenyan Marxist-Leninist Conference resolved to set up a proletarian center, the Workers' Party of Kenya, to lead the struggle for democracy and social justice. The conference resolved that the above-mentioned 5 delegates be made full members of WPK because of their rich experience in proletarian political work. Further, it resolved that the historic 5 constitute the party's central committee and each contribute 5% of his monthly salary to the party. Finally, the conference discussed and approved the party constitution and adopted 6 ideological documents: the need for a proletarian party, the nature of a proletarian party, the ideological nature of our party, the need to combat revision, outline of social classes. Te roots of the December 12 movement and Mwakenya. 37. Of Kenya and guideline on cell formation which formed the theoretical foundation of the proletarian party and its organizations. The documents clearly stated that the Workers' Party of Kenya was a Marxist-Leninist Maoist party whose supreme goal was the establishment of a socialist society in Kenya under proletarian leadership. Its immediate task was carrying out the national democratic revolution by overthrowing the neo-colonial system and establishing a national democratic government in the country. The Kenyan Marxist-Leninist Conference was convinced that the NDR would be the basis for advancing the national liberation struggle to socialism and then to communism. In this case, it was resolved that the WPK should build itself in accordance with MLM principles and that MLM theory, based on our history, culture, and traditions, should guide the party cadres in their revolutionary work. And every party cadre and member must engage in criticism and self-criticism in order to advance and deepen the MLM theory in the party and its organizations. Njiji wa Thiongo, Willie Mutunga, Alamin Mazrui, Edward Oyagai, Shiraz Durrani, Njiji wa Mirai, Sultan Samji, Kiria Mirimi, Karatiki Kaiboy and Ngado wa Karaiki, among others, were later recruited to the clandestine party and they formed the second ring of the leadership of the movement. The central authority of the party, which was the Central Committee, was referred to as the Higher, and the party coordinating committee was known as the March Second. For security reasons, the CC made the decision not to reveal the name of the party to the general members. In fact, very few party cadres knew the real name of the party. It was only the CC members and party candidates who knew the party's actual name. Democratic centralism, which was the cornerstone of the WPK, means that party members and cadres only know as much as that which is required for the operations, at the relevant level of their participation, involvement, and decision-making. In retrospect, the CC realized that it was ideologically wrong for a communist party to conceal its name from its advanced cadres and from the working class whose support was needed for the party's success. 38. LCC. Theory and Practice. From Independence Day until 1991, the Kenyan neo-colonial regime had denied us the right to challenge its interpretation of nation building. It had denied us a voice in the shaping of our country, the destiny of it, and a dialogue that allowed us the opportunity to engage, ideologically, in independent political and intellectual activity. The freedom to discuss the future of our country, to transmit progressive ideas, and to write our history in our own image and interests was prohibited. It was considered a subversive act, a crime punishable by imprisonment or death. The formation of the Workers' Party of Kenya was therefore the most significant political event in Kenya, since the Mau Mau resistance movement of the 1950s. Its significance was manifold. First, it was a bold and courageous challenge to the reactionary, pro-imperialist KANU regime. It laid down an alternative, patriotic agenda of revolutionary activism and resistance. Second, it opened a new chapter in a struggle for a new democracy in Kenya. Third, it marked the end of the attempts by liberal, petty bourgeois forces to form legal opposition parties. Earlier attempts to form anti-imperialist, anti-neocolonial political parties Kiama Kia Miengi, Kenya Land and Freedom Party and Kenya People's Union were brutally crushed by the Comprador Imperialist Alliance. Equally, the efforts to regroup within the governing party, KANU, and to make it pro-people, patriotic, democratic, and anti-imperialist, also floundered, reflecting the complete surrender of the Kenyan comprador bourgeoisie to the world imperialists. Hence, it became the historical role of the WPK to articulate a new phase of anti-imperialist, anti-neocolonial politics and to create a revolutionary path for a new democracy. Initially, it was only possible to map out and deepen the struggle for the national democratic revolution at a clandestine level, under strict discipline and secrecy, determination and dedication, which called for extraordinary courage, daring and an unbending, patriotic spirit. What distinguished the WPK from the KKM, KLFP, KPU, and their leaderships was the fact. 39. YT that for the first time in the history of our country, a written revolutionary program was boldly presented to the Kenyan people by a MLM party. The program became an alternative to that of the comprador bourgeoisie, which was, and remains, fundamentally reactionary, pro-capitalist and anti-Kenyan. The WPK leadership provided an ideological framework, a MLM framework within which Kenyan anti-imperialist forces began to work together and collectively to express their resistance against the Kenyan comprador bourgeois class and their determination to overthrow the neocolonial system. It further provided an organizational framework, which deepened and broadened national, anti-imperialist base, sharpened the contradictions between the forces of reaction and the progressive forces, and created new courage amongst our people. This new courage posed a serious challenge to the comprador ruling class and its imperialist backers. In addition, the WPK and its organizations and supporters played a crucial role in shattering the long period of political passivity and the culture of fear, which followed the crushing of the KKM, KLFP, and KPU in the 1960s by the Kenyatta neo-colonial regime. The Workers' Party of Kenya was an organization whose cadres and members were wielded together by unity of will, patriotism, action, discipline, commitment and ideology. In other words, it derived much of its determination, enthusiasm, and courage from tightly knit and well-disciplined cadres. In 1975 the WPK leadership established an underground proletarian press. The press played an important and decisive role in mobilizing the anti-imperialist forces and the constitutional democrats in the country. Through its exposure of the endemic corruption in Kenya's neo-colonial regime, it revealed the class forces involved in the social struggle, and thus, it educated the masses by exposing the reactionary nature of the system and the need for revolution. It tied together the work of the party and ideologically mapped the path of struggle, defined the basis of the struggle and identified the enemies of the people. Moreover, it battled the ruling comprador bourgeoisie on the idea front and combated bourgeois. 40-L trademark. Capitalist propaganda amongst the people using the science of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. According to Lenin, The construction of a vanguard party depends greatly on its publications. A party is built, other considerations aside for the moment, through a center, which, acting as a kind of scaffolding, provides a structure around which ideas are disseminated, agitation is carried out and cadres are trained and brought into a coherent, tight, systematic network of agents. This network acquires all the skills necessary to mobilize the working class and assume the reins of government when the time comes. In the process of educating the masses and exposing the regime's puppetry to the global imperialists, the party press secretly printed and distributed several anti-imperialist, anti-neocolonial documents and leaflets nationwide, including Mwakenya and Kenya. In addition, the party printed anti-imperialist leaflets and pamphlets and distributed them in the major towns and on the university campuses of the country. The fundamental aim of producing these publications was to inculcate Kenyan students, militant youth, workers, peasants, and progressive petty bourgeois intellectuals with patriotic consciousness and the MLM ideology. It was also to clarify for them the hard reality that only through hard struggle, dedication, commitment, and sacrifice, could we free the country from the vicious claws of imperialism and its native agents. In this respect, the WPK leadership strongly believed that the dissemination of progressive ideas amongst the working class, peasantry, pastoralists, militant youth, and patriotic petty bourgeoisie, was a task that had to be uncompromisingly undertaken by the party cadres, regardless of the ruthlessness and viciousness of the Kĩnyat and Moi regimes. Another important area of WPK's activity was theater. The party played a central role in organizing the performances of anti-imperialist plays. These included Njihika and Dienda, co-authored by Ngigwa Thiongo and Ngigwa Mirai, which took place at Kamarikt village, Limuru, in 1977, and The Trial of Dadan Kimathi, written by Ngigwa Thiongo and Maisara Githimago, which was first staged at the Kenya National Theatre in 1976, followed by performances in 1977 at the Second World Black and African Festival of Culture and Civilization in Lagos, Nigeria, and in 1980 at the University of Nairobi Theatre under the direction of the Tamaduni Players, which was led by Mwakenya Maina and Janet Young. These patriotic performances exposed the dog-eat-dog leadership of the comprador bourgeoisie, explained the revolutionary line of the party, and called the Kenyan people to unite against the forces of the comprador imperialist alliance. The performances attracted thousands of Kenyan working people, petty bourgeoisie, high school youth and university students. They constituted a huge victory for the underground movement. In response, the KANU repressive regime proscribed the People's Theatre, intimidated the actors, physically destroyed the Kamaritha People's Center, and then arrested Ngigwa Thiongo in 1977 and subsequently imprisoned him for 1 year without trial. The imprisonment of Ngigi was followed by the death of dictator Kenyatta. Whilst the Kenyan ruling class and its imperialist friends were moaning for his death and shedding rivers of tears at the burial site, our party's remark was loud, clear, and historic: Kenyatta is dead, long live the revolution. To retain control of the state and government, the ruling party, KANU, selected Daniel Moi to replace him. Moi had no passion, no idealism, no philosophy. As we shall see later, he would transform the entire apparatus of the state into centralized dictatorship. Concurrently, the party organized public lectures and debates in the universities, colleges, and schools in its efforts to popularize socialist ideas and to win the support of progressive petty bourgeoisie and militant students on its side. These anti-imperialist lectures were well attended. They influenced the thinking of many students, exposed the political indecisiveness and reactionary stand of the liberal academics, and created sharp contradictions between the right-wing and left-wing academics. These contradictions were healthy, they deepened the anti-imperialist struggle on the university campuses and, more importantly, made it easier for the party. 42. A. To win new members and to create anti-imperialist centers on the university campuses. In 1979 the party took over the leadership of the Writers' Association of Kenya. its attempt to revitalize it and to make it an anti-imperialist cultural force was not successful because the bulk of its membership was liberal petty bourgeoisie who expressed, in theory and practice, their readiness to cooperate with the neocolonial state. The WPK's effort to organize an anti-imperialist trade union on campus was exemplified by the struggle the party waged around the University Academic Staff Union, which became an anti-neocolonial, radical labor movement, until it was proscribed by dictator Moi in 1982. The regime's anti-people stand and its comprador bourgeois puppetry enacted at the behest of the imperialist bourgeoisie was reflected by this venomous, anti-patriotic deed. On the idea front, the WPK leadership insisted that the party members, particularly the University Academic Party members, should write revolutionary books in a bid to counter the reactionary efforts of the Kenyan right-wing academics and their imperialist academic friends whose aim was, and is, to demoralize our people and instill in them a sense of hopelessness. The goal of the reactionary academics was further to disarm the people politically and to weaken their patriotic resolve and anti-imperialist spirit. In response to the call of the party, books such as Thunder from the Mountains, Kenya's Freedom Struggle, Petals of Blood, Devil on the Cross, and Giahika and Dienda, Kilio cha Haki, Chech Kenya, and many more were produced. The main themes of these books were anti-imperialist fervor and nationalist spirit of patriotism and democracy, the struggle against neocolonialism and for social justice, and the defense of the rights of Kenyans. In addition, the WPK leadership demanded that the party cadres should study the MLM theory, understand it and be able to apply it, in theory and practice, in their revolutionary work. The clandestine, inter-party studies were organized by the party cell leaderships and were secretly held at homes of party cadres. The party required every member and cadre to be faithful to the cause of the party, to be polite to each other. 43. To participate fully in all its struggles and strives, and to firmly uphold communist values. Pambana and the December 12 movement. In January of 1982 the WPK leadership made the decision to launch an underground newspaper to openly challenge the neocolonial state and its imperialist backers. The paper was also meant to serve as an instrument to consolidate the party's political base amongst the working class and peasantry and to be the voice of the silent majority. The rationale for setting up a clandestine party newspaper was contained in an internal document entitled, Launching of a Party Paper and was adopted by the Central Committee and the party in January 1982. In part, the CC leadership asserted, "We have long wished to effect the launching of a consistent and regular propaganda organ as a crucial aspect of our general political work. Along with that, we always maintain that such a publication or organ is absolutely necessary for the purpose of extending and hopefully consolidating a thoroughly Bolshevized Marxist-Leninist center, a center towards which the Kenyan masses can systematically gravitate. Such a center, we have always felt, must aspire to be national in scale and have a broad mass character. It must be a center which is not only fully consolidated ideologically and organizationally, but one which also commands a unified and systematic approach to its general and specific political tasks." The name of the paper was Pambana, the organ of the December 12 movement. The name December 12 movement was meant to be a front name for the Workers' Party of Kenya. The CC leadership felt that the time was not ripe to publicly expose the real name of the clandestine party to the neocolonial security agents, spies, and informers. However, that decision turned out to be a political error, for the name DTM became popular among university students, workers, and the patriotic petty bourgeoisie, and they identified with it. Within the party and the entire anti-44 XAXAE imperialist movement, the name DTM became the symbol of resistance against the comprador imperialist alliance. The Kenyan anti-imperialist forces rallied around the name and its mass organ, hence, it was difficult for the party leadership to reverse the decision and change the name to WPK, because it would have confused the party cadres and largely created sectarianism within the Kenyan anti-imperialist movement. The first issue of Pambana was printed in May of 1982 and was heavily distributed nationwide. Copies were mailed to fraternal organizations and newspapers abroad, to the Kenyan right-wing newspapers, to international friends of Kenya, and members of the National Assembly including dictator Moi. Many more were secretly distributed on the university campuses, in colleges and schools. It was also serialized by the Tanzanian newspaper, The Nationalist, but the Kenyan right-wing newspapers refused to serialize the document. Instead, they took their copies to the police headquarters. The Kenyan media was, and still is, an extension of world imperialism. Pambana was the first underground anti-imperialist, anti-neocolonial newspaper since independence, the first mass paper to publicly denounce the puppetry of the Kenyan ruling class and call for its overthrow, the first mass paper in the history of our country to use the science of MLM to analyze class forces in our society and diagnose the sickness of the neocolonial society. Indeed, it was the first newspaper in Kenyan history to declare openly that its ideology was based on scientific socialism and dialectical materialism. Fundamentally, it committed itself to defend the interests of the majority of Kenyans and to lead the people in overthrowing the neocolonial system and creating a just society based on equalitarian. In its editorial page, it boldly stated, "Pambana is neither free nor neutral. It will accept no apologies for oppression or thievery and will forcefully represent the truth as seen from the viewpoint of the majority poor, dispossessed Kenyans who have hitherto been so fully ignored. The KANU government has looted unspeakable sums of money and national wealth. They have 45. Finally given our entire country over to the US imperialists to use as a political and military base. This is not independence. Kenyans, therefore, have no alternatives, but to begin anew in order to continue the revolution that was diverted. We are once again called upon to marshal our forces and prepare for a protracted counterattack in order to salvage and reconstruct our nation. This is war. We must have no illusions." In the first place, Pambana represented a significant ideological phase in understanding and analyzing the political and economic realities of neocolonialism in our country. Secondly, it placed on the political scene in our country a set of demands and a vision by which unfolding political resistances could be analyzed and judged. Thirdly, it nourished a broad rebirth of anti-imperialist nationalism among Kenyans, contributed to the breakdown of a culture of silence and old patterns of neocolonial politics, and more importantly, it opened the gate to the pro-democracy movement. Fourthly, it interlinked our struggle for a new democracy with those of Latin America, the Caribbean, and Asia. Fifthly, it struck terror in the ruling comprador class and its foreign imperialist allies, provoking a national debate on the university and college campuses, in parliament and factories, and among the people in the city streets, villages, and hamlets. Its forceful argument brought about a qualitative change in the anti-imperialist resistance in the country by defining the path of the struggle, identifying the enemy of the people and more fundamentally, introducing and popularizing Marxism in the country, particularly on university campuses, in colleges and schools. Under its influence, the militant opposition movement of students against the reactionary KANU regime assumed greater intensity and boldness. In retaliation, the regime reacted violently. It brought its security forces into the city streets to look for copies of Pambana and to arrest anyone caught reading or distributing it. A secret police force was deployed on the Nairobi and Kenyatta University campuses to hunt down what the dictator Moi termed Marxist academics. Anti-Pambana, anti-DTM rallies were organized by the vile dictator and his cronies throughout the country, and a special session of parliament was held to denounce the 46. ZR. Communist conspiracy. Not a single member of parliament had the guts to declare his support for the DTM revolutionary program, or even try to defend the people against the viciousness and brutality of the neocolonial regime. With their tails between their legs and their fat tummies hanging almost to the ground, they left the parliament building singing, "Kanu ya Yenganchi. Baba Moi Tawala, Tawala. Moi Juyo. Nio Juyo." They were dictator Moi's puppies. Dictatorship consolidated. The year 1982 witnessed the acceleration of neocolonial repression in the country. the Moi regime consolidated its dictatorship, silenced an already sodomized parliament, created a more subservient judiciary, closed down public universities indefinitely, built torture chambers and ordered the arrest of militant students, Marxist university academics, and the anti-imperialist elements in the ruling party and parliament. Never before had the police force been granted such immense powers, and never before had censorship of thought been so strictly tightened and brutally reinforced. But that was not all. Moi and his right-wing nuts used state power to combat progressive ideas and promote backward, ethnic politics, and loot the country's resources. Meanwhile, the great majority of our people lived on the margins, without access to decent housing, schools, healthcare, or portable water. Weighed down by oppression and exploitation, degradation, and poverty, their children ate from garbage cans and slept on verandas and under the bridges in our capital city. As the underground opposition gained strength and boldly challenged the puppet regime, the bloodthirsty dictator responded by sharpening instruments of repression. Persecution of patriotic Kenyans broke out nationwide, spreading across the country at an alarming rate that shocked everyone. In June of 1982, 6 university academics Maina wa Kĩnyat, Kamoji Wachiira, Alamin Mazrui, Willie Mudunga, Edward Oyagai, and Makari Njianga were arrested, accused of teaching revolutionary violence and imprisoned. In prison they were physically and psychologically 47. Tortured. Since 5 of them, Kamoji, Maina, Mudunga, Alamin, and Oyagai, were the key leaders of the underground movement, their imprisonment was a serious blow to the struggle for a new democracy in Kenya. Meanwhile, many other university academics that endorsed DTM's anti-imperialist program were targeted. Mumbai wa Maina, a Kenyatta University academic, was arrested and released, but only after 3 days of brutal interrogation and humiliation. Ngigwa Thiongo escaped arrest and imprisonment because he was out of the country at the time and would remain in exile for more than 10 years. Ngigwa Mirai, Kamani Jike, Shiraz Durrani, Shadrach Gutto, Kiria Mirimi, and Maisara Mago, among others, were forced to go into exile. Wangandu wa Karataki was arrested, charged with sedition and imprisoned, and Salim Lone, editor-in-chief of the Viva magazine, was stripped of his citizenship by the Moi gangster regime and expelled from Kenya, his country of birth. Militant parliamentarians and patriotic lawyers were also arrested and imprisoned without trial. Prisons and detention centers filled with patriots. The majority of university academics renounced the revolutionary struggle against the repressive Moi regime from fear of being arrested. They began preaching the policies of reconciliation and appeasement with the dictator. Some right-wing academics even regarded the regime's punitive measures, including censorship of thought, justified. Others organized groups of students and faculty who went to the State House to plead loyalty to the nefarious dictator. Liberals who previously had considered themselves Marxist scholars, but who had never held firmly to Marxist convictions, strategies, and tactics, bent over backwards to avoid imprisonment. They burned their Marxist texts and research papers, denounced the anti-imperialist resistance, and began singing Nyo songs loud and clear, and calling the vile dictator, Baba Moi. Some of these sycophantic traitors were systematically placed in strategic administrative positions in the ruling party and the government. Others were appointed heads of institutions of higher learning. Still others became sweethearts of the wicked dictator. A selected few became agent provocateurs on university campuses and speechwriters of the dictator and were amply rewarded monetarily. In our 48 ER country, there are 2 types of intellectuals: patriotic, revolutionary, anti-imperialist ones, and the servile, pro-imperialist, anti-Kenyan ones. In spite of the viciousness of the Moi regime and the imprisonment of the party leadership, the anti-imperialist center survived the brutal attempts to strangle it. With the support of the people and its revolutionary cadres, it remained effectively underground. Without any compromise, it boldly persisted in producing Pambana and other anti-imperialist literature. Covertly, it continued to organize the working class, peasantry, and the patriotic petty bourgeoisie against the repressive regime and for the national democratic revolution. In July of 1983, Pambina declared, "We cannot remain silent when our rights to good housing, adequate food, decent clothing, and education have been denied us by the oppressive regime. Compatriots, let us unite and defeat the comprador ruling class and its imperialist allies. As long as imperialism reigns over us, it's our right and responsibility to liberate our country. Our hope for our future lies in our history of struggle, in our patriotism and in the unity of all exploited and oppressed. The fire has been lit, the oppressed will burn the enemy to ashes and we shall march in unity singing, Pambina, Pambina, Pambina. Victory is ours." The DTM leadership strongly argued and insisted that no coercive and oppressive system, however brutal and complex its mechanism of repression, ever succeeded in crushing an organized and united people led by a proletarian party. In truth, the Kenyan compradorial rulers will never voluntarily surrender state power. Like other bourgeois ruling classes, they will clutch their panga until they are taken out of the state house by violent revolution. In 1950 the Mau Mau leadership made the same scientific observation. Hence, it armed its forces and mobilized the popular masses against the British imperialist occupiers. 49. The Central Revolutionary Council of DTM. With the imprisonment of a section of the DTM leadership in June of 1982, the movement then led by the Provisional Committee for December 12 movement. Shortly, the name was changed to the Central Revolutionary Council of December 12 movement. The new leadership appointed new editorial staff that continued to produce Pambina and other anti-imperialist literature. In July of 1983, the Central Revolutionary Council leadership launched a party journal, Mpatanishi. It was an internal organ of the movement whose primary task, according to the Central Revolutionary Council, was to shape, sharpen, and deepen the science of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism among the party cadres, the working class, and the progressive petty bourgeoisie. The journal was to be an ideological link between the center and the rank-and-file members of the movement. It was secretly distributed among the rank-and-file and the patriotic Kenyans. In Mpatanishi, No. 8, February 1984, the CRC wrote, "Our journal Mpatanishi continues to be the central organ linking all our forces both internally and externally. But our Pambina newspaper remains a mass paper. We must use our central organ, Mpatanishi, as an organizer if we have to be highly organized. Our level of commitment should be raised and our discipline tightened. All the Marxist principles of absolute secrecy and strictest selection of members must be observed if our organization is to have firm roots among the workers, peasants, and the progressive petty bourgeoisie." In Mpatanishi, No. 9, 1984, the DTM leadership refuted Mwa's claim that Pambina was produced and distributed in the country by a foreign embassy. It stated, "The Central Committee of DTM released a press statement as a reaction to Mwa's allegations that Pambina is a foreign embassy's affair. The statement refuted Mwa's allegations and strongly stated that Pambina is published and distributed in Kenya and abroad by Kenyans. Probably the quality of a translated Kiswahili to English." 50. Mwakenya, the Unfinished Revolution. Issue of Pambina No. 2 could have confused Moi and his security forces, to drive them to make such allegations. It is now an open secret that Moi has lost direction and definitely fears the organization of DTM and its tactics of preparing the masses for revolution. The DTM is still gaining momentum nationwide. Pambina and Mpatanishi set out the strategy of achieving a broad unity of all democratic forces, including the progressive petty bourgeoisie and the workers and peasantry. Simultaneously, the CRC urged the party cadres and members to embrace socialist ideas and to organize and mobilize for socialism. In Mpatanishi, No. 8, February 1984, the CRC leadership clearly explained, "Many comrades are aware that we have intensified our political activities throughout the country and in particular the major urban areas of Kenya. Our movement has grown and continues to expand both locally and abroad. We know victory is certain, but we cannot ignore the fact that our aims, goals, and objectives can only be achieved if we are thoroughly organized throughout the. An examination of revolutionary movements reveals that we had for long acted as isolated groups, study circles, etc., until we organized ourselves as the December 12 movement in the 1970s. The DTM is a united, anti-imperialist, anti-fascist front that aims at bringing together all democratic forces as a first phase of the general struggle towards socialism. In the process, the democratic forces, mainly the workers, peasantry and progressive intellectuals, are to be trained and prepared for a future communist party. Similarly, a leaflet secretly distributed by the DTM cadres in the city of Nairobi on March 2, 1984 reads: "Our organizational ability in publishing and distributing revolutionary literature throughout the country within a short notice has caused worries to the puppet government of dictator Moi and his 51 foreign imperialist masters. Although the dogs of the dictator are everywhere, it is our national responsibility to bring new democracy in the country or die in trying." In 1983 and 1984 the CRC leadership consolidated its political base in the country, recruited new members, and constructed more anti-imperialist cells, particularly in the urban centers and on the university campuses, in colleges and schools. The bulk of its membership, however, was militant university students, primary and high school teachers, and the lower petty bourgeoisie in government departments. Most of them were not serious, they were flirting with the revolution. As the democratic struggle deepened and the repression intensified, some of these elements slipped into the morass of petty bourgeois opportunism, vacillation, inconsistency, falsification, and cowardice. The party had not succeeded in building a mass base amongst the workers and peasantry. In truth, no revolution can succeed in Kenya without the massive involvement of the working class and its peasantry ally. Besides printing and distributing Pambana and Patanishi, ideological classes were held in the party cells to educate the cadres in the MLM science and to study the history of our people as well as the natural sciences and geography of our country. In addition, the CRC leadership forcefully campaigned for the release of the DTM-5, university students and other political prisoners, whilst members of parliament, petty bourgeois trade union leaders, the majority of university academics, Christian and Muslim leaders, and leaders of professional organizations, remained silent from fear of the dictator's brutal security forces. Publishers, editors, and reporters of the mainstream right-wing newspapers, journals and magazines Daily Nation, The Standard, The Kenya Times, and The Weekly Review collaborated fully with dictator Moi as he bestially continued to demolish democratic platforms countrywide and to arrest, torture, imprison, and kill party cadres and other patriotic dissidents. 52. While we are on the subject, it is worth mentioning that the CRC leadership stemmed from one of the sparks of DTM in Nairobi, which was led by Kaibesha Gadi and Kiteke Asundwe. They were young patriotic intellectuals who had little knowledge of Kenya's history. They were weak in revolutionary theory and inexperienced in political organization, and had a vague idea of the MLM philosophy. As a result of their ideological limitations and political inexperience, they threw the door of the party wide open to petty bourgeois opportunists, pretenders, self-seekers and other unstable elements. Many of us in prison and in exile expected that Adhu Awadi, the CC member, and Sultan Samji, the Nairobi party branch representative, would coordinate the party activities, reorganize the central committee and lead it, but this did not happen. From fear of being arrested, they abandoned the revolution and went into hiding, leaving the party without a central leadership despite the fact that Maina Kĩnyat had secretly written both of them from Kamatai maximum security prison and urged them to take up the party leadership and continue with the struggle. With concern for the continuity of DTM leadership, Kaibesha contacted Sultan and a delegation from the DTM Nakuru branch went to see Awadi, but both men were determined to keep out of the movement. Consequently, the party's central authority degenerated, and some of the weak party cells collapsed. but thanks to their excessive courage and daring, complete contempt for danger, torture and imprisonment, Kibesha and Kiteke, despite their ideological limitations, saved the movement from total degeneration and annihilation. But as we shall later learn, lack of a strong center would result in the weakening of the political and theoretical position of DTM. It further led to an infiltration of petty bourgeois opportunists, and the aggravation of organizational chaos and ideological confusion. In short, a weakened center would sow the seeds of opportunism, liberalism, dogmatism, subjectivism, and sectarianism in the party. 53 _ Anti-imperialist center in prison. An anti-imperialist center was constructed in Kamatai Maximum Security Prison in 1982, which played a pivotal role in exposing the cruelty of Kenya's penal system internationally through smuggled letters and annual reports on prison conditions. The center was composed of 4 people, Maina W. Kĩnyat, and 3 militant university students Mwangi W. Kwirakia, Onyango Olu, and Peter R. Ojgo. Later Mwandaorome Gangha, who was imprisoned for being a member of Mwakenya in 1986, joined the group. Ojgo, Onyango, and Mwangi were not officially members of DTM, but they played a key role in constructing the revolutionary front in prison. Overall, they identified with the underground movement and courageously and fearlessly defended the DTM revolutionary line. Despite the brutality of prison guards, the center organized weekend political study sessions. The imprisoned comrades used these political study sessions to clarify their ideas and strengthen their determination. The center was also involved in politicizing the other imprisoned Kenyans and the prison guards. The center organized a ring of politicized prison guards whose duty was to smuggle reports on prison conditions and revolutionary writings out of the prison. The politicized prison guards took these documents to Mimbai W. Maina who, in return, gave them books, newspapers, party reading material and personal items, including letters from families, relatives, friends, and comrades, to bring to the imprisoned comrades. Reports on the prison conditions and other political writings were secretly shipped to Ngigwa Thiongo in London by Mimbai. From London, the imprisoned cadres received political literature, including Kenya News, Mwa's Reign of Terror, University Destroyed, Moi Crown's 10 Years of Government Terror in Kenya, Repression Intensified in Kenya since the August 1 coup attempt, Struggle for Democracy in Kenya and Draft Minimum Program of Mwakenya, among others. Parallel with this, the prison center established underground communications with the detained comrades as well as the imprisoned Air Force rebels in the condemned cells. Kamoji Wachihiro was the main contact in the detention center and Ashika was the contact in the gallows. Between 1985 and 1988, more revolutionary centers were organized in Kenya's maximum security prisons where imprisoned patriots were held. In prison, exile, and underground, the revolutionary cadres played a vital role in mobilizing the Kenyan and international communities against the KANU dictatorship. With the encouragement of the party and the revolutionary commitment of the Kamatai political group, the following books: Kenya, A Prison Notebook, Mother Kenya, A Season of Blood and Mwaki Yatangi Horka were secretly written, and secretly smuggled out of prison by a patriotic prison officer and taken to Mimbai W. Maina. Their publication proves that prison walls, chains, and guards with guns, cannot dampen the revolutionary process, and can serve to organize new revolutionary cells for transformational ideas and practice. The Communist Party of Kenya. The debate to change the name of the movement, to transform it into a political party, became a major issue within the CRC leadership and among the rank-and-file members in 1984. Some members argued and claimed that the name DTM was abstract and was not forceful enough or emotionally appealing to the great majority of the Kenyan working class and peasants. They wanted a name that was more definitive, scientifically correct, and one which does not give room to opportunistic deviations from Marxism. In October of 1984, the CRC leadership, after consulting the rank-and-file and the DTM cell coordinators within the country, made the decision to change the name of the movement to the Communist Party of Kenya. In the process, the DTM MAFE Center, the CRC, was transformed into a central committee of the CPK. The rationale for choosing the name CPK is printed in Patanishi, number 7. October 1984. In part it reads, "Now that the time has come when all the Kenyan progressives must address themselves to the question of the party program, it is becoming necessary to have a name for our movement. We cannot indefinitely refer to ourselves as the movement, the progressive, or just the revolutionaries. We are not suggesting that these terms 55 should not be used. However, we believe that a name that is more definite, scientifically correct and one which does not give room to opportunistic deviations from Marxism should be adopted. Our name, all by itself, must reflect our aims. It must also correspond to the nature of the struggle we are involved in at this point in time of our history. That name is the Communist Party. It is the name that would terrify the international capitalist imperialists and their Kenyan comprador allies, and be capable of leading the Kenyan working masses along a socialist path. It is the name that places scientific socialism as the basis of our movement. For that fundamental reason, we are proud to call ourselves, Communists and our movement, the Communist Party of Kenya." In the same issue of Mpatanishi, the CRC leadership printed the draft program of the Communist Party of Kenya and circulated it to the party cells and branches for discussion and adoption. It was unanimously adopted. In the process, Pambana and Mpatanishi became the central organs of the proposed Communist Party of Kenya. To be more precise, the 3 issues of Mpatanishi were produced under the red banner of the CPK. However, as the following pages shall demonstrate, the effort to convert DTM into a communist party would be aborted and the ideological path of the movement diverted once more. In the process of transforming the DTM into the Communist Party, the CRC leadership intensified its recruitment of militant youth and patriotic petty bourgeoisie to the movement. Simultaneously, it exposed the undemocratic character of the Mwakenya regime amongst the toiling masses. It produced several anti-imperialist, ideological documents, including a major task on our ideological path, on our organization, strategy, and tactics, on recruitment and countless leaflets which called for the overthrow of dictator Mwa's anti-people regime and the release of the DTM-5. In Patanishi, number 8, February 1984 the following is recorded. 56. The DTM served President Moi with an open letter, which was also distributed to the Kenyan masses and to friends and fraternal organizations abroad. Some of our demands were the release of the DTM leaders Maina Kĩnyat, Kamoji Wachiira, Willie Mutunga, Alamin Mazrui, and Edward Oyagai and other political prisoners, and the removal of all foreign forces from the soil of Kenya. As the campaign for the release of political prisoners was intensified at home and abroad, Moi was forced to release some political detainees by the end of 1984, including Alamin, Mutunga, Kamoji, Oyagai, Makari, Koigi, and George Eniana. Maina Kĩnyat was not released until October 1988. Unlike South Africa where Mandela, Sisulu, and other ANC leaders, who resumed the party leadership immediately after their release, the released DTM leaders, citing security, did not resume the party leadership until 4 years later. Had the party resumed its leadership, immediately after the release of the leaders, it would have prevented the petty bourgeois opportunists and other reactionary elements from hijacking the revolutionary movement. Opportunism, subjectivism, and sectarianism. The period between 1984 and 1987 was one of increased organizational looseness and ideological confusion within the movement. In February of 1985 the CRC leadership once again changed the name of the movement from the Communist Party of Kenya to Mwakenya, forming an alliance with other anti-imperialist forces in the process. The alliance was dominated by petty bourgeois opportunists, pretenders, ultra-left adventurists, and other bellicose reactionaries. It was some of these elements who, in turn, took over the Mwakenya leadership. David Kanyua, who had not been schooled in the ideological traditions of the December 12 movement, was elected Mwakenya's general secretary. With the exception of Kibesha and Kiteke, who were elected to the Central Committee of Mwakenya, the rest of the CRC members were dropped from the leadership of the movement. 57. The DTM's political documents and files, and the entire party archives were handed over by the CRC leadership to the newly appointed Central Committee under the leadership of the General Secretary. The power to run the new party was vested in the office of the General Secretary. Under these new developments, the name of the DTM mass paper, Pambana, was changed to Mzalandu Pambana and then to Mzalandu Mwakenya. The DTM ideological organ, Mpatanishi, was adopted as the central organ of Mwakenya, and the DTM editorial board was converted into the MK editorial board under Kiteke's leadership. The printing press and its equipment were made the property of Mwakenya. The main effort of the new leadership, however, was to purport that there was no organic link between DTM and Mwakenya, that Mwakenya was a new movement with a new leadership and a new program. In this effort, the Mwakenya liquidators, with the collaboration of Kibesha and Kiteke, doctored the DTM documents and files. The name DTM was erased from the party documents and files, and then the name Mwakenya was imposed on them. They backdated the first issue of Mpatanishi to 1982, removed the name of DTM from the cover pages of the old issues of the journal, reprinted new covers and then imposed the name Mwakenya on them. In the process of this falsification of the history of the movement, many documents and files were destroyed and names of the DTM leaders, cadres and members erased from the documents and files. Once in their hands, Mpatanishi became a weapon in the fight against the DTM ideological line and an instrument for the propaganda of petty bourgeois opportunism and ultra-left adventurism. But there was more. The MK liquidators set the movement on fire. They changed the structure and political philosophy of the movement, including the criteria of recruitment, the principles of democratic centralism, the mechanisms of collective responsibility, and the principled policy of criticism and self-criticism, secrecy, discipline, sincerity and trust. They dismissed the study of revolutionary theories, strategies, and tactics as a waste of time, introducing the traditional oath-taking as criteria of recruitment for the movement. Insidiously, the liquidators argued and insisted that the time for guerrilla welfare was ripe, hence the party members and cadres 8. should prepare for a bloody confrontation with the neocolonial state and its imperialist backers. By distorting the DTM mass line, dogmatism, petty bourgeois opportunism, and ultra-leftism caused the movement to lose its most important features as a revolutionary communist movement closely linked with the popular masses. Let us now discuss some of these issues and their negative impacts on the movement for a new democracy. 1. Transformation and alliance. Alliance, coalition, or merger of MLM parties must be based on ideological principles. This in turn demands a broad consensus within a revolutionary movement through deep and critical discussion and scientific analysis of the nature of the alliance before such a fundamental and ideological decision is taken. Democratic centralism explicitly demands that party members and cadres are entitled to know specifically the organization or group they are aligning or merging with and why. They are entitled to discuss and approve the decision made by the Central Committee, or to reject it if they can prove it is a deviation from the ideological line of the party. In this respect, the transformation of DTM into a mass organization was contrary to the principles of democratic centralism and the MLM ideological line. It resulted in the creation of sectarianism within the party, in the undermining of ideological unity, and in the setting up of the party cadres against each other. It was a plan the liquidators cleverly masked by ultra-left phraseology and self-righteousness. 2. The oath. In principle, we find nothing wrong with an oath pledge in a revolutionary movement. What is wrong and unacceptable is to use an oath pledge to distort the ideological line of the movement. The WPK/DTM leadership from December 1974 to June 1982 had particular regulations, toolies, and policies pertaining to defining, identifying, preparing and recruiting new cadres into the movement. These regulations, rules, and policies were derived from well thought out, tried and tested, MLM methods of recruitment. With the transformation of DTM and its organizations into Mwakenya, the MK liquidators rejected DTM's recruitment policy and 59. Insisted that the effective and quick method of membership recruitment was the administration of an oath of loyalty and unity to new recruits as it was done in the Mau Mau movement, forgetting that Mau Mau took place in different historical circumstances and in a different epoch of our country's history. They failed to scientifically study the historical and political context of the Mau Mau anti-imperialist oath and the history of the Mau Mau movement in general. If they had critically read the history of the Mau Mau movement, they would have learned that the Mau Mau leadership combined the above-ground and underground politics and strategically built a firm foundation amongst the workers and peasantry before launching the armed struggle. In addition, the MK liquidators disregarded and ignored the present-day socio-political and cultural forces of our multi-ethnic nation, which militate against the revolutionary effectiveness and efficacy of the traditional oath as an instrument of recruiting patriotic Kenyans into a revolutionary party. This method of recruitment tends to organize the people on ethnic lines instead of across ethnic lines. Despite their failure to consult with the rank-and-file members, and their disregard of the party's core principle of collective responsibility and collective decision-making, the MK liquidators insisted that party members, including the former DTM members, must take an oath of loyalty and unity in order to qualify to be members of Mwakenya. Yet oath-taking was not voluntary. Force was utilized to bring party members and new recruits to the oath-taking ceremony. Compatriots were actually captured, forcefully dragged to a house where, with panga, daggers and swords brandishing, they were forced to take the oath and to declare that they were now members of Mwakenya and they would never betray the secrets of the movement to the enemy. Those who hesitated to take the patriotic oath were humiliated, vilified, slapped, and kicked. They were treated like enemies. Recruitment was also done in restaurants and bars. Anti-Moi comments over a bottle of beer in a crowded city slum bar were considered revolutionary and led some to bring their drunkard friends to the movement, force them to take the oath of loyalty, unity, and commitment, and then enroll them in the MK armed wing. The manifestation of oath. 60. Taking was an ideological deviation from the MLM path and was concrete and clear proof that the CRC leadership and its reactionary alliances had become the gravediggers of the patriotic, revolutionary movement that DTM had been. The repercussions of oath-taking were sixfold. 1. Since it was violently administered, it brought into the party undesirable and dangerous elements, including liberals of every hue, self-seekers, pretenders, and opportunists. 2. It opened the door for the government security agents to infiltrate the central organs of the movement. In fact, several police informers who pretended to be anti-Moi in order to gather intelligence were captured, given the oath of unity, and made members of Mwakenya. 3. It demolished the structure of the party, transformed the party into a loose coalition of liberal petty bourgeoisie, reactionary nationalists, and pretenders. 4. It undermined the movement's principles of democratic centralism, criticism and self-criticism and collective responsibility and collective decision-making. 5. It created distrust and suspicion among the rank and file, making it difficult for them to work as a collective force. And finally, 6. It dismissed the revolutionary vision of the movement, disregarded the MLM revolutionary theory and distorted the role of DTM as a communist vanguard party. Lenin forcefully argues that, without a revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. The role of vanguard can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory and has the support of the proletariat. Fidel Castro and Mao Zedong say the same. 3. Democratic centralism. The organization and operation of WPK/DTM were based on the democratic centralism which constitutes the following Leninist precepts. 1. The individual is subordinate to the party. 2. The minority is subordinate to majority. 3. The lower level is subordinate to the higher level. 4. The entire party membership is subordinate to the Central Committee and the National Congress. 5. Party decisions, discipline, and secrecy must be strictly observed. With democratic centralism, a strong party emerges capable of planning and coordinating of the activities and ideology of the party. Without democratic centralism, the party would not achieve its fundamental aims and objectives, liberalism would creep. 61. In opening the party gate wide to class enemies. Monsters, freaks, and cockroaches would get the opportunity to seize control of the party leadership. As noted earlier, after the transformation of DTM into Mwakenya, democratic centralism was replaced with commandism. According to Mao Zedong, commandism can ruin a revolution, leave it in isolation, denying it the indispensable nourishment of the people's support. Whereas before cadres were used to democratic methods of work and strictly adhered to the party secrecy and discipline, observed party rules and regulations because they strongly and sincerely believed in the party leadership and had faith in its MLM orientation, now the demolition of the party structure and the distortion of its MLM line made it difficult for the party cadres to work as a cogent team or to have faith in the Mwakenya leadership. Under these new developments, the Mwakenya Central Committee refused to be accountable to party membership or listen to members' objections, criticisms, or personal complaints. There was no room for dissenters, criticism, collective responsibility, and collective decision-making. Commandism became the ideology of the Mwakenya Central Committee. Abuse of power, intimidation, threats, favoritism, nepotism, and corruption became the policy of the party. This ideological deviation from the DTM's Marxist line greatly affected party methods of work and psychologically demoralized the party cadres, weakened their tenacity and resolve, and undermined their fighting spirit and ideological conviction. Overall, it seriously distorted the MLM theory which had imbued the DTM cadres with patriotism, courage, and communist values, and instilled in them a strong sense of comradeship and revolutionary consciousness. But there is more. Using decrees, the Mwakenya Central Committee transferred cell members from one cell to another and replaced cell leadership without consulting cell members or taking into consideration the security risks involved in such a decision that would, inevitably, question the role of its leadership and weaken its position. It also prohibited intra-party struggles despite the fact that the main purpose of intra-party struggles was not to destroy the party, but to increase its unity, improve its discipline. 62. QE. Deepen its ideology and weed out undesirable elements who might have sneaked into the party. Furthermore, since cadres were oathed to give all their lives, wealth, and property to the party, demands for financial contributions increased and vultures multiplied as cadres were coerced to withdraw, nay, to empty their bank accounts for the best interest of the party and country in spite the fact that some members had families, wives and children to feed and rent to pay. Recalcitrant members were warned, either withdraw the money from their bank accounts and hand it over to the party or be expelled from the party. The Mwakenya Central Committee was operating like a militia crip of thugs. Its reactionary acts demolished the party structure, derailed its fundamental aims and objectives, and crippled its ideological development. As a result, the party degenerated into opportunism and ultra-leftism. In organizational terms, this was no longer a proletarian center, but a petty bourgeois party, led by an insecure and dangerous clique of petty bourgeois liquidators. 4. Criticism and self-criticism are the most important tools for resolving contradictions within the MLM party, between the leadership and the rank and file, and among the cadres. Extensive criticism and self-criticism are needed for consolidation of the party unity and discipline, and for discovery and removal of dangerous and reactionary recalcitrant elements from the party. They purify the party's ideological conviction and deepen its commitment to national liberation and socialism. If a revolutionary party refuses to adopt criticism and self-criticism as instruments for sharpening contradictions within its ranks and amongst the masses, it sinks into the bag of ideological confusion and organizational looseness. 5. Guerrilla warfare. Our party has never denied the role and importance of armed resistance in the national liberation movement. In fact, since 1974 the WPK/DTM believed that armed struggle may be necessary to remove the KANU puppet regime from power, but never advocated it as the only way forward. In other words, the WPK/DTM leadership believed that the party commands the gun and never does the gun command the party. The questions before us, therefore, are, was the party and its revolutionary cadres prepared to wage an armed struggle against a well-armed comprador? 63. Bourgeois regime in league with the imperialist bourgeoisie? Was the majority of our people, peasantry and workers alike, ready at that historical period to support the revolution and massively and colossally participate in protracted guerrilla warfare? The answer to both questions was, no. Firstly, the party could not possibly launch an armed struggle before it had solidly consolidated its revolutionary base amongst the proletarians, peasantry, and pastoralists, and had a strong, ideological network with a core of tested and unshakable, committed MLM revolutionaries. Secondly, a scientific analysis of the social contradictions, class alliances, and political consciousness of the Kenyan working class, at that period of time, ruled out the advisability of launching a guerrilla war. In spite of the fact that the subjective and objective conditions in the country were not ripe for armed resistance, and the party did not have its own armed forces, the MK liquidators went ahead to prepare for what they termed patriotic war against the reactionary KANU regime and its foreign allies. Subjectively, they argued that all peaceful means and democratic platforms had been dismantled by the repressive regime, and, therefore, the only method of struggle left was the armed, revolutionary, struggle whereby the party and its organizations would mobilize the oppressed masses and arm the militant youth, as was done during the Mau Mau War, to respond to state terrorism with organized revolutionary violence. They insisted that a revolution, by its very nature, employed violence, blood, and death, and the sooner the party cadres become aware of it and prepared for it, the better. Their slogans were, blood for blood and death for death. To defeat the neo-colonial forces, the MK liquidators claimed they would use the same military tactics and strategies Dedan Kimathi had used against the British imperialist occupiers. They would drink from the same cup of courage that Kimathi drank and sing the same freedom songs the KLFA guerrillas had sung and follow the Kimathist revolutionary line to the letter. Such pretentious claims revealed their flagrant ignorance of the scientific principles of revolution. Their sloganeering vividly demonstrated that the MK liquidators were carried away by subjective wishes and were not informed by a concrete, ideological analysis of the situation on the 64 ground. It was clear proof of their intellectual sterility, ideological penury, and backwardness. In preparation for war, the party leadership, without consulting the cell representatives and the rank and file, converted the underground political cells into guerrilla units and appointed the party general secretary, who not only was ideologically and morally bankrupt, but also had no military training or experience in handling firearms, the commander-in-chief of the Mwakenya Liberation Army. Correspondingly, each guerrilla unit was falsely made to believe that it was a section of a huge people's army, hundreds of whom were safely and firmly entrenched in the Kirinyaga and Nyandarua forests, waiting for the order from the commander-in-chief to assail the enemy forces. Such naked and callous deceitfulness is simply criminal in a revolutionary movement. According to the MLM discipline, it is punishable by death. Miscalculating the strength, ruthlessness, and viciousness of the Moi neo-colonial regime, the MK General Secretary publicly issued a leaflet on April 3, 1986, entitled, "JT is now guerrilla warfare in Kenya," announcing the beginning of the armed resistance. And yet, ironically, the party had not made preparations for war. It had no armed forces, no weapons, and no support from the workers and peasantry in the country. The compradorial regime responded to the challenge with an iron fist. A large number of suspect MK guerrillas were captured before they entered Nyandarua or Kirinyaga forest, viciously tortured and then imprisoned. Many of them, including Oyanji Mbeja and Peter Young Kiera, broke down during the bestial interrogation and surrendered vital information to the police. Others, after their surrender, agreed to join the secret police unit to hunt down their comrades, friends, and relatives on the city streets. The oath, which was supposed to steel party members and deepen their convictions and harden their courage, did not prevent them from surrendering secrets of the movement to the police. Furthermore, as a consequence of its unscientific methods of recruitment, the party was heavily infiltrated by state secret agents, informers, agent provocateurs, and other monsters. With most of its leaders and cadres imprisoned, Mwakenya was reduced to a skeletal 65 movement and was unable to operate effectively within the country. Its center of operation shifted outside of Kenya. Those who were lucky enough to escape arrest, including David Kanyua, Kaibasha W. Gatti and Kara W. Makaria, to name a few, crossed into Tanzania. They reconstructed their political base in Dar es Salaam under the watchful eye of the Tanzanian secret police. The height of state terrorism. The year 1986 marked the height of state terrorism. Any Kenyan identified as a Mwakenya, a communist, or a Marxist, was arrested, grisly tortured, including bestial sexual assaults, and then imprisoned in a desperate attempt by the dictator and his sycophants to uproot the seeds of the anti-imperialist national resistance. Many more were driven underground and others into exile. Once again, the national universities were shut down and hundreds of students were flung into prison. The attacks on the civilian population, including gang rapes, torture, collective punishment, unlawful imprisonment and murder, were aggressively and ruthlessly accelerated. To create fear among the people, censorship of thought was viciously and callously tightened nationwide and reinforced with impunity. What people read and wrote, the organizations they belonged to, the play they performed in and the theater they attended, the movies they saw, what they heard on the radio and television, where they lived and the schools they went to, who they married and slept with, what jobs they held and the salaries they earned, everything was under dictator Mwa's scrutiny and control. Moi was a megalomaniac dictator. He maintained himself in power through institutionalized state violence and with the economic, political, and military support of the Western imperialist democracies. His rule was a time of total subjugation of the Kenyan society. And yet reverent tales were retold on the state-controlled radio and in the rightist bourgeois newspapers in which Moi was praised, hailed, and portrayed as a champion of democracy, a freedom fighter, a father of the nation, a first-class patriot. 66. SS. FP. Whilst it was true that the police infiltration of the anti-imperialist movement had tremendously weakened it and caused distrust and suspicion amongst the rank and file, the Kenyan masses remained united against the comprador imperialist alliance. However, to justify his reign of terror, dictator Moi capitalized on the use of the state radio, conservative, religious institutions and the bourgeois right-wing mainstream newspapers, journals, and magazines, and the party machinery. At KANU rallies, he frenetically attacked Marxist university academics and militant students and at the same time implored Kenyans to report those who were distributing anti-government leaflets in the country. The sodomized KANU branch leaders and members of cabinet, to demonstrate their loyalty to the vile dictator, tried to outdo each in using the filthiest epithets to characterize, define, and describe the communist agitators. Others used bellicose, anti-communist rhetoric in order to be on the same page with the dictator. The Moi regime was hated by the people, therefore, by orchestrating anti-communist demonstrations and rallies, dictator Moi popularized the underground movement amongst the popular masses. He also confirmed what the majority of Kenyans had suspected since 1970, that there was, in fact, an underground revolutionary movement within the country organizing the overthrow of the KANU dictatorship and aiming at replacing it with a new democracy. Globally, the inhumanity and impunity, the brutality and viciousness of the Moi regime further shattered to shards the false belief of many people in the world, particularly the liberals in the imperialist countries, that Kenya was a paradise, an island of peace, democracy, and socio-economic stability in Africa in a sea of ethnic wars. This also deepened and expanded democratic struggle waged by progressive Kenyans in exile and those in prison and detention centers. Equally, it hardened the position of the clandestine movement both at home and abroad. In this respect, many in the movement believed that the socialist revolution was the only just cause, the only cause worth dying for. 67. Mwakenya in exile. The first months of Mwakenya in exile, according to Kara W. A. Makaria, were characterized by bitter intra-party struggles. Out of these intra-party struggles, two factions emerged. One was led by Kĩnyat and Kibesha, and the other one by Kara. Kĩnyat and Kibesha were members of the MK Central Committee, hence, the principal leaders of Mwakenya in exile. The Kara faction consisted of the rank and file. It was the majority faction, loosely organized, undisciplined, and lacked the MLM spirit of criticism and firmness. The sectarianism emerged during the intra-party struggles. The Kara faction demanded reorganization of the party from top to bottom. It insisted that in order to return the party to the ideological path of the December 12 movement, as well as to make the party democratic and responsive to the needs of the rank and file members and the people of Kenya in general, Kĩnyat must be removed from position of General Secretary. In his place, a special party committee should be organized to lead the party and to investigate his abuse of power and endemic corruption in the party. The Kĩnyat-Kibesha faction rejected the call for reorganization of the party, and despite its minority position within the party, accused the Kara faction of deviation and expelled it from the party. Instead of waging an intra-party struggle, with an unflinching and unbending patriotic spirit and unified discipline, the expelled faction took a reactionary line. It walked out of the party, and together with some other Kenyan exiles in Tanzania, formed the Mikati Lily revolutionary movement, whose main base was in Dar es Salaam. Shortly after that, Mikaramo merged with another little-known political group, the Kenya Anti-Imperialist Front, which was led by Shadrach Gutto and Maisara Mago and was operating in Harare, Zimbabwe. The new party was named the Umoja wa Wazalendo Kenya. In the meantime, the Kĩnyat-Kibesha faction seized the central organs of the party. They turned the party into an army barrack where conscious party discipline was transformed into a mechanical discipline based on intimidation and on mercenary methods of political work. Criticism and self-criticism were replaced by coercion. While consolidating the party. 68. P.E. Power in their hands, they officially contacted Ngigwa Thiongo, DTM representative in Europe, and in the course of discussion agreed to reunite the party. The name Mwakenya was officially formalized as the name of the party, and Ngigwa was appointed the leader and spokesman of the party. The appointment of Ngigwa the party spokesman legitimized the Kĩnyat-Kibesha leadership in the party. Despite the appointment of Ngigwa the party spokesman, control of the movement and the party leadership remained under the DAR clique until 1991. In September of 1987 a party program, Draft Minimum Program of Mwakenya, was adopted. The DMPM was not, and is not, a socialist program. It is an anti-imperialist, nationalist program like the South Africans' ANC Freedom Charter. It degraded the party to a national, patriotic alliance of all classes. This change weakened further the MLM line in the party. Despite its ideological defect, the new Mwakenya leadership was somehow convinced that its tactics and strategies, aims and objectives, would answer the basic needs of the great majority of the Kenyan people and lay a firm, patriotic, foundation for the advancement of the country to a new democracy. At a more general level, the DMPM reunited the party, formalized the party's united front line, defined the aims and strategy of Kenya's anti-neocolonial struggle nationwide and prompted its further anti-imperialist development. The fundamental questions that were not discussed during the drafting of the party program in Harare, Zimbabwe, were, 1. Why the name of the movement was changed and what was the rationale of changing it? 2. What were the names of the organizations that merged with DTM and who were the leaders of the organizations that supposedly to have merged with DTM? 3. Who introduced oath-taking into the movement and what ideological justification prompted this drastic, reactionary decision? 4. Why did the CRC leadership deviate from the Marxist methods of struggle? A critical analysis of the history of the movement from June 1982 to 1987 could have answered the above fundamental questions and also exposed the ultra-left elements and other undesirable characters in the party. 69. The London Unity Conference, 1987. Another crucial development during this period was the search for unity with other externally based Kenyan democratic organizations. For this purpose, a unity conference, sponsored by Mwakenya under Njigi's leadership, was held in London on October 16 to 19, 1987, and was attended by 7 externally based democratic organizations, including Kenya. Kenya was a broad front for Mwakenya abroad, and its central secretariat was based in London. Its leadership consisted of 7 members: Wanjiri Kiura, Naila Durrani, Nish Matanjwe, Wanjalai W. Goro, Abdilatif Abdallah, Shiraz Durrani, Yusuf Hassan, and Ngigwa Thiongo. Yusuf was the first chairperson of the front. He was replaced by Abdilatif after moving to New York City to work for the United Nations. Although the conference floundered because of the political disagreement among the participants, it heightened the development of the struggle for democracy in Kenya. Apart from that, it produced monumental historical documents, which enriched the collected history of Kenya and contributed to the cultural liberation of our people. These documents include: 1. Women in Kenya People's Resistance; 2. Pambana Legacy of Resistance; 3. The Heritage of Armed Resistance in the Northern Kenya, 1880 to 1963; 4. Unity in Resistance; 5. Legacy of Resistance at the Coast; 6. Resistance in Central and Rift Valley; 7. Kenya Asians' participation in Kenya People's Resistance against imperialism; and 8. Resistance to imperialism by the people of Nyanza and western provinces of Kenya. In brief, the documents denounced in strong language the Eurocentric theory of African history, condemned anti-Mau Mau imperialist scholarship, and rejected the reactionary, neo-colonial, anti-Mau Mau arguments prescribed by Kenyan right-wing scholars and their foreign academic friends. The 90s. The 1990s saw the monstrous intensification of state terrorism. 70. _A. Countrywide, pro-democracy political organizers, liberal parliamentarians, and lawyers were arrested and imprisoned, their homes and families attacked, newspapers banned, patriotic journalists, editors and printers terrorized, militant students, progressive school teachers and university academics hunted down by the vicious state police, and thousands of homes of the working class in Nairobi city razed to the ground by the regime. In the Rift Valley region, a ruthless, ethnic war was engineered by dictator Moi. Women brutally raped, hundreds of people murdered with impunity, their homes destroyed and their livestock and land confiscated, and on top of that, official corruption tripled nationwide, while poverty and unspeakable misery among the Kenyan poor increased tenfold. But in spite of the acceleration of institutionalized state violence and official corruption, the pro-democracy movement continued to deepen and widen, forcing the wicked dictator in 1991 to reinstate the multi-party system in the country and release all political prisoners. Indeed, the reinstatement of the multi-party system broadened and deepened the struggle for the national democratic struggle, which opened the gate for freedom of speech, press, and association, and for human rights movement. Among the most important developments of the 90s were: 1. The DTM Mwakenya Leadership Conference; 2. Multi-party electoral politics and Mwakenya's stance; 3. The expulsion of the DAR clique of liquidators; and finally 4. Revival and rejuvenation of the party within the country. The DTM Mwakenya Conference. After the release of the remaining leader of DTM from prison in 1988, there was an urgent need for the movement to meet, assess, and review the situation, and draw up new tactics and strategies. But where could the meeting take place? Certainly not in Kenya, where the ban on meetings of more than 3 persons was still enforced, where the arrest, torture and imprisonment of patriotic Kenyans were still the order of the day, and where convict prisons and detention centers were full to overflowing with patriots. Since the majority of the DTM Mwakenya leadership was in exile. 71. In Europe and North America, New York City was chosen as a venue. The conference took place on October 20 to 22, 1991 at Maina W. Kĩnyat's residence. The majority of delegates who attended the conference were members of DTM, including Shiraz Durrani, Gigwa Thiongo, Kamoji Wachiira, Al-Amin Mazrui, and Maina Wa Kĩnyat. Willie Mutunga was in Canada and was invited, but indicated that he belonged to another third force, the Law Society of Kenya. Shortly after that, he and others formed the Kenya Human Rights Commission, a liberal, petty bourgeois organization heavily funded by the Western financial institutions, among them Ford Foundation. The DAR delegates, Kibesha and Kanyua, were expected to attend the conference, but instead, they emailed their ideas. Edward Oyagai did not attend the conference, he was in Africa and could not be reached. Koigi Wa Wamura, Sultan Samji, and Amin Kassam were not invited to the conference because they had been expelled from the party for failing to follow the party's discipline, rules and regulations. Koigi formed his own underground party, the Kenya Patriotic Front, and then in 2002 dissolved it. Next, he joined a liberal petty bourgeois party, the Kenya National Democratic Alliance, and unsuccessfully ran for the office of president. Likewise, Adhu Awadi was not invited to the conference because he had joined the Awake, which remained in its formative stages and finally withered. He then crossed to the right-wing side. He and Raila and their followers joined Mwa's anti-Kenyan regime in 1991. Awadi was appointed a government minister and Raila the KANU General Secretary and Minister for Energy. As the KANU General Secretary, he became the mouthpiece of the murderous dictator. In 2001, a bunch of these right-wing compromisers and opportunists were kicked out of KANU by dictator Moi. They formed the Liberal Democratic Party, a right-wing bourgeois party, with Raila Odinga as the party spokesman. But Awadi and Koigi were not the only ones who crossed to the right. Many left-wing intellectuals, some of them who were our comrades underground and in prison, began to consider ways of attempting to get themselves back into the neo-colonial 72 system. Some of them became NGO activists sponsored by the imperialist democracies. They were, and are, unabashedly in the business of promoting imperialists' political and cultural agenda in our country. Others joined the newly formed right-wing political parties and were elected to the reactionary, anti-Kenyan parliament. Still others, wrapping themselves in the national flag, became loudspeakers for imperialist democracy and leaders of the pro-imperialist human rights movement. In a word, they were, and are, the fifth columnists for Anglo-American imperialism in our country. There were others, opportunists and pretenders who, even to this day, continue to claim that they are members of Mwakenya DTM despite the fact that they do not participate in the party activities or pay their membership dues. Our party rule is very clear: a party member who fails to take part in regular party activities, fails to attend party meetings, fails to pay membership dues or fails to do work assigned by the party for 6 successive months without good reasons is regarded as having given up his party membership. The conference took place as scheduled. Most of us had not seen each other since June 1982, so we embraced each other, shook hands and shared the joy of comradeship and the dream of a socialist fatherland. Njiji chaired the conference and Maina was the recorder. Maimbai Wa Maina was the hostess. The conference deliberations were constructive and businesslike. After analyzing the world's situation in general and the Kenyan people's struggle for democracy in particular, the conference delegates decided that in order to strengthen the party and its organizations, there was a need to reorganize the party anew, including the Central Committee. For that purpose, the conference resolved that Njigi, Maina, Kamoji, Al-Amin, Shiraz, Kibesha, Kanyua, Mwangithuo and Warderdima be members of the MK Central Committee. The conference resolved that the party would have 3 main centers. 1. The externally based center, which would be the central authority of the party and would consisted of 5 members: Kamoji, Maina, Njigi, Al-Amin, and Shiraz. 2. The DAR center under the leadership of Kanyua and Kibesha, which would form the bridge between the central authority and the home front, and 3. The home front. 73. Center, which was under the leadership of Mwangithuo and Warriorama and which had as its main task to coordinate the activities of the party within the country. In the party files and documents, the home front is referred to as the inside, the DAR center as the outside, and the central authority as the external. Parallel with the reorganization of the Central Committee, the Central Secretariat of the party was transferred from DAR to New York City under Maina W. Kĩnyat's directorship. Simultaneously, Shiraz was appointed the Publicity and Information Secretary of the party. His main task was to produce the party journal, Mpatanishi. Njiji was reappointed as the party's spokesperson, and Maina the party administration secretary. In the process, Mwakenya was dissolved and its members and branches incorporated into Mwakenya. Abdilatif Abdallah, who was the Mwakenya chairperson at the time, was appointed to the MK Central Committee. These changes were intended to invigorate and strengthen the party leadership and its organizations and, more importantly, to return the party to the MLM line. The new leadership was assigned the responsibility of preparing the party for the armed struggle, drafting a workable and scientific method of recruitment, writing a MLM party constitution and a political, educational, manual for the party cadres. The issue of changing the name of the movement back to its original name, DTM, was raised by Kamoji. It was collectively agreed that in order to avoid sectarianism and unnecessary intra-party struggles in the party, Mwakenya should remain the official name of the party until a national congress was held to discuss the issue. Apart from that, the conference did not critically review, examine, discuss or analyze the history of the party from 1974 to 1990. As a result, some rogue cadres remained in the party and this led to further damage, weakening the foundation of the party. The party conference also failed to scientifically review and revise the party minimum program so that it could reflect the political economy of the country, concretize the demands of the oppressed masses of our people, uncompromisingly denounce the politics of ethnicity, and ideologically articulate the basic principles of the National Democratic Revolution and the MLM theory. 74. Electoral politics and the Mwakenya stand. The 90s also witnessed the formation of the new right-wing bourgeois parties after dictator Moi reinstated the multi-party political system in the country in a bid to counter the efforts of the National Democratic Revolution. In 1991, it was officially announced that the 1992 general election would be open, democratic, and fair, and those Kenyans who wanted to run for parliamentary seats should register their parties and follow the rules of the game that the dictator had drawn up. Nothing else was changed. The state remained under the tight control of the KANU dictatorship, whilst ethnic cleansing in the Rift Valley province viciously intensified and patriots were hunted down, put in prison on trumped-up charges, and their families disrupted and or destroyed. The new parties were no different ideologically from their mother KANU. They were not even able to create the lowest form of bourgeois parliamentary democracy. They were neocolonial parties, ready and willing to serve global imperialism. The imperialist bourgeoisie provided substantial financial and political support to these neocolonial parties, objectively making them, like the KANU party, middlemen, commission agents, and junior partners of international capital. Through their backward, narrow nationalism and ethnic affinities, they splintered the ranks of the anti-imperialist, anti-neocolonial movement, imprisoned national consciousness, and paralyzed people's will to struggle for the new democracy and against foreign domination. Their main aim was to weaken and divide Kenyans ethnically so that they could hold them in subjection to and exploited by global imperialism. In addition to the formation of the right-wing political parties, there was a parallel formation of liberal human rights organizations and non-government organizations funded by the imperialist bourgeoisie, the same imperialists who funded and supported the Moi dictatorship to rape, oppress, and exploit our people. These liberal, petty bourgeois organizations, as mentioned earlier, serve the imperialists in our country by supporting 75. Neocolonial policies and developing right-wing arguments against working-class people, class struggle, social revolution, and Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Their ideological platforms are similar to, if not the same as that of, the imperialist US Peace Corps. To put it bluntly, the NGO activists and the human rights advocates are grandchildren of the world imperialists, the imperialists feed them, pay their rents and provide them with anti-Kenyan ideas, which they use to sabotage the national democratic revolution and, above all, to deepen neocolonial culture and foreign domination in our country in the name of human rights. In short, they are running dogs of world imperialism, traitors and betrayers of the homeland. Whilst the right-wing petty bourgeois political parties, the human rights advocates and the NGO activists embraced the reinstatement of the multi-party system, the Mwakenya leadership dismissed it as cosmetic change and called for the dismantlement of the neocolonial state and the arrest and imprisonment of dictator Moi and his cronies for their crimes against humanity. Correspondingly, the Mwakenya leadership argued that to register the party as an official opposition party would legitimize and strengthen the KANU dictatorship, even as it would weaken the national democratic revolution. The Mwakenya leadership also pointed out that because of the contradictory and conflicting tendencies within the newly formed right-wing parties, their ethnic chauvinism and neocolonial outlook, the party and its organizations would not establish any working links with them. However, the revolutionary leadership left the door open for future cooperation or alliance with progressive democratic forces within the country and the rest of East Africa. Furthermore, the party leadership made the decision not to participate in the bourgeois electoral politics, but declared that it would continue to operate underground and operate legally through concrete projects, institutions, and linkages that allowed establishing extensive and strong roots among the people. It made clear that its program and goals were, and still are, the creation of a democratic government based on egalitarianism. 76. We failed to take a correct line. There were heated arguments that took place at the party's Central Committee meetings between those who, on the one hand, felt and forcefully argued that we should pack up our political bags and go home, not to register our party, but to campaign for the national democratic revolution and to popularize our party program among the toiling masses, and, on the other hand, those who strongly felt that we should not participate in bourgeois electoral politics. The bottom line is that, we finally decided not to go home, not to participate in the bourgeois parliamentary elections and not to register our party as an official left-wing opposition party. In short, we stepped aside to let history pass by. To justify our position, we issued 2 pamphlets, Kenya Democracy Plank and the Mwakenya Stand, and secretly shipped hundreds of them to the Home Front Center for distribution amongst the popular masses and party members. We only found out later that the documents were never distributed, since there was no organization to carry out the task. Instead of doing political work, Mwangithuo and Warriori Imaenge were in the bar lavishing. It was also found out later that there were 0 cadres recruited, but Mwangi and Warriori would send letters and reports to the party central secretariat claiming that they had more than 100 cadres in the party and had established new party cells in Nairobi and other major towns in the country and would demand more money for the recruitment project, food, rent, and transport. During the Mau Mau movement, cadres who were involved in embezzlement and diversion of party funds or in politics of falsification were liquidated once they were discovered. At any event, did the party leadership take a correct line by refusing to participate in the bourgeois parliamentary politics? Was it ideologically and strategically correct to abandon the democratic movement that our party had given birth to, leaving it to the reactionary, pro-imperialist bourgeois parties and their NGO allies? After rigorously studying our party documents, will the next generation of Kenyan revolutionaries dismiss us as left-wing doctrinaires and dump our party documents into the garbage can of history? Looking back now, our refusal to participate. 77. In electoral politics only isolated our party from the great majority of our people, confused and disoriented the party cadres, members, supporters, and sympathizers, and made it easier for national reactionaries, liberal compromisers, NGOist flunkies and other pro-imperialist elements to take over the democratic movement and use it to push their bourgeois, pro-imperialist agenda. Lenin forcefully argues, when the opportunity arises and the struggle has not reached the stage of armed confrontation, the revolutionary party of the working class is obliged to make use of bourgeois parliament in order to become better organized to build a firm foundation among the working class, and progressive petty bourgeoisie, to unite its forces for overthrow of the bourgeois state. If the proletarian party rejects parliamentary politics, it isolates itself, it restricts its opportunities, and it paralyzes the revolutionary process and makes the struggle for national liberation more difficult, if not impossible. Only after the bourgeois parliament is weakened by its contradictions, the proletarian party can now organize its forces for the armed struggle. Again Lenin explains. A party which shuts itself up in its own shell, isolates itself from the masses, and loses, or even relaxes, its connections which its class is bound to lose the confidence and support of the masses, and, consequently, is surely bound to perish. It is a fact of history that the proletarian center cannot tail in the wake of the revolutionary process and seriously call itself a communist vanguard party. The DAR liquidator clique expelled. Despite the reorganization of the party and its organs, the DAR center violated, on several counts, its assigned role of coordinating activities between the central authority and the home front. In the first place, the DAR center, without consulting the Central Secretariat, continued issuing reckless, anti-Moi pamphlets, publicly attacking other externally based 78 Kenyan democratic organizations and individuals, misleading the party cadres and misrepresenting the party to friendly foreign embassies, fraternal organizations, and friends. Second, the DAR center had a history of corruption and prevarication. This included, a. embezzlement and diversion of party funds, b. nepotism and extensive dependence on money for political work, c. lack of accountability of expenditure, fake investments and conduits for funds, d. lavish living, prostitution and heavy drinking, e. disbursement and extensive misuse of funds, and f. practice of the politics of deception and falsification. Third, the Center General Secretary Kanyua and his accomplice Kaibesha behaved like common sergeant majors when dealing with the rank-and-file members of the party. Cadres and members who opposed their undemocratic practices, deviations, and corruption were expelled from the party. Others, frustrated by the deviation line taken by the center leadership, cancelled their party membership and walked away, never to return. As a result, the party membership in DAR Center shrank from 20 in 1987 to 3 in 1990. In spite of the decline of membership, the center leaders continued to claim a large membership. Like their home front accomplices, they would send fake names of members to the Central Secretariat and demand more money for running the center. This devious and reactionary trend was not discovered until 1991, and by then, it was too late to repair the damage done to the party or cure the psychological pain inflicted on many comrades by the reactionary clique. In concrete terms, the rule of the party was, and still is, that one should not tell lies or distort the truth, that one should respect other comrades, that one should not mislead the people of Kenya, and that one should not use the party as a vehicle for self-enrichment. Whilst it would be untrue and dishonest to suggest that the DAR clique in any way was on the payroll of the enemy, the information the clique printed and publicly distributed without consulting the central authority was rather disturbing. For instance, on July 1, 1990, the DAR clique printed a leaflet, "Moi must be overthrown violently," and secretly distributed it in Kenya and to foreign embassies in Dar es Salaam, including the Embassy of the United States. The leaflet was nothing but demagoguery, posturing, and 79. Ultra-left phraseology. Again on July 17, 1990, without authorization, the DAR ultra-left clique, with the collaboration of the Home Front leadership, printed and distributed another leaflet in Nairobi, entitled, "JT is Armed Insurrection." The leaflet, which had no support of the working class in the city or the country at large, called the unarmed and unorganized population to kill government security forces, despite the fact that between the people and the government stood the army of the dictator, armed with the best weapons supplied by the NATO countries. In brief, the leaflet reads: "Attack the enemy using stones, bows and arrows, pangas and semis, guns and petrol bombs, kill chiefs, KANU youth wingers, special branch and SID officers. Grab by force their guns, seize military hardware and equipment from security forces to be used by our armed groups, confront authorities everywhere and make towns and country ungovernable. Defy all orders and directives from the government officials. Further defying the authority of the Central Committee, the DAR clique in August 1991 printed and distributed another pamphlet, entitled, Mwakenya, which was intended to create sectarianism and factionalism within the party and disunite the externally based Kenyan anti-imperialist front. The pamphlet leveled an unprincipled attack on some progressive and patriotic Kenyans living in exile, dismissing them as reactionaries who are alienated from the political realities of our country. Simultaneously, it tried to devalue the Mau Mau movement by claiming that it lacks scientific revolutionary theory, organization, and leadership. Moreover, its claim that Mwakenya was the organ of the defense forces of Mwakenya was a complete fallacy. The party did not have such a component. These ultra-leftist tactics not only isolated the party from the progressive petty bourgeoisie, workers, and peasants, it also undermined inter-party secrecy, unity, and discipline, made it hard for cadres do the party work in the country, exposed the internal weaknesses of the party and made the work of dictator Mwa's secret police easier. Further, it made it very difficult to convince many of our supporters, friends, and the people of Kenya in general that the party was not infiltrated by dictator Mwa's secret police. Indeed, the language of violence used by the DAR clique helped the dictator to justify his bestial cruelty against the captured Mwakenya terrorists and Marxists and to harass and terrorize the working class people in their homes and on city streets. This resulted in strengthening the neo-colonial regime and its imperialist allies, even as it weakened the anti-imperialist, democratic movement. In October 1991, the DAR liquidator clique was expelled from the party and the center was closed down. After the expulsion of the DAR clique, the Central Committee found out that the Home Front leadership was not only a replica of the DAR clique, but its caricature. The Home Front leadership, like the DAR clique, thrived on falsehood, corruption, deception, debauchery, and prostitution. To avoid being investigated by the party leadership for their showy style of life and the extensive misuse of the party funds, Mwangi and Weruyuri cancelled their party memberships, refused to hand over party documents and files, closed down the party business, divided the cash and the remaining stock among themselves and disappeared, leaving the party within the country in such a deplorable state, that to rebuild it was an immensely difficult task. Revival and rejuvenation of Home Front, 1992 to 1996. The party, within the country was restored to the ideological path and methods of the parent body, the December 12 movement, after the expulsion of the DAR clique and the cancellation of the party memberships by Mwangi and Weruyuri. This was followed by the appointment of Karami Nduthu the national coordinator of the Home Front. Under Karami's leadership, the party inside the country was revived and rejuvenated, the communications between the Home Center and the Central Secretariat was increasingly improved, the recruitment of new members was intensified, old party cells were revived and restructured, and new party centers were constructed in Nairobi shanty towns and in the rural areas of the Rift Valley and central Kenya. In a report Karami sent to the party Central Secretariat. 81. In August 1995, he pointed out that, to grow we must recruit. We must bring new blood in the organization. It is therefore the duty and responsibility of every member to bring a new member in the organization. Some members don't recruit because they don't think that is their jobs. This elitist behavior must be stopped. We must have two types of membership, core membership and general membership. The core membership should always be strong, committed and ideologically clear, it is the engine of MK. General membership is our training ground for party cadres. The masses are the sea where we fish for new members. Karami made political education the centerpiece of the party program. Constantly, he urged party cadres to combine theory and practice in their political work, to read and understand the history of our people and the geography of our country and to comprehend the global politics. He pointed out that in order to bring about the revolution there must be an ideological leadership at its center. Simultaneously, he insisted that before a new recruit was made a full member of the party, he must read and clearly understand the 7 fundamental goals and objectives of MK as defined in its draft minimum program, pages 21 to 25. In order to understand Mwakenya's stance on the electoral politics and multi-party system, he organized weekend study sessions of the party cadres to read, discuss, and analyze party documents. Since Marxism-Leninism-Maoism is the most scientific and revolutionary truth, Karami instructed party cadres to read Marxist books, particularly the works of Marx, Lenin, Mao, Che, Castro, and Cabral. On the issue of coalition and alliance, Karami argued that we have to form a united front with other Kenyan progressive and patriotic organizations and movements in order to defeat Maoism and to neutralize the reactionary opposition parties and the imperialist-sponsored human rights organizations. But we can only form a united front with other Kenyan progressive movements if we are strong. 82. To define and defend our party's ideological tactics and strategies, otherwise we would lose our ideological identity and character and compromise our basic program. We have made it very clear that our party will never change its color, it will remain red. Correspondingly, Karami stressed the importance of discipline and secrecy, respect and honesty, collective responsibility and moral cultivation of the party member, self-sacrifice and hard work in the party. He vehemently opposed the extensive dependence on money for political work and the misuse of party funds, nepotism and ethnic politics. In fact, during Karami's leadership, corruption, prostitution, debauchery, and prevarication in the party were things of the past. Apart from rebuilding the party, Karami was compiling reports for the party on the government-sponsored ethnic violence in the Rift Valley and on the strikes by tea farmers, protesting the failure of the regime to remit their pay for the crop. In addition, he was doing research on the role of women in Kenya's War of Independence, for which he had been commissioned by the Mau Mau Research Center in the United States, and was working full-time as the Secretary General of the Release of Political Prisoners, a human rights organization. Without exaggeration, he was the most active cadre of the party in the country, and his courage was second to none. His passion, his commitment and dedication, his energy and courage, deepened the party's revolutionary spirit. However, his movement and activity did not escape the evil eye of the dictator's secret police. On March 7, 1996, he wrote to Maina Kĩnyat in the United States. Recently, the secret police have been following me. I think they want to harass me to weaken my resolve. It is certainly psychological warfare. I suspect the regime has never forgiven me for my MK membership. They know that I have always stood firmly behind the party's agenda, a clear focus, and a courageous membership that is always ready to confront the regime over human and democratic rights. They can follow me as much as they want, but they underestimate me if they think they can intimidate me and force me. 83. To abandon the struggle for democracy and social justice. But let this not worry you, I can handle it. These were Karami's last words. On March 23, 1996 at midnight, they came for him, broke his apartment door, went straight to his bedroom and savagely struck him on the head with an iron bar while asleep. He did not have a chance to defend himself. It was a painful death. They took nothing from his apartment. As the killers were leaving, with Karami's blood dripping from their hands, they told a neighbor who witnessed the monstrous killing that they had to kill Karami because he was an enemy of dictator Moi and the government. These savage monsters are still at large, working in the police department, their wages paid from Kenyan taxpayers' money. Karami's death was enormously felt in the entire anti-imperialist movement in Kenya. Many painful tears were shed. By killing Karami, the enemy robbed the party of one of its most active, committed, and courageous cadres. He was preparing to go abroad to study the science of guerrilla warfare and the philosophy of dialectical materialism when the enemy assassinated him. Karami and Duthu, A Life in the Struggle, published by the party in 1998, is a celebration of the immortality of Karume's selfless dedication and the strongly held convictions of this truly remarkable Kenyan patriot. Kenyan revolutionary youth should read this book. Karume Lives. The death of Karume was followed by the resignation of Al-Amin Mazrui from the party. In a brief note he sent to the party Central Secretariat, Al-Amin stated that he was unable to devote any time to the party duties because of his heavy academic responsibility. Shortly after that, he joined the Kenya Human Rights Commission. Njenga Wajikanga, MK representative in Sweden, replaced Al-Amin in the party Central Committee. Simultaneously, he was appointed the party finance secretary. In 2000 a new, youthful leadership was elected to the Central Committee. The change of the leadership injected youthful blood into the party leadership and gave the party fresh oxygen. Parallel with that, the name of the party was changed. 84. To Mwakenya December 12 movement so as to reflect correctly the history, continuity, and the mainstreams that have gone into making it. It is important to mention here that the change of the party leadership witnessed the resignation of Abdilatif Abdallah and Shiraz Durrani from the party. According to Chateaubriand, there are men associated with every phase of a revolution, some follow it through to the end, and others begin it but do not finish it. The path to power. The Moikano repressive regime, which for years bragged that it would rule the country for the next 100 years, was finally removed from power by the people through electoral politics in 2002. The people elected Mwai Kibaki, a spineless, center-right bourgeois politician, to run the Second Republic. Kibaki took over the government when everyone in the country was scared and worried. The future of our country looked bleak. The economy was imploding. Harvests were catastrophic and nationwide peasants and pastoralists were starving and dying. There was no jobs for millions of the working people and the corruption was the official policy of the ruling class, while poverty and misery were rampart among the great majority of our people. On top of that, the ethnic politics was on the rise and reactionary politicians were calling for war against the enemy tribe, whilst Moi and his men were conducting ethnic cleansing in the Rift Valley region. Yet the eyes were on the new president. He would turn the country around, the people said. The people expected that the Kibaki administration would put the country out of its economic crisis, initiate land reform, create jobs for the working class, arrest and imprison dictator Moi and his cronies for looting the country's wealth, order the arrest of corrupt politicians and have them imprisoned, overhaul the corrupt state bureaucracy, provide clean water and health care to the people, combat foreign domination and, most significantly, empower the people by giving the country back to them. This did not happen, and the people nationwide were angered, they felt. 85. Betrayed. At the same time, the ethnic struggles for seats in parliament and state house have been intensified, ethnic hatred and backward politics escalated and the contradictions among the right-wing, ethnic political parties dangerously sharpened. But as these backward, ethnic struggles for power intensify, as the bourgeois contradictions become more apparent, it will become more succinctly clear that nothing has changed in Kenya since the removal of dictator Moi from the State House. Nothing is new. So long as any of the right-wing political parties occupy leading positions in Parliament and the State House, so long as their ideological outlook holds political leadership, the fundamental interests of the Kenyan working people will be increasingly compromised, and betrayed. What's more, the country, particularly the Kenyan economy, will remain under the imperialist tyranny of Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Trade Organization. Fundamental changes are what our people are demanding, not handouts from the imperialist democracies. They want revolution and not imperialist, neo-colonial democracy. On balance then, the Mwakenya DTM leadership believes that only a truly revolutionary democratic system controlled by Kenyans, guided by MLM and guarded by a proletarian army can bring fundamental changes in the country, liberate the people from foreign domination and national oppression, overhaul the corrupt neo-colonial system, combat ethnic and chauvinist nationalism, and establish an egalitarian system. This means class warfare. We, the people, must be prepared. 86. Part 2. 87. WPK/DTM Documents, 1974 to 1985. Some men are more dangerous dead than alive, even when those who fear them cut the hands from their corpses, burn their bodies and hide their ashes. Fidel Castro. 88. The First Conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists, Nairobi, 1974. Nairobi on December 22 to 23, 1974. The following delegates were present: Comrade Kamau, Comrade Kiprono, Comrade Mako, Comrade Aching, and Comrade Wasage. Comrade Kamau chaired the meeting. After vigorous discussion of the neocolonialist oppression imposed upon the Kenyan people by the imperialists through a handful of lackeys and the glorious history of the Kenyan people's struggle against colonialism and imperialism, the conference made the following resolutions and recommendations. First Conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists was held in I. Setting up a proletarian center. After an analysis of world revolutions, in general, and the Kenyan people's struggle for freedom in particular, the conference came to the conclusion that emancipation from imperialism was impossible under the bourgeoisie. It hailed the national democratic revolution begun by the Kenyan people after the Second World War and condemned the Kenyan neocolonial rulers for betraying the people. The conference concluded that the NDR could only be completed by the proletariat, led by its own party, in alliance with the peasantry, and with the support of other revolutionary sections of the people. The experience of the delegates also pointed to the necessity for a center to coordinate the movement against the imperialists and their local agents. 89. The First Conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists, therefore, resolved to set up a proletarian center to be called the Workers' Party of Kenya. The conference resolved that Comrade Kamau, Comrade Aching, Comrade Wasage, Comrade Kiprono, and Comrade Mako be made full members of the WPK because of their rich experience in proletarian political work. The conference further resolved that the above-mentioned 5 comrades be members of the party's Central Committee. Comrade Wasage was elected interim chairperson of the Central Committee, Comrade Kamua, the General Secretary, and Comrade Mako, the party treasurer. The conference resolved to defer other nominations for membership and candidate membership to the first meeting of the Central Committee. 2. Constitution. The First Conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists discussed the draft constitution of the WPK and, after some amendments, recommended it for adoption. The conference resolved that the word communist should be avoided in mass propaganda because bourgeois propaganda has distorted its meaning and it creates a negative response among the middle class and backward sections of the working class. But the conference stressed that the party should never deny that its ideology is communist. If party members or candidate members captured by the neocolonial security agents, should fearlessly declare their commitment to communism and loyalty to the WPK without betraying the party's secrets. 3. Membership. The First Conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists recommended that members of party units to be placed in one of 4 categories: A supporter of the party should be a progressive person who sympathizes with the aims of the party and does not engage in such action as would be prejudicial to the party. 90. B. Friend. A friend of the party should have, in addition to the above, participated actively in promoting the party's aims. Wherever a specific party unit has engaged in mass work, a friend of the party should also have participated in such work. C. Candidate member. A candidate member of the party should have worked actively in setting up and expanding a party unit. His commitment to communism should have been proved in the courage of this activity. He should have shown willingness and ability to work under communist discipline. He must be a member of one of the party organizations. D. Member. A member of the party should have served at least a year as a candidate member. His commitment to communism and loyalty to the party should be beyond question. He should be capable of applying the party's general line to specific concrete conditions without the necessity of constant supervision. The first conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists noted that candidate members and party members should both be subject to the conditions for membership laid down in the party's constitution. The conference further recommended that only full members should be given the right to vote and the right of access to the contents of all party documents. Candidate members should have no right to vote, but should have restricted access to documents at the discretion of the Central Committee. Both candidate members and party members should pay monthly dues. The conference recommended that these should be at least 5% of net revenue. The conference delegates recommended that such dues should be waived or reduced in specific cases where a candidate member or member is unable to pay them. 4. Setting up a party organization. The first conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists recommended the setting up of party branches. The delegates also discussed and resolved to set up units through study groups based on specific concrete conditions. SI. The conference analyzed the classes in Kenya and resolved that an investigation be carried out into the working and living conditions of the following sections of the people, as a first step towards mobilization of the revolutionary elements in Kenya: workers on tea, sisal, sugar, coffee and pineapple plantations, forest workers and rural intellectuals. The FCKML concluded that these sections represented the points at which the bourgeoisie was weakest and, therefore, most vulnerable to attack. The conference decided that while some sections of the people were receptive to revolutionary propaganda, conditions were as yet unfavorable for their mobilization. The conference worked out specific mobilization tasks for the immediate future. The tasks included: A. Recruitment of new members, B. Set up a party center in every province, and C. Constructing underground party headquarters in Nairobi. V. Propaganda. The FCKML resolved on printing arrangements for the production of party propaganda. It recommended that an internal newspaper be produced as soon as possible. It recommended that the Central Committee discuss the question of an external newspaper when the party had developed to a level where underground distribution became possible or the political situation changed so that a newspaper could be distributed openly. Further, it recommended that, in the meantime, party branches carry out propaganda among units under them and that leaflets be used for this purpose. The FCKML also recommended that the Central Committee arrange for the production of documents, which could be used as a basis for discussion and mobilization in the party's study groups. 6. Working documents. The first conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists discussed the following working documents. 92. The need for a proletarian party. The nature of a proletarian party. The ideological nature of our party. The need to combat revisionism. Outline of social classes of Kenya. Guideline on Cell-Formation Mixrp. All the documents were recommended for adoption as party documents for distribution to candidate members and members. Documents are not included in this volume because they were eaten by termites in underground party archives. 7. Secrecy. The first conference of Kenyan Marxist-Leninists resolved that conditions were not ripe for publicizing the formation of the Workers' Party of Kenya. It, therefore, resolved that the existence of the party be made known only to candidate members and party leadership until the Central Committee decided otherwise. 8. Adoption of the minutes. The FCKML resolved that the documents and minutes containing resolutions and recommendations of the conference should be brought up at the first meeting of the Central Committee for approval. The documents and minutes containing the conference resolutions and recommendations were approved by the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Kenya at a meeting on February 1, 1975. Note: to avoid being identified by the secret police, those who attended the conference used cover names: Comrade Kamau, Comrade Kiprono, Comrade Mako, Comrade Aching, and Comrade Wasage. 93. Constitution of the Workers' Party of Kenya. December, 1974. General line of the Workers' Party of Kenya. The Workers' Party of Kenya is the political party of the Kenyan proletariat. The basic program of the WPK is the complete overthrow of the neocolonial regime and its exploiting classes, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in place of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and the triumph of socialism over capitalism. The ultimate aim of the party is the realization of a classless society, a communist society. The WPK is composed of the advanced elements of the proletariat and other revolutionary elements in society. It is a rigorous vanguard organization leading the proletariat and the revolutionary masses in the fight against the class enemy. The independence for which our people shed blood has been betrayed by a handful of compradors that now oppress every section of our society. They are responsible for the increasing rape of our resources by the imperialists. They have enabled the imperialists to make huge profits by keeping down the wages of workers. They have imposed considerable hardship and misery on the peasantry by letting them suffer the brunt of imperialist-induced inflation. They have further oppressed the peasants directly by seizure of their land, leaving many of them landless. The manipulation 94 of cooperatives, that are only beneficial to the bourgeoisie, and forced donations to various projects, from which the money is drained off and solely used for the benefit of the ruling compradors and their imperialist allies, is not what will save the Kenyan working people and their need to rid itself of neocolonial exploitation and oppression. The immediate task of the WPK is therefore to complete the national democratic revolution, which the compradors betrayed. To achieve this, the WPK will mobilize and unite with all anti-imperialist forces in the country and abroad. The compradors have deliberately sharpened contradictions among the people in order to carry out their exploitation. Our people have been divided into nationalities, gender, races, and regionally, in order to hide the economic contradiction, which is the principal contradiction in our country. The WPK opposes all attempts to create such divisions. Our people have a common enemy in the imperialists and their agents in Kenya. The party's task is to unite revolutionary and progressive elements into the movement and lead the struggle against all forms of exploitation, if a national democratic revolution is to ever come to fruition. The WPK upholds proletarian internationalism, it firmly unites with genuine Marxist-Leninist parties and groups the world over, unites with the proletariat, the oppressed people and nations of the whole world, and fights together with them to overthrow imperialism headed by the United States as well as modern revisionism with the Soviet revisionist renegade clique as its center, and the reactionaries of all countries, and the abolishment of the system of exploitation of human by human around the globe. Our goal is the emancipation of all humanity. Members of the WPK, who dedicate their lives to the struggle for a classless society, must be resolute, fear no sacrifice, and surmount every difficulty to win victory. For this fundamental aim, the WPK is constituted and has established the basic rules of its organization in the following Constitution. 95. Name. Article I. The name of party shall be the Workers' Party of Kenya. Membership. Article 2. Any Kenyan worker, poor peasant, lower middle peasant, petty bourgeois revolutionary intellectual, or other revolutionary element who has reached the age of 18 and accepts the constitution of the party, joins a party organization and works actively in it, carries out the party's decisions, observes party discipline and pays membership dues, may become a member of the Workers' Party of Kenya. Before an applicant is considered for party membership, he/she should have worked, at least 1 year as a candidate member of the party, supported the party financially, and belonged to one of its organizations. Article I. Applicants for party membership, or candidate membership, must go through a highly selective procedure for admission, individually. An applicant must be recommended by a member of the Central Committee and be examined by a representative of the CC, who must seek the opinions of the masses whenever possible. An applicant's application is subject to acceptance by the party branch and approval by the Central Committee. Article 4. Members and candidate members of the WPK must a. Study and apply Marxism-Leninism-Maoism in a living way. b. Work for the interests of the majority of the people of Kenya and the rest of the world. c. Be able to unite with the great majority of our people on a principled basis. d. Consult with the masses when matters arise. e. Be bold in making criticism and self-criticism. Article V. When party or candidate members violate party discipline, The party organization at the level concerned shall, within its functions, 96. And powers and on the merits of each case, take appropriate disciplinary measures warning, serious warning, removal from the posts in the party, placing on probation within the party, or expulsion from the party, and, where necessary, each matter shall be taken up by the Central Committee. The period for which a party or candidate member is placed on probation shall not exceed 6 months. During this period he/she has no right to vote or elect or be elected. If a party or candidate member asks to withdraw from the party branch concerned shall remove his name from the party roster and report the matter to the Central Committee after ascertaining the legitimacy, or lack thereof, of the withdrawal. Proven renegades, enemy agents, and opportunist elements must be cleared out of the party and not be readmitted under any circumstances, once such has been proven. Organizational Principle. Article 6. The organizational principle of the party is democratic centralism. This principle combines centralized leadership and the greatest degree of discipline with the fullest discussion and struggle over line and policy within the party and the selection and political supervision of party members on the basis of MLM. The leading bodies of the party, at all levels, are elected through democratic consultation. The whole party must observe unified discipline. The individual is subordinate to the organization, the minority is subordinate to the majority, the lower level is subordinate to the higher level, and the entire party is subordinate to the National Party Congress or to the Central Committee chosen by it when this party Congress is not in session. Party members have the right to criticize party organizations and leading members at all levels and make proposals to them. However, such criticism should be voiced, or documented, only within the party through proper channels. No party matters shall be disclosed to non-party members. Leading members of the party have the responsibility to ensure that all such criticisms are considered carefully and, where true, mistakes rectified. 97. It is essential to create a political climate in which there are centralism and democracy, discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. Article 7. The leading bodies of party organizations at various levels are membership meetings of the party branches at these respective levels. When these cannot be held, the working committee elected by them has the authority to make party decisions. Meeting concerns, between party branches, are subject to approval by the Central Committee. Central organs. Article 8. The highest leading body of the party is the National Party Congress, which is authorized to make political and organizational decisions that are based upon the entire party and its membership. When it is not in session, the Central Committee, chosen by it, has the authority to make party decisions and lead the party. Regular National Party Congress shall be held every 5 years. Under special circumstances it may be postponed or convened before it is due. The National Party Congress delegates are chosen by their respective units under the careful guidance of the party. The following powers and functions are assigned to the National Party Congress: e. to hear and examine the reports of the Central Committee and central organs. e. to determine the party's line and policy. e. to amend the party constitution. e. to elect the Central Committee members. Article 9. Between National Party Congress, the Central Committee is the highest authority of the party, representing the party as a whole, and as such has the authority to make decisions and take actions necessary for the welfare of the entire party and to act upon all problems and developments occurring between the National Party Congress. Furthermore, it is 98. Responsible for the enforcement of the Constitution and execution of the general line adopted by the National Party Congress. The decisions of the Central Committee shall be binding on all party branches, organizations, and members. Primary organizations of the party. Article X. Party branches must hold high the great red banner of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, give prominence to proletarian politics, and develop the style of integrating theory with practice, maintaining close ties with the masses of the people, and practicing criticism and self-criticism. Their main tasks are: 1. To lead the proletariat in alliance with the peasantry and revolutionary and progressive sections of the people in the struggle against exploitation and for socialism. 2. To give constant education to the party members and the broad revolutionary masses concerning class struggle, and lead them in fighting resolutely against the class enemy. 3. To propagate and carry out the policy of the party, implement its decisions, and fulfill every task assigned by the party. 4. To maintain close ties with the masses, constantly listen to their opinions and demands, and wage an active ideological struggle within the party so as to keep the party life rigorous. 5. To take in new party members, enforce party discipline, and constantly consolidate the party organizations. Party and mass organizations. Article 11. A party member working in mass organizations, trade unions, cooperative society, community or professional associations, etc. must promote and strengthen the unity of workers and peasantry, distribute party literature and should not compromise the party ideological line. 99. Authority. Article 12. The Workers' Party of Kenya and its organizations and branches are not responsible for any expressions of political opinion, written or verbal, except such as issued by the authority and approval of the National Party Congress. 100. The need for a proletarian party. February 1, 1975. We have agreed on the need to set up a central organization of Marxist-Leninist Maoists to lead the Kenyan revolution. But what sort of an organization should we build, which will survive all attempts of the bourgeoisie to destroy it, while mobilizing the revolutionary and progressive sections of our people around it? Historical experience shows clearly that the organization must be a communist party constructed on Marxist-Leninist Maoist line. This party must conform to several basic principles. Firstly, it must be a party of the proletariat, prepared to lead the proletariat in alliance with the peasantry and other revolutionary sections of our people in seizing power from the bourgeoisie and creating a socialist and, ultimately, a classless society. Secondly, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism should guide the party in all its policies and actions. Its basic program should be of MLM revolution. This program should be based on the concrete conditions of our country and not on mere dogma picked up from books. But the party should be prepared to learn from, and apply, the experience of other revolutionary movements. We should remember that only a party which has a truly revolutionary theory based on the conditions in Kenya will be able to lead the Kenyan revolution to victory. 101. Thirdly, the party of the proletariat must also have a method of work that is Marxist-Leninist-Maoist. It should practice the mass line by maintaining links with the revolutionary masses, learning from them and serving them, and it should adopt an internal policy of criticism and self-criticism by which it corrects wrong tendencies and exposes alien class elements within itself. Fourthly, the party should integrate theory with practice. Its theory should be based on a summing up of practice and should be tested in practice. Thus, if a theory is incorrect, practice will show this and the party will be able to correct its policies and develop the revolution to a higher stage. On no account should the party be built on the basis of intellectual theories formulated in isolation from the historical reality of our society. It is only the party built on the basis of integrating theory with practice that it will be able to mobilize the advanced sections of the proletariat and earn the trust of the broad masses of the people. Fifthly, the party must have a program of political action on which tactics can be based. The program must set out the changing immediate tasks in the context of constant long-term aims. In this way, a consistently revolutionary line will be maintained and the danger of an opportunistic short-term outlook will be lessened. If we maintain a constant revolutionary line, the broad masses of the people are bound to be attracted to the party because it will be the only organization standing like a rock in the stormy seas of class struggle. Sixthly, the party's actions should be based on MLM analysis and its methods of class struggle be determined by this analysis. The party must struggle against all opportunistic theories within itself and outside, which threaten to divert the revolutionary movement. This truth has been borne out by the experience of all communist parties. While engaging in struggle against opportunism, however, the party should be careful not to succumb to ultra-left tendencies and doctrinarism. Criticism should be based on the stage of revolution, and its purpose should be to advance the revolution, not to establish party members as experts on Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. Seventhly, the party should train its members to make the revolution their very life and subordinate their interests to those of the revolution. Members 102 should be trained to regard the party as supreme and to put the interests of the party and the masses above those of any individual. They should be trained to wage a tireless struggle against incorrect ideas and actions. Only then will the party be able to lead the revolutionary masses while serving them and not become an overlord over them. Lastly, the party of the proletariat should be prepared to seize power from the comprador bourgeoisie whenever the opportunity occurs. Lenin said on the matter. J continued to maintain that any political party generally, and the party of the advanced class in particular, would forfeit its right to exist, would be unworthy of being regarded as a party, would be a wretched cipher in all respects, were it to refuse to assume power when it had the opportunity to do so. Comrades, these are basic principles that a party of the proletariat has to conform to if it is to lead the revolution successfully. Let us build the party along these lines, and the comprador bourgeoisie and their imperialist allies will never be able to stop the revolution. 103. The nature of a proletarian party. February 1, 1975. Is organized on the principles of democratic centralism. Democratic centralism is fundamentally aimed and intended to combine the fullest discussion of and struggle over the party's ideological line, with firmest and most disciplined implementation of that line. In essence, the principles of democratic centralism include, first and foremost, the subordination of the individual to the party as a whole, of lower party levels to higher ones, and, finally, of the entire party and its organizations to the National Party Congress, or to the Central Committee chosen by the National Congress, when it is not in session. IC Workers' Party of Kenya is a Leninist vanguard party. A centralized party, organizationally tight while flexible and supple, is absolutely necessary if we are to carry through the national democratic revolution. But remember, democratic centralism embodies and reflects more than just the political necessity facing the party and oppressed millions of our people. It also reflects the MLM theory of knowledge and understanding, and the correct relation between knowing and doing. It must be based on historical reality of our country. If this is downplayed or incorrectly interpreted, understood, or applied, the political and ideological character of our party will change and eventually will be turned into a bourgeois party. Our ability to combat opportunists and crooks, liberals and reactionaries, pretenders and agents provocateurs, to recruit the most. 104. Progressive and advanced Kenyans, to formulate and implement a correct line based on our party constitution, pivots on our party's democratic centralist form of organization. Our party must concentrate and correctly synthesize the experience gained by the membership overall in struggle, in other aspects of practical work among the masses, and in the theoretical struggle within and outside the party. Its organizational structure must serve that process. This is the key in enabling our party as a whole to forge a political and ideological line reflecting our anti-imperialist, anti-neocolonial stance. It is for this fundamental purpose that inter-party democracy and struggle over the correct line are encouraged. Democratic centralism therefore is a means for developing the most correct possible concentration of the broadest experience and struggle, and a correct political line which to guide the party cadres. Such democracy is dialectically linked to party discipline, secrecy, and commitment. Once the line is collectively determined, the party's cadres must unite as tightly as possible in carrying it out, and this is for two basic reasons. First, because the struggle in which we are involved is deadly serious, and once a particular initiative is decided upon by the party, steel-like unity and courage are necessary to see it through. More fundamentally, centralism is necessary to give the party ideological direction and discipline, to combat liberalism among the membership and within the party leadership. In other words, the centralized leadership of the party is necessary to really making the party line a material force and deepening and developing its ideological line. Through this process, democracy and centralism are not walled off from each other. There is democracy in centralism and centralism is democracy. The party ideological line is the key link in their strength, interpenetration and mutual transformation. For instance, struggle over line throughout the party. An aspect of democracy cannot be anarchic but must itself be led, if it is to actually contribute to developing and deepening an ideological line of the party. There has to be central guidance within the party to figure out what path to take, what the terms of the struggle are, where knowledge must be advanced to deepen the ideological line without. 105. Consistently and constantly summing up experience gained from applying that line to practice through its cadres. The new line must collectively be discussed and accepted by the majority in the party. Fundamentally, this takes on a concentrated expression in the dialectical relationship between higher and lower levels of the party and the principles of top-down leadership. While the basic units/cells of the party are critical to the overall formulation and implementation of the line, no single unit/cell can develop or formulate the overall line. That is the responsibility of the Central Committee. The CC is dialectically linked to the ideological development of the party cells and branches. We believe that collective, concentrated party leadership based on democracy and comradeship gives the party strength. It also prevents the party goal from being derailed or betrayed by opportunists, reactionaries, turncoats, or sheer human weakness of the party cadres. The central bodies of the party are most able to develop a correct line not only because their members are most advanced ideologically, and not only because the division of labor within the party demands that they devote more time to studying major theoretical and political questions, but also because the party's highest bodies are in a position to synthesize and sum up the experience of the entire party. The line struggled out there and within the party concentrates the struggle at every level on the highest possible plane. Here then is the ideological basis for the subordination of lower to higher levels. At the same time, none of this guarantees that the party leadership will always be correct. That too would provide a mechanical view in which truth could be ensured merely by organizational structure. Obviously, it can't, and there is a danger to create a dictatorship in the party. For that reason, party members when in opposition to the party as a whole and its leadership, are not only allowed to reserve their opinions and appeal to higher bodies, but if convinced of the rightness of their opposition, the urgency of the matter and that an opportunist line has been consolidated, they also have the duty and responsibility to come out and oppose the incorrect line. In fact, going against the tide of an opportunist line and respecting the discipline and 106. Secrecy of the party are themselves dialectically linked. Both are aimed at preserving the correctness of the party line. Both of them form the ideological frame of the party. The basic and underlying principle involved here is the responsibility of every member of the party to pay attention to the party program, to struggle as vigorously as possible for what they understand to be correct, and to carry out that struggle with the object of a deeper party unity and discipline around the correct line, and of hardening the party cadres. Struggle and contradiction are the lifeblood of the party. Mao teaches us that opposition and struggle between ideas of different kinds constantly occur within the party. This is a reflection within the party of contradictions between classes, and between the new and the old in society. If there were no contradictions within the party and no ideological instrument to resolve them, the party's life would wither. In essence, the contradictions between the party and masses, and the INTRA party struggles against subjectivism and sectarianism, push forward the development of the party line throughout its existence and deepen the discipline and commitment of its members. But the ways in which these contradictions express themselves change radically as the struggle is intensified, and when the party seizes state power and becomes the leading force in society as a whole. This is a crucial stage, when every member must be a party watchdog to make sure that the revolution is not derailed, compromised, or betrayed. 107. Guidelines on Cell Formation. March 2, 1975. The primary aim of our work at this stage is to work towards a strong people's organization, to guide and direct the anti-imperialist struggle on a correct line. Cells are an important first stage towards party building. Such cells should be built among workers, peasants, pastoralists and other progressive sections of population. The immediate aim is to propagate correct political orientation, to popularize our party and Marxism-Leninism Maoism and develop proletarian cadres who can carry out revolutionary work in all areas of our country. Membership. The first important requirement is that prospective individuals recognize as a result of their political and conscious experience in our society and their understanding that there is need for revolutionary change in the country if the Kenyan people are to be liberated from the forces of neocolonialism. Such an individual must therefore be basically anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, and patriotic, genuinely committed to change, and willing to take part in committing to change. Thus racists, tribalists, ethnic chauvinists, opportunists, comprador agents, and other reactionary elements in our society cannot be allowed membership. Degenerates and elements hostile to the proletarian revolution must have their membership terminated and physically expelled. Incorrect ideological orientation, lack of clarity on some political issues should not stop a patriotic individual from being considered as long as he has the 108. Honesty to exchange ideas democratically and learn. In no circumstances should an anti-communist be considered. It must be established that the prospective candidate is not a police agent. Individuals who have participated in any leadership or organizational capacity in progressive practical situation, example strike, demonstration, merits consideration if such an individual fulfills the other requirements. In all cases, the particular individual must be such as to be trusted to maintain complete secrecy of organizational and membership details. Recruitment. A member of a party branch having spotted a possible recruit should seek to establish acquaintance and friendship on political basis but simply as individuals. During such period the above-mentioned membership requirements can be established. It will be clear if the individual is reliable or frivolous, if his social practice is compatible with serious political work. Obviously, an individual with such bourgeois excesses as overdrinking and partying, prostituting, male chauvinism and misogyny should be encouraged to transform himself first. The member will report on the prospective candidate and keep the party branch up to date on his/her progress. After a period of at least 4 to 6 months of such observations, the party branch will, after examining the candidate's practice and development, as reported, approve or otherwise. After this, the party branch member concerned will then seek approval in his own cell. The party branch leader, after the approval of his own cell, will forward the name and history of the new recruit to the Central Committee of the party. Leadership. The communist cadre will be the overall leader of the cell or party organization. He must struggle for the party's ideological line and ensure that the cell or branch is subordinate to the party. Through him/her the party can encourage political development of the entire unit and the individuals by ensuring struggle against incorrect and harmful tendencies. He is the model to be emulated by the newer recruits. As such, he/she must lead the entire unit to aspire towards Marxism-Leninism Maoism by first practicing it himself or herself. He must report on all activities, development, and change in the cell or branch to the central organ of the party. The party branch leaders are approved and chosen by the Central Committee. 109. Our history should not be distorted. Education and imperialism. Education and university must serve the majority of Kenyans. A preliminary critique of the university, education, culture, and writers in Kenya, October 20, 1976. Editor's note: this publication was first printed by Ufafidi, Volume 2, Number 2, and serialized by Tanzania's newspaper, The Nationalist. The same document was reproduced by Maji Maji, Number 32. University of Dar es Salaam, January, 1978. Because of its historical importance, we have decided to reprint it in this book. Preface. 1973 and 1975 it gradually occurred to a group of us university students that there was a serious academic disease spreading rapidly in the university lecture rooms, seminar rooms and auditoriums. The carriers of this disease, we felt, were some lecturers and professors who were supposedly educating us and dishing out knowledge to us. The disease they were spreading, under cover of learnedness and academic authority, was definite servility and continuation of foreign, even anti-Kenyan styles and materials. Apparently convinced that the best concepts are foreign ones and only occasionally paying lip service to the initiative and needs of the 110 million other Kenyans, these gentlemen of learning perverted the truth about Kenya's past, present and future potential. Many even announced to us in various classrooms that Kenya's salvation lay in becoming more and more dependent on the imperialist masters because we have no skills, no capital, no wealth. They called this higher education. We knew it was wrong, because it did not agree with what we saw every day with our own eyes in Kenyan society. We asked ourselves many questions, we found out that we were ignorant of the real answers regarding our society's problems. Our 12+ years of education had provided little basis for the real knowledge or truth. We practically had to start from zero. We started during serious investigation as to the nature of the university as an instrument of learning and social development in a neo-colony. We assigned serious work to students both at Nairobi University and Kenyatta University College. We have researched a great deal, we have obviously missed much, especially the innermost secrets that are locked in the imperialist-controlled guard rooms and safes to be made available only to the select, trusted few. We have confined ourselves to published material there for everyone to see and evaluate. We had to restrict our work to local academics and artists and avoid foreign ones because our findings are that the latter are generally outright perpetrators of imperialist thought. One or two may be liberal or even anti-imperialist, but these are the rare exception. Most of the foreign academics, in our experience, are racist in addition to their other imperialist functions. Indeed, some departments are nothing more than an extension of bigger ones in the USA or UK. No research needed. Our concern was the local collaborators. They are more devious, more difficult to grasp, hence they need deeper investigation. It is now clearer to us that under the difficult undemocratic conditions, such as lack of basic freedoms prevailing in Kenya today, most Kenyan academics and artists have, albeit individually, upheld a fairly correct political stance. Others may have minor weakness, but are generally pro-Kenyan. We therefore isolated the extreme ones in order to strengthen the better ones. All along, as is made clear in the introduction, we have used one guideline, Lil, and one standard of judgment: who is the audience? Foreign-oriented or Kenyan-oriented? Who are the main enemies of the Kenyan people? Who are their friends? Where is the dividing line? How do we unite the allies in order to isolate and attack the enemy? We all agreed that we must lay no claim to being objective without purpose. We are partisans. We are shamelessly biased towards the Kenyan people according to above guidelines. Our learned teachers will accuse us of academic infidelity. We have already accused some of them of treason. We have chosen only some sections of learning. Many other areas remain. This is just an example of what we should be doing. These other areas and individuals should be researched and similarly exposed. This is not a private document with rights reserved. Use it, copy it, enlarge on it as long as your aim is clear: to defend Kenyans, to unite them, to expose their enemies, to learn from facts in order to find truth, use truth to help advance the people's cause, to oppose imperialist propaganda disguised as education, to make every single classroom a forum for trying these anti-Kenyan, untouchable academic barons. Introduction. The entire world is in a state of great turmoil. Everywhere one looks on the globe and sees eruptions of mass discontent and social upheaval as people violently fight old corrupt and oppressive orders. In the main, these eruptions Rebellions and revolutions are most intense here in Africa, in Asia, and one Latin America, the neo-colonies. Enraged peoples have militantly risen up, taken up the gun and set about to regain their national destiny, to reshape their history. Vietnam, South Africa, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Congo, Djibouti, Cambodia, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, Namibia, Palestine, Mozambique, and Laos, are a few examples that come to mind. Their principal enemy is the imperialist superpowers, particularly the treacherous U.S. imperialists. Many lessons are to be learned from these glorious victories in the flames of armed national liberation struggles in Indochina and Southern 112. Africa. The greatest lesson is that it is not the one or two imperialist superpowers, aggressors armed to the teeth that matter. Rather it is a determined, united, politically aroused people, no matter how small, no matter how poor. This is now a simple fact of modern history. This fact disturbs imperialists. Mortally scared U.S. imperialist messenger Henry Kissinger and his friends Smith and Vorster frantically dash back and forth to try and buy time, protect their loot and install puppets in order to delay history. Fearlessly, Africans rise up even more fiercely from Umtali to Windhoek to Cape Town, from Pretoria to Soweto through to Salisbury and back again to Soweto, an irresistible and inevitable historical trend. It is in this light, in this context of historic revolutionary change, that our own country, Kenya, must be seen. Kenya is a neo-colonial state. Our tremendous natural wealth, our vast labor might are all completely controlled by an alliance of foreign capitalist interests and their faithful local assistants. This evil alliance is Kenya's #1 enemy. Up to a few years ago, British imperialism was our principal enemy. Due to the rapid decline of British imperialism, U.S. imperialism has taken over control and even assigned warplanes, warship loans, fresh large-scale student airlifts out, and professors and spy airlifts in. All in a grand effort to ensure a permanent lease here. Our prostitute comprador class, anxious to get a little wealth out of it, has jubilantly obliged and even gone out of its way to assist in the takeover, and ensure a happy homecoming for the new imperialist Grand Master. We recognize the need for protection by a strong democratic, friendly power. They shamelessly proclaim. Protection from whom? We ask. Communists are all around us, they want our land. The communist threat, the comprador-controlled newspaper reply. Now the imperialist US, UK, West Germany, France, and Japan rejoice. Their comprador agents are singing their songs and profits are high and rising. Lonro records £12 million net profits. Shell, Esso, InShape, and EA Industries, similarly. Protection from whom? From angry Kenyans tired of landlessness when compradors grab all the land, tired of rising prices and static. 113. Wages, sick of corruption by big government and cabinet officials, tired of unemployment and endless lies about development and progress when all around blatant evidence abounds to show how we are sinking deeper and deeper in wretchedness. Stay calm, love each other, obey the law, the provincial commissioner, the district commissioner, and your chief, contribute everything to Harambee projects, go to church daily, don't rumor monger, leave all politics to us, go back to the land. The compradors repeat and repeat endlessly. In the end, if people angrily rise up, if they speak up, the comprador government jails them on false charges, they are detained, they are killed or tortured brutally in Patrick Shaw's torture chambers. Police and the General Service Unit are unleashed and best to blood entire villages. Today Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Nairobi, Mombasa, etc. are police states, martial law, state of emergency. There is democracy at its best, wisest leadership in Africa. Aren't you happy you are not in Chad or Tanzania? Scream the imperialist-owned comprador newspapers. Only by you staying peaceful and submissive, the imperialist-owned newspapers advise the Kenyans, will foreign investors, foreign tourists, foreign experts bring us wealth and develop to our country, so we have pipelines brimming with oil, smooth roads to nowhere, shiny new skyscrapers filled with big officials, new hotels, new churches, and new exotic religions. This is progress. Foreign investors are welcome. This is what we mean by neocolonialism in Kenya. This is social reality on which this document is based and which forms the basis of reference. This is the point of departure for serious discussion of Kenyan society, especially discussion regarding answers to the following questions. 6. How did we get to this? 7. How shall we get out of it? 114. In order to create confusion regarding the above questions, the British colonialists designed a useless educational system. Their curriculum sought, 1. To isolate educated Kenyans from the rest of the uncivilized population, and 2. To spread lies and falsifications about our history and our future in the form of higher education. After 1963, when the current comprador class took over, they continued the same enemy teaching and called it education. Now the US imperialists have helped them to design new modernized curriculum and provided assistance in the form of books, professors, dormitories, etc. Why? In order to create new diversions and confusion among Kenyans seeking answers to, 1. How did we get to this, and 2. How shall we get out of this? Education is in the realm of ideas thought control. It is an important aspect of a people's culture. As oppressed, occupied people cannot change their condition by using enemy ideas, enemy thought, enemy education, and enemy culture. US imperialists know this and have decided to mount a major onslaught or invasion on the ideas front, i.e., on the cultural front. If they succeed, they think, if we are so confused, misdirected, cowed, and depoliticized, then they hope they won't have to use guns and bullets as in Vietnam to protect their profits and their faithful comprador assistants. Nairobi in 1976 is Saigon in 1962, complete with local NGODM, CAOKY, and Vanthia puppets. That is how the US imperialists have done. Culture, of which education is an inseparable part, is a reflection of the economic and political order. It is dependent on the social order and in return influences the social order. There is no culture or education independent of economic and political situation in a country. In neocolonial Kenya, oppressed and dominated economically, the dominant culture and education is equally neocolonial, dominated by US imperialist culture, but having its own comprador cultural agents. In these oppressive circumstances, what should all genuinely patriotic Kenyan intellectuals be doing? The answer is clear: rejecting. Rejecting in total imperialist culture and miseducation, leading to exposing the lies and 115. Falsehoods, fighting weapon for weapon relentlessly to oppose enemy ideas that keep our people and nation shackled to foreign parasites, representing correctly, militantly, uncompromisingly the objective political, economic, historical, and social realities, representing firmly our people's demands for complete democracy, complete national self-reliance, employment, higher wages, lower prices and rents, an end to imperialist exploitation and oppression. To represent our people's demand for complete democracy is our role as patriotic Kenyan intellectuals. The other part of our role is to create a fighting culture in defense of our country, our future, our national wealth, and our people, a new literature and art of the people. A fighting culture that sings praises of the national struggle of all Kenyan people against foreign domination and against comprador oppression. A culture of our own national forms cherished by the Kenyan people, with a view to promoting national self-respect and self-confidence, enhancing their fighting will and strengthening their conviction of sure victory. To persist against imperialist cultural oppression, to combat ideological infiltration and spiritual subversion, to carry out a long fight against servile, slavish neocolonial culture, which paralyzes the will of the people, drains their self-confidence and leaves them vulnerable. Finally, to take all necessary steps to thoroughly eliminate the harmful influence already wrought. Many people have dared and have stood firm. Much has been disseminated to expose and to urge on. We hail this and happily join hands. We especially hail the 9 university students from Nyeri, Embu, Kirinyaga, Marange, Nyandarua, Nakuru, and Kiambu who as early as 1973 exposed Gema as a Hiimungatai clique of anti-Mau Mau, anti-Kenyan elements, and also Mwanguza for showing the correct nature of KANU and Gema as dangerous pro-imperialist organs. However, we notice that indeed many intellectuals have accepted their imperialist assignments slavishly. Some have stood aloof, indifferent, and sneering while many others have plunged right into defending, spreading and apologizing for imperialism. There are therefore 2 types of intellectual patriotic, revolutionary anti-imperialist ones and the servile, pro-imperialist anti-Kenyan ones. 116. 6 HLUR. We direct most of this document against a few fairly typical representatives of the latter group. They are the foreign agents who have believed the imperialist message written on the baccalaureate degrees. This message reads: "Now dear native, you are educated, very educated. You are at the zenith of achievement. Run fast and leave far behind you the dirt and the mud of the illiterate, the hunger, the disease of your rural unlettered kith. Join the world that we shall allow you into, be comfortable, seek pleasure and fame, be content and never oppose us. Demand from your rural kith the best of life and give nothing in return, instead demand yet more. Remember to insult them, they stink of sweat, mock their suffering, they look sickly and underfed. Deride them for their children, then at the end demand that they worship you, that they respect you and that they seek your learned advice. Then confuse them, hound them, shout them down, impress and awe them, cow them, and make sure they never so much as question your authority or your right to be on their backs or our right to be on all of you. This is the natural order of things, this is human nature, willed by gods and sanctified in both the Bible and the Constitution that we kindly gave you and both of which are protected, along with us, by your wise government. These anti-Kenyan intellectuals serve US imperialists well. They are told that they are the cream of their society. To carry their dairy metaphor further, the majority of Kenyans is therefore skimmed milk, and when capitalism churns the cream a bit, out comes butter that is the fat, greedily big bourgeois that rules with the imperialists. The majority Kenyans is to them manure to thrive on. These anti-Kenyan, pro-imperialist intellectuals who arrogantly declare they must be maintained comfortably, paid highly, and must do little or no useful work to benefit anyone, are the cultural agents of imperialism, our great enemies. Now let us look at what these agents of imperialism write about us in literature and history. 117. Literature. Writing is an important aspect of a people's culture. Stories, poems, plays, essays can very effectively carry messages and redirect thought and hence action. Having defined Kenya's current social reality, our point of departure in looking at Kenyan writing is, who is the audience? This is a fundamental question. For whom is a literary author writing? For what purpose is he writing? Whom does it serve? During British occupation, aspiring Kenyan writers were aping European literature. Their audience was European intellectuals. To be the African James Joyce was the ultimate recognition. Many rejected this and started portraying African situations, patriotic, anti-colonialism and nationalism, and later after 1963 even opposed neo-colonial subordination. This was one type of socially conscious, committed writer. The other type was the opportunist, get famous quick type who found easy employment from foreign anti-African intrigues. For this type, writing was simply on abstraction, uncommitted to reality and requiring complete disengagement from the majority of the people in order to be objective. We have chosen 3 such authors, Taban Loliong, Charles Mangwa, and David Mayua. These 3 individuals represent fairly typically the 2 general forms of dangerous writing in our society: 1. Outright worship of imperialism and fascism by Taban Loliong, and 2. Despondency, sexual vulgarity, aimlessness, unquestioning by Mangwa and Mayua. We shall look at them in that order. Taban Loliong. Taban is the literary version of Ali Mazrui, Gibson Mutiso, and William Oching. He is one of those African intellectuals who bask in the sunshine of the applause they get in the West for constantly abusing themselves and the African people. But Taban, who since 1969 has vomited over 10 volumes of literary exercises denigrating the liberation efforts of millions of African people, has outstripped even the most enthusiastic defenders of imperialism by calling for the end of African people as a race. In his book, The Last Word, he defines the 100% African as the one who has in fact ceased to be African. 118. A racially and culturally mixed person is the universal man, all is in him, he identifies with all, he is kith and kin to all other Homo sapiens. This jadds us to a super Brazil. He will have slant eyes, kinky hair, Roman nose, red Indian nitarentry, democratic folly, dictatorial changeability, Maori tattoos, uses English as a toll for rebuilding Babel Tower. All these will make the 100% African, the descendant of Zinjanthropus, the culturally and racially mixed man of the future. Behind the verbiage is a race death wish, a call for race suicide. He also has a deep hatred of his own father, presumably because his father was not white, or at the very least did not absorb imperialist white culture by going through Gilloo High School, Sir Samuel Barker School, the National Teachers College, Kampala, Harvard University, Knoxville College, and the University of Iowa. So, unlike his son Taban, the old man never read Homer, never appreciated Western abstract art, never listened to classical Western music, and, of course, never made love to a white woman. In the same book, The Last Word, this is how he greeted the news of his father's death. The news of my father's death reached me in North Carolina. I had finished the first session of summer school, subject, European Systems of Government and Cultural Anthropology. When I enrolled for the second session, I took a graduate course in Shakespeare, taught by the Harvard-trained professor they have down there, and the first part of American literature, that intellectually richest period comprising the Puritans, the metaphysicians, the transcendentalists, and such figures as Emerson, Thoreau, Whitman, Hawthorne, Melville. Hip hip hip. Hooray! Hooray! 3 cheers. For Dad is dead. And with his death is removed that ruling against my studying art. Thus the death of his peasant father, who must have scratched the earth hard or sold his last remaining cows to pay fees for Taban, can only bring cheers from our famous artist to be. What was this art apart from dabbling in paint? 119. English was thenceforth my major. Written English is art. My long-time aim was to go back to art. Through all his utterances, Taban has a pathetic Mazrui-like faith in the civilizing capacity of European languages, hence, according to him, the need for upgrading local speech into English. We are also the people to create new African English and African French. These will give us the facility we need for transmitting our culture and wisdom. Thus, for the sake of the freedom to study English literature, Taban celebrates the death of his own father. What he was really celebrating was the death of his African parentage, which must also have carried the symbolic death of the African world from which Taban so desperately longed to be freed from. In all his books, the universe is divided into two. There is the civilized developed Western world with its enviable technology and culture and music and literature and women. Then there is the primitive underdeveloped world of African peoples recently emerged from the Dark Ages. In 1969, he wrote, "Those ages were really dark. That is a fact of history, it can't be denied. But we don't celebrate the skull-hunting days anymore, just as Hawthorne would not like to see witch-burning days at Salem glorified." In 1971, recalling the image of his father also symbolizing pre-colonial Africa, he wrote, "My father's image is abroad. The skull hunters are here." This juxtaposition of his civilized imperialist West and the primitive peasant African world forms the philosophical base and framework of all Taban's abuses and utterances and 6 solutions for Africa's problems, and all parroted out of his racist and fascist Western intellectual mentors. 120. He never lets us forget how highly developed the imperialist countries are in everything. He does not, of course, ever stop to wonder which classes in the imperialist countries have pocketed the wealth generated by this development in science and technology? If he does, it obviously does not worry this famous artist of the English language. He does not stop to analyze how this wealth was obtained. It does not seem to worry him that this so-called development was a result of the exploitation, oppression, and suppression of African, Asian and Latin American peoples. It does not seem to worry this artist that by the same token Africa, which in the 14th century was more highly developed than most parts of Europe, has remained poor because its human resources, its natural resources and the fruits of the labor of her people have all been going to enrich Europe, the United States and Japan. For our sage and artist there is no dialectical connection between the wealth of imperialist Europe and the US and the poverty of Africa. For him USA, Europe, and Japan are developed, no doubt because they have higher cultures and languages, and what Africa can do to develop is to sell herself even more firmly to USA, Western European and Japanese imperialisms. This is the advice he gives us in his book, /3 Offensive Against Our Enemies. Enslave yourselves to imperialism, and the imperialist, your masters, will help you to develop. Let us quote a few examples from the book. 1. Say you want to effect political changes in southern Africa. We would choose a white party to groom. We would work hand in hand with that party. 2. Say again you want to effect changes in Angola and Mozambique. We would work hand in hand with Portuguese politicians in Portugal. 3. Say again British is being troublesome. We would work through the ex-colonial servants. Capture the Labour government preferential treatment if they strangled Enoch Powell, if they will be good to Africans, Asians, West Indies. Following in the footsteps of such spokesmen of colonialism as Elspeth Huxley, Robert Ruark, Karen Blixen, Taban Lo Liong. 121. Can never see African people as being able to do anything on their own, for themselves, despite the historical evidence of victorious African peoples' revolutionary struggles against slavery, against colonialism, and even despite the glorious triumphs of armed Africans in Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Sao Tome, etc., it is Taban's bootlicking admiration for, and identification with USA, Western Europe, and Japanese imperialisms that makes him advise Africans to yoke themselves even more firmly to Western imperialism, including Zionist Israel. It is this identification with imperialism that makes him in his latest book, Ballads of Underdevelopment, praise white South Africa. South Africa will be great for the sake of contrast. His admiration for imperialist robbery of Africa and of the Third World is only matched by his even more fervent admiration for and complete identification with the culture of imperialism. When Taban was in the USA as a student, he used to write for CIA publications like Africa Report. It was then in 1968 that he first published an article in which he abused other African students and called them culturally deprived because they did not seem as mesmerized by imperialist culture as Taban had been. He must have liked the article because in 1969 he reproduced it in his book, The Last Word, apparently to ensure that history records his love of USA bourgeois capitalists. He writes, Africans are the most culturally deprived students in the United States. In the first place, they lack an active classical culture of their own. Then political nationalistically inspired slogans block their participation in other people cultures. Opposition to things American and Western is another reason that keeps them from exposures to cultural activities in this country. Indifference or apathy or lack of curiosity, and plain laziness makes deprivation total. He was horrified that they danced to High Life and listened to Miriam. 122. Makeba and read Chinua Achebe, Gigwa Thiongo and Cyprian Aquensi instead of listening to Beethoven and Mozart and reading Homer and Sartre and attending lectures on cybernetics. He goes on. The African is only proud of the drums and heartbeats. Is never tired of the monotony of the bongo drums, the kwila whistles, the sweet voice of the Congolese vocalist Rossignol. So he keeps his mind functioning strictly by arithmetical progression. To elevate it to this geometrical level of functioning he never cares to do. Simplicity. He called upon the African geniuses to lengthen their necks and taste the fruits of the higher culture of Western imperialism. We also need higher things beyond the reach or experience of the vulgar and average. Obviously, High Life and Miriam Makeba, Chinua Achebe, and Njiji Wa Thiongo and Quila music were things vulgar and average, for he asks rhetorically. You, sir, swaying to your Quila music in your Harvard dormitory, are you better culturally than your brother in Killam Bay Mines? Thus, he ended his famous article by abusing oppressed African workers just as he had abused his peasant father. It is not for nothing then that Taban quotes European racist commentaries on Africa with approval. He has imbibed imperialist culture in total, including imperialist racist distortion of African history and African pre-colonial, pre-capitalist feudal and communal cultures. He hates Africa and African peoples. In The Last Word, he writes, most Africans have been and still are, as plebeian as Luther was, with well-marked distaste for what they did or what are above them. His advice is the oppressed African American nationality in thus for them to turn away from solidarity with primitive Africa where only the other day people were skull hunting. He tells them to look up to European 123 achievements for their cultural heritage. To him, does not seem to mad, that African Americans have been in that U.S. imperialist culture for more than 400 years without any improvement of their lot, that it was their labor, blood, and sweat which built America, that for more than 400 years the African American working class has been the most exploited and oppressed by the white American ruling class. Now the progressive African Americans are realizing that the only way is for them to join hands with African, Asian, and Latin American peoples and all other oppressed peoples in resolutely opposing U.S. imperialism and racism. He tells the African Americans, rather than go to the motherland, go to library, New York Library, to look for your African heritage. Is it not more worthwhile for you to find out who your European foreparents were? There might be a family legacy somewhere for you, or one the state took away on grounds for inte Stacy. Here Taban comes across very well as one of those spokesmen of the African bourgeois intellectuals who have a permanent incurable wish for identification with bourgeois Europe. When Taban tells African Americans to look for their European forefathers, he is serious, for that is exactly what he himself would have liked to have been, a European child of feudal or bourgeois parentage pickled soft in imperialism. Further that biological link to bourgeois Europe, Taban tries to become a European child through total uncritical absorption of every aspect of imperialist culture and claim it for his heritage. In the same book, he writes, in the final analysis, after you have stripped the African of his acquired Africanness, you are left with an individual who ticks the way all other human organisms the world over tick. To this great artist, intellectual cum philosopher, Africanness is an acquired thing. Strip the African, divest him of his skin, and maybe underneath you will find the universal man who, of course, is European. That is why in the academic debate initiated and vigorously led by Okot P. Bitek's Song of Laano, Taban took Ockle's and Clementine's sides. If you remember. 124. Ockle and Clementine in the poem are the two characters who have taken imperialist culture. Ockle is the one who asks, Mother, Mother, why was I born black? And Clementine is the one who tries to rub her black skin off so that she can be a European lady. Ockle is the one who wants to burn all the village poets, who wants to exterminate rural peasant culture root and branch. Taban says about Ockle. He says, black people are primitive and their ways are utterly harmful, their dances are mortal sins, they are ignorant, poor, diseased. Yes, Ockle, black people are primitive, their ways are harmful, they are ignorant, poor, and diseased. Indeed, Taban can never see the way out for Africa except through Africans' acquisition of imperialist culture. Again in The Last Word, he writes, the African who would like to make his mark in this world has to study the American music, the English novel, the European theater or the Japanese no theater and their developments. Africans too give up their jungle talk and rule their countries according to the ways the white bourgeoisie brought. In his latest pronouncements under the title Ballads of Underdevelopment, Taban compares Africa to the 5 blind men who went to touch the elephant to find out what it was. His advice is for Africans to touch the elephant of European imperialist culture, learn from it, and therefore grow. He writes, "For this world we live in, we need native exploiters than declaimers. For this world we live in, we need native millionaires. For this world we live in, we need more Europeans than natives. For this world we live in, we need more Jews than Arabs. For this world live in, we need more knowledge than ignorance." 125. But we have seen that Taban equates knowledge with imperialism, oppression, and exploitation of Africans and the other peoples of the Third World. We should copy imperialism and learn how to exploit and oppress our people even more. He advises us, the Germans grow by blood and iron. The Japs bloom by trade and atom. The Americans masquerade by trade and subversion. No sacrifice is therefore big enough. In the same book, he writes of his undying admiration of these that grab without fear like the current greedy native exploiting ruling class here in Kenya, for instance. A common feature of Taban's writing in his identification of the writer with a social dictator. In other words, he sees the role of the writer as one of subjective dictatorship. He writes, "Isn't each writer an arbitrary maker, ordering or reordering the world? Isn't each reader a naturalized subject who submits to each author's dictatorship? This is not accidental. It reflects the kind of society, the kind of social relationships he would like to see in real life." For Taban, there is no coherence, no sense in this world. There are no laws governing social development. Everything is arbitrary, accidental, isolated. In The Uniformed Man, this famous artist cum intellectual, tells us that order and coherence ended with Greeks and Romans. Since then, we live in a world of fragments. He writes, "Nature and culture are broken, art which mirrors them can only correctly register broken images. So since the world is in chaos, the only people who can hold it together are neocolonial elites, exploiters, and feudal dictators." Hence, Taban's fanatical salivating admiration for the elites, the select few, those fated to rule, the US, Japan, West Germany, and especially the fascists in these countries. This is scattered in all his writings, but summarized in so-called aphorism 320 in Ballads. 126. Dogs love those who beat and feed them. Beating is recognition of their existence. He identifies imperialism, racism, fascism, exploitation, and oppression with manhood. In an attempt reminiscent of his kind, Eldridge Cleaver, who reduced oppression to vulgar sexuality. Again in Ballads of Underdevelopment, he pronounces, "Here the ballad of those born is rule the huge black rising gods they have huge manhood in their trousers and when their manhood rises all other men's shrink. Up in limpness of all the heroes manhood dominates the scene for the will to power lies in the middle region upstairs we have calculating machines downstairs we always have had the forces that drives the hammer Egyptian pharaohs measured manhood in pillars the empire state building made. Americans go to the moon only those born to rule have manhood big and strong." Not surprisingly Taban admires Nietzsche, the German philosopher of Nazi fascism, and, of course, admires Hitler, Nixon and Amin. Every other line is full of Nietzsche. He invokes Nietzsche in every other paragraph. His own writing is molded on that of Nietzsche. In aphorism 416 this identity with Nazism becomes complete. 416 last words Nietzsche, "I attack only causes which are victorious and at times I wait until they are victorious." Taban, "I attack only causes which are victorious and at times I wait till they are victitious." Year 1968. 127. A few later, in the same book of ballads, he writes, "If Hitler read Nietzsche, he understood him. Maybe Taban is waiting for his Hitler. Or maybe Taban has found one in Amin who incidentally was placed in power by the very people Taban admires and worships, Golda Meir of Zionist Israel, the British regime and the French regime with the blessing of US imperialism. And no doubt Taban will find symbolic parallel in the fact that it was another Taban, Amin's son, who led in the massacre of hundreds of Makerere University students recently. Taban's complete identification with imperialism, fascism, oppression, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie over the majority of humanity, the suppression of Africans and African Americans comes in aphorism 495 of his ballads. He writes, "I wish I were a Ku Klux Klan." The Ku Klux Klan is an American white fascist terrorist organization responsible for lynching and murdering thousands and thousands of African Americans since 1865. Taban's books of poems, stories, example fictions, Meditations in Limbs, Frantz Fanon's Uneven Ribs, Another Nigger Dead, etc., emptied of their wise nothing but subjective mysticism, witticism and desperate efforts to appear original through obscurity and sheer bad writing. But his writings are dangerous because they are peddled in our bookshops, libraries, and classrooms. Again, Taban is no exception. He is the spokesman of the class in Kenya and Africa that identifies with imperialism. We as students must oppose imperialism in the classroom and in our university curricula. It does not matter if imperialism and imperialist culture are being sold to us by European neocolonialist writers or by African paid intellectual agents. It is all the same cultural imperialism. University departments and teachers and publishers who peddle Taban should explain to us whose agents they themselves are. We must ask them, on whose 128 side are you, on the side of the majority of the Kenyans or on the side of their enemy imperialism? To teach us, Taban Loliong and his ilk, without exposing his imperialist connections, which started when he was an undergraduate in the United States, is to support imperialism in Kenya as whole. Taban and writers like him are enemies of Kenyans and African people in general and of all oppressed people of the world. Charles Mangwa. Charles Mangwa in 1971 and 1972 published Son of Woman and A Tale in the Mouth. The late 1960s and early 1970s were momentous years in the world's history. Internationally, the US aggressor in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos was losing every battle. Her Portuguese ally in NATO was also suffering defeat after defeat in Africa. The capitalist economies were showing the first signal of a disease afflicting them up to this date. Thus in 1967 the British pound was devalued by 15% and later the US dollar was also devalued. Internally, all the imperialist countries, especially the United States, were faced with massive popular anger against racism, foreign aggression, inflation, and unemployment. In Kenya, being directly connected with the US and British economies, the compradors found themselves in a key position, with more power at their disposal, that allowed them to keep the people down. Oaths, fake tripartite agreements, assassinations, and the formation of Gema as a grouping of the ruling class, pro-imperialist and anti-Kenyan elements from all sections of Kenya led by the old anti-Mau Mau, and settler assistance of the central Kenya, were key in the appetite of the Western world. To keep a tight grip on Kenya as a country, as a strategic position in the world of a continued, but concealed, highly effective colonial agenda. Everywhere Kenyans were asking, what went wrong, after almost 10 years of Uhuru? Why are we galloping backwards in every sector of our society? University students were holding demonstrations, workers were striking, etc. Mangwa, trying to ignore all this and obviously waiting to make money and fame out of it, came out preaching you can do nothing, drink, make 129 more love, steal, kill, laugh at yourself, hate yourself and all the suffering people, be aimless, but do not question. His language and writing style reflect the source of his training, a mumbo-jumbo of US ghetto jive, British Cockney, Australian Outback, South African boer talk, cowboy and hippie slang, all spouting incongruously out of his characters who unbelievably are largely Kenyans in various Kenyan towns. Sound tough, care never, that is life for Mangwa in both books. Basically, Mangwa deals with the dispossessed Kenyans whose lives have been disrupted first by the British colonialism and aggression in the 50s and then by the US takeover in the late 60s. Their lives are described as aimless, self-destructive and antisocial. It is on this detailed cataloging of suffering that Mangwa and his publishers base their literary justification that this prize-winning novel is one of the finest and most entertaining piece of writing about contemporary Africa, yet published, a humorous but yet profoundly disturbing commentary on the seamy side of rapid social change. The two main characters in these books are Dodge Kayunyu and Samson Moira. They are essentially identical in their role in Kenyan society despite such details as the former being a make-rear graduate, orphaned son of a prostitute in colonial Nairobi, while the latter is a rural Catholic-trained priest dropout, who settles into a shady city existence. The time period for both books spans the socially tumultuous decades of the 40s, 50s, 60s, and early 70s. At no time is it clear what forces are at work in society. We quote the less vulgar passage to show Mangwa's general stance and approach. In my dingy office the most intelligent companions were evil-smelling, cheating bums bothering me for jobs. I started feeling sorry for myself. I hated myself. There was something wrong with me. I started to hit the bottle. I mean hit the bottle. No half measure. I simply drank myself silly. 130. I spat on the floor and walked out. That's me. I simply can't stand women hissing at me. Women should not hiss at all. I wouldn't be bothered if they spent their whole goddamn life hissing at each other, but at me, oh no. That is why I spat. My shoes are number 10. I notice with disgust the red familiar dust on them as I walk towards Eastleigh. They are dusty, my shoes. I can't afford shoes Polish and the shoe shine boys wouldn't lend me their brush. Wet pus is making the inside slippery. God. I hate myself at times. I hate pus. Ruins my appetite, it does. Lamb all confused. That's me. Plain broke. Broke as a dry twig. Broke as hell. Not a thing. Damn it. And I am a graduate. That is what I am, a graduate. Underscore. That is how helpful education is. Very helpful. Gosh. I am hungry. My name is Dodge. And I like your life. I started dressing smart and what have you. I did not behave like a goddamn taxi driver. I behave like a gentleman in her presence. Trouble is that I can't help lying sometimes. One thing led to another. Movies, game parks, picnics, nightclubs and all expensive things that a man resorts when he is trying to impress a woman. One day we went to the Swiss Grill, there was dancing and lots of girls. 3 of them were French whores. George told me that they were easy. You got them drinking and dancing and the rest followed. And on, and on, and on, purposeless obscenity, self-pity, alcoholism, social disorder. Imperialists laud this trash as literary realism. Had Mangwa simply stopped there we would have dismissed him as simply capitalizing on the government's Africanization scheme of removing one top foreigner and replacing him with an African with a similar outlook. In this Mangwa was the local pornographic back in a buy Kenyan obscenity campaign. But no. Mangwa went on to denounce and abuse our heroes, the anti-colonial Mau Mau guerrilla fighters and the Mau Mau movement of the 50s. 131. I hated the Mau Mau all along. They are a murderous lot. They are terrible. They hate the church. I have a lot of confidence in the government. We had one thing in common though. We hated the Mau Mau. The village is guarded day and night but terrorists still manage to get in. Describing a guerrilla fighter, Mangwa says. His ears are hidden behind a mass of knotted hair that is the same black-brown color as his beard. It makes him look as if he were trying to imitate a gorilla. And he smells like an oiled goat skin. It is written all over him. Imperialists say that a writer should be free to write what his genius tells him. They separate the motive of writing from the effect. We reject this. When Mangwa insults oppressed Kenyans, then insults their defenders, he is in effect, no matter what the motive, declaring his enmity to us. Our concern is effect, we cannot ignore political and social effect. Mangwa's literary trash has the direct objective effect of prolonging the life of imperialism in Kenya. David G. Mayo. David Mayo started writing in the late 1960s. Now he has his own publishing house, Combe Books Publishing Press. This has enabled this writer to produce many books and get wealthy within a very short time. Among his books are such notorious works as My Dear Bottle, After 4:30, Unfit for Human Consumption and the recent No. Mayo in all his works attacks Kenyans, he uses vulgar language against them and discourages them from struggling for their liberation. He generally portrays people as helpless, incapable of liberating themselves and advocates that they should maintain the status quo and let things go. He writes, "There are no more great thinkers left to show the people the way, all is in chaos. Then I would say let us all share this chaos and bitterness." 132. Here Mayo advocates that those masses of the people who have the bitterness of the whole unjust system stick to it and those who delight in the chaos should be left to enjoy this privilege. Mayo using his vulgar language attacks women, more particularly Kenyan African women, and portrays them as merely men's tools who cannot serve any useful purpose in this society other than satisfying men's sexual lust. He portrays African women as sex maniacs whose desire for sex is uncontrollable. Further, he attacks and abuses the African men as devils. He writes, "Lily, this is Africa. If you invite devils to your home, you must give them what they eat." This pornography writer portrays the whole African people as being savage and unsympathetic. But some men laughed, not the usual laughter, but the African laughter, which may even come when looking at a dead body. This great and famous writer is not concerned with the problems that our people are facing, and the causes of such problems. He simply shies way away from addressing his mind to the root causes of these problems, and he simply declares, "Then sins are not yours." Mayo does not go forward to tell us who is responsible for the suffering of the masses. He only goes further to justify the status quo by declaring, "You know, when you are rich, you want all the good things to come to you. This is human course." In After 4:30, Mayo sees the suffering of women as engendered by men. He attributes the suffering of the women to male domination and goes further to advocate that if the men were to be fair, then everything would be all right for women. This is obviously wrong. It shows lack of elementary. 133. Understanding of the cause of the problem. Mayo tells us that it is human to need more when you are rich. This, of course, is the basis of bourgeois exploitation of the world's people. It amounts to the same thing as telling the people to be submissive and not to struggle for their rights, lest they upset the order of God as predestined. Recently, Tanzania banned Mayo's trash. When a local newspaper sought Mayo's reaction over the banning, all he had to say was that he realized that Tanzania has a different social system and that is the reason why his books had been banned there. This shows us two things about the great author: that Mayo is writing for a definite class in a rotten political system, that he is representing the Kenyan bourgeoisie and imperialists, and that Mayo realizes the destructive role he is playing in our society. And for these reasons it would be dangerous for our people and the progressive peoples of the world to attack this writer's works. In conclusion about these two writers, we must say that what causes the misery narrated in their books is not matter of cheap laughter and jokes but national destiny. Mangwa and Mayo want us to laugh at the violence, the vulgarity, obscenity, the alcoholism, and the lust for money. They want no question as to what is the root cause of all this, and what is the solution. According to these two anti-Kenyan writers, the many victims of oppression are themselves to blame for their condition. They are helpless to change their lives for the better individually or collectively, as they are innately incapable of serious, dedicated collective struggle. All they can do is chase round in circles like a cat after its tail, as Mangwa eloquently concludes in Tail in the Mouth. Who are these miserable people? These are 90 to 95% of our people. We cannot afford to laugh. 134. History. For an oppressed people determined to liberate themselves, the study of the correct history of their society is of primary importance to their struggle for liberation. Incorrect, distorted, history is one trick used by oppressors to prolong a people's suffering. What has the recent role of Kenyan historians been? We have chosen to examine the work of three university historians, William Robert Aching, Ashino Odhiambo, and Godfrey Muriaki. William Robert Aching. Our investigations have revealed this man to be an ambitious academic who cares little where his ideas come from or what damage they do to this country's future as long as they serve to disunite Kenyans, confuse issues, apologize for colonizers and all other foreign devils, and in the process ensure his career security by publishing many, many worthless little books. Aching's road to the intellectual camp of neocolonialism and imperialism has been smooth, short, and straight. He started his academic career as a relatively pro-African liberal intellectual, apparently recognizing the need for some revolutionary changes in our country. He provided liberal, unworkable solutions to the questions, which were raised by the social reality of these revolutionary changes. As neocolonialism deepened its hold on Kenya in the late 1960s, Aching moved onto an openly opportunist platform, and by 1975 had become a well-finished agent of the full-scale U.S. imperialist offensive in Kenya. Of his many publications, we shall largely deal with two, The First Word and Eastern Kenya and its Invaders, in which his political character is typically portrayed. The First Word. This is Aching's most comprehensive statement of his political stand. In it he gives his unqualified support to the phenomenon of tribalism and describes its evil practice as a healthy psychocultural aspect of our 135 people. Instead of seeing how our enemies use the politics of tribalism to divide and disunite us, he approves of it as a very healthy trend in our country today. On the issue of nationalism, Aching has given his name to a very anti-African trend by denying that any genuine attempt had ever been made by the Kenyan masses to resist imperialist settlement in our country. Mau Mau, a valiant resistance against British imperialism in the 1950s which was betrayed by the KANU neocolonial regime, is reduced by Aching to a mere Kikuyu chauvinist affair. Since, according to him, other nationalities did not fully participate in that phase of Kenya's nationalist struggle, Aching denies the movement its nationalist character. Again, because of the predominant Jakia participation and leadership in Kenya African Union, this wise and famous historian denies it a nationalist character. On KAU, Aching argues, it is important to correctly evaluate KAU as primarily a Kikuyu political union, since only among the Kikuyu did the requisites of leadership and social communication exist to the extent needed to support a mass movement. In fact, they were more concerned with the defense of their land than with wider nationalist issues. According to Aching, KAU's non-Jakia members such as Akian Wanko, Ajenga Odinga, Tom Botella, Ngi, Kali, Kamizi, Ofafa, Awarai, etc., were Jakia puppets. We feel that it is only a shallow pro-imperialist historian who would describe the Mau Mau guerrillas as terrorists and KAU as Kikuyu chauvinist organization. In an essay copying the style of Martin Luther King, Towards African Revolution, Aching pretends to see the need for revolutionary changes in Africa. But goes on to say that revolutionaries who should effect these changes are as rare as green-eyed Chinese. But even if we had a few committed African revolutionaries, Aching would still doubt their revolutionary intentions. First, they must obtain Aching's clearance because he is not sure whether such revolutionaries would be committed. 136. To the welfare of the individual. This is the reasoning U.S. bourgeois professors use to oppose Third World liberation struggles. For Aching, a genuine revolution must involve spiritual love and change human values. Love is a class love and not a love transcending classes, that is abstract love. What Aching calls human values are in essence nothing more than the illusory, selfish values which are upheld by imperialists and their comprador agents. Aching attacks, without specifying all those African revolutionaries who have been brainwashed by leftist communist ideas. Their revolution scares Aching, for it would lead to communism like the one practiced in communist China has often reduced men to mere cogs in the will of the state. This argument reveals Aching as standing on the side of the enemies of the African people and the entire oppressed masses of the world in general. It is true that if we as Kenyans want to grasp the process of the African Revolution and have a deep understanding of the class forces involved, we should have a certain amount of knowledge of the international situation and the conditions in the imperialist countries, which are contending for the control of our country. To study the African Revolution in isolation and to overlook class struggle as the key link, like Aching, is to assist Kenya's enemies, the imperialists and their Kenyan friends. Aching's pro-imperialist world outlook does not allow him to understand the dialectical connection between public and self. He fails to see that communism does not refute the existence of the self. All it does, and Aching masks this, is to make it possible for people to subordinate their personal interests to the public interests, consequently to bring the collective and the self into harmony. To conceal his true colors, Aching tries to make a tactical concession by pointing at some obvious defects in capitalism so that he might appear as the neutral, objective, know-it-all academic. Phony neutrality, as has been proved time and again, is the most outstanding characteristic of neocolonial intellectuals like Aching. 137. Aching's analysis of the historical role played by Kenyan colonia chiefs also lays open his political and academic stance regarding major historical events of our country. He writes that, throughout the colonial period, especially up to the beginning of the Second World War, African colonial chiefs led the way in radicalism, call it progressivism if you like. Clearly, Aching wishes to cover up the collaborationist role played by Kenyan colonial chiefs. A modem Kenyan collaborator shamelessly defending his predecessors. Thus Aching claims that a well-known trader like Chief Kartri W. Gakur was a nationalist. Yet it has been proved again and again that Kariri, because of his traitorous acts against our people, was handsomely rewarded and was eventually made a paramount chief in Marange. Richard Maynardsigan, an imperialist chieftain and one who was responsible for killing thousands of our people in Marange, Nyeri, and the Rift Valley province, has this to say about Kariri. As time went on, Kariri was to become my friend and right-hand collaborator, while I, in turn, was to raise him to the position of a great chief and myself to supreme power in the country, a virtual king of the Kikuyus. And Aching considers Kariri as radical nationalist. It was Kari who encouraged British imperialism to settle in Marange. It was Kariri who led the colonial forces under Colonel Richard Maynardsigan in an attempt to subdue our people's resistance against British invasion in central Kenya. In short, what we are trying to say is that such Kenyan chiefs as Mumia, Mwendwe of Kitui, Masayaki, Wambiji wa Muthungani, Olenina, Enduri wa Wangambe, Musa Nyanjasi, Kanyanyui wa Gatharimed, Wanji, Wardahii, Ngiri, Mijiaji, Gati, Ryanyej, Mihoya, etc., were colonial collaborators and outright traitors. All of them played key roles in the colonial regime's efforts to subdue and defeat our people's resistance against foreign occupation and domination. 138. Like the present comprador class in our country today, the aims of these chiefs, apart from being traitors, were mainly selfish and greedy at the expenses of our people. A.W. McGregor, a white liberal missionary, states, the chiefs had all the power. Wherever they went, they commandeered whatever they fancied: food, livestock, or women. They went to the extent of killing people, and if anyone protested, their village would suffer. Again, the chiefs enriched themselves by taking other people's wives and property by force. These individuals were not radical nationalists, as our great historian would have us believe. They were anti-Kenyan colonial mercenaries and murderers in the real sense of the word. In Chapter 1 of the book, Aching dishes out another argument that the European slave trade, imperialism, and capitalism were not the root causes of Africa's underdevelopment. He quotes racist historians like Trevor Roper to support his arguments. Only Henry Kissinger, John Vorster, or Lan Smith can put ridiculous arguments such as these. Aching join them in spirit and in deed. At any rate, studying world history, we would know that as a result of Western European invasion, after the second half of the 16th century, vast areas of Africa were reduced to colonies or semi-colonies and subjected to ruthless exploitation and enslavement. The vicious slave trade and slavery and various forms of cruel plunder and killings by Western imperialists changed Africa from a land of wealth, beauty, freedom, and progress to a pariah continent. But that is not all. 4 centuries of imperialist killings and plunder reduced the African population by 100 million, as civilization and technology were destroyed. Eastern Kenya and its invaders. This booklet is Aching's effort at what colonial historians call ethnographic history. Ethnography is the European study of primitive native customs. 139. N. Ox. Aching, under the pretext of writing Eastern Kenyan history, copies the works of early racist European anthropologists and adventurers. He therefore approves of the racist ideas of these anti-Africans. Of the 5 chapters in this most unoriginal work, the first 4 contribute nothing new to what has already been written by such racist authors as Coupland, Ingharm, Riesk, Hatch, M.W.H. Beach, H.E. Lambert, J.F. Monroe, G. Matthews, Freeman Grenville, and liberal ones like Basil Davidson, R.H. Oliver, etc. Aching's job was to collect and compile from them and stick on a likely title and his own/earned name. First, the book is based on Eurocentric stereotyped interpretation of 1966 African history. He accepts such European labels as Bantu, Nilotic, Bushman, Pygmy, man-eating Ethiopians, Negroland, Wazimba cannibalists, etc. It does not bother this learned scholar that what has been written by European bourgeois historians on us is pure racist dogma, in both content and form. His aim seems to provide African evidence to back these insults, especially this Wazimba cannibalistic myth. On page 5, Aching writes, "Meanwhile, a peculiar situation had risen at Mombasa owing to the arrival of a horde of savages called the Wazimba. The Wazimba were a black race of cannibals who had come from the interior of Africa. In 1587 they had captured Kilwa and, after destroying the town, had eaten most of their prisoners." Aching has shamelessly copied this passage, word for word, from R. Coupland, a British racist historian. This book shows clearly that it is influenced by colonial European writings. The book is full of supportive quotations from such enemies of Africa as Cecil Rhodes. Of all people, Cecil Rhodes. On the question of the Indian Ocean slave trade, Aching distorts the real conflict of economic interests, especially as concerns African slave sellers. First, it is clear to all, but our wise scholar, that European and Asian traders were the major undertakers in this monstrous business. Africans were the victims. A few Africans undertook forwarding and 140 hunting duties for minor payment. Politically, there were the forefathers of the present sellout compradors. But to Aching these were the major force. He brands all the Wakamba and Waswahili people as slave hunters and, by so doing, shallowly dismisses important distinctions and creates divisions among Kenyans. Aching cannot hide the great historical importance of the slave trade in Africa. This major event brought Africa into conflict with foreign, especially Western imperialists who plundered and unleashed the still continuing class struggle between imperialism and its local running dogs on the one hand and the majority of Africans on the other. On page 83, he writes, "This final stage in the slavery and anti-slave trade campaign came in 1897 when a decree was passed entirely abolishing the legal status of slavery in Kenya was thus saved from the worst effects of the slave trade by Britain. Instead of being marched abroad to be enslaved, the British now enslaved Kenyans in their country. It was at least better to be enslaved at home, among one's people, than abroad in a foreign and hostile environment." Sounds like David Livingstone, Henry Stanley, Krapf, or Colonel Richard Maynardsigan writing to the Colonial Office in London. Only a true imperialist historian would gloss over the question of slavery by favorably contrasting it to colonial occupation. Neither colonialism nor slave abolition was humanitarian. The basis of slave abolition was economic, not humanitarian. The British bourgeoisie argued that the eastern region of Africa offered far greater economic opportunities than man-stealing. Aching's better enslavement at home theory does not seem to include the annihilation and displacement of entire populations and the stealing of land. Extended further, this piece of Aching's apologia clears Hitlerite Vorster of much wrongdoing, since he does it all to Africans among their own. One might say Aching has a right to produce such claptrap of academic excreta. But we students and others should not be forced to study it as worthy knowledge, thus poisoning inquisitive minds and derailing our 141. Patriotic consciousness. In our opinion, the most insidious crime to Kenya's history and people is his distortion of the true political nature of Gema. Naively and shallowly, this great scholar refers to the Jikit, Mvu, Mbir, and Maurd nationalities as the Gema people of Mt Kenya. This shows the pettiness, the chauvinist tribalist interpretation of our history. It has been shown and proven, especially since J.M. Karadaki's assassination, that Gema is not a welfare organization in the lines of Luo Union, New Akamba Union, Abalia Union, and the like. Gema is an alliance of the richest, the most reactionary wing of the Kenyan comprador bourgeoisie. Their history is one of settler-loving, Hiimungatai, etc. Most importantly, they are not Jikii, Mvu, and Mari elements only, but included too are such other ruling class elements from other nationalities as Okakiamia, Nyamwea, Matano, Monaco, Ngi, Tauat, Kilyuget, etc. Gema is the executive wing of the minority ruling party KANU and wants to use the Mau Mau heroism to give legitimacy to its comprador activities. Is this too scientific for our great scholar to perceive, or is this too scary for him to contemplate? 3 other books by Aching deserve mention: A Pre-Colonial History of the Gusii of Western Kenya, A.D. 1500-1914, An Outline History of Nyanza up to 1914, and History of Rift Valley. Although these have the same subjectivist, stereotyped interpretations, they are important because of another important theme in Aching's outlook. He consistently views African people as drifting overland, as if they are phantoms in a dream, aimlessly, unexplained. They keep moving, now migrating south, now suddenly north, then back south but a bit to the west, etc., endlessly, page after page, no depth, no substance, just trivial travelogues of whole populations. People never just move. There are always economic and historical explanations in one form or another: bad weather, deteriorating pasture, therefore declining food and welfare. Perhaps exploitation or threat of war, which may have led to poorer economic welfare for the conquered and better welfare for the conquerors. For Aching, people move like ghosts. 142. In Nyanza up to 1914, Aching goes out of his way to provide a redundant postscript to Agot's A History of the Southern Lu. In History of Rift Valley, he again refuses to acknowledge the traitorous role played by colonial chief Lenina. Instead, he praises him as a nationalist. His analysis of the conflict between the Nandi and British imperialism is very one-sided. On the British side, everybody knows that the Nandi under Koitalel's jaidership fought the British very fiercely. A.T. Matson's Nandi resistance to British rule honestly represents this. Honorable Dr. Professor William Robert Aching, who are you serving? Ashino Odhiambo. On the surface, Ashino Odhiambo seems to disagree, but on examination actually agrees with Aching on major issues about Kenya's history. He differs essentially only in his use of Marxism to cover his anti-Marxist theories and analysis, whereas Aching openly attacks Marxism and scientific socialism. Ashino Odhiambo uses it to cleverly oppose it. We have called him a shrewd twister of Marxism for being an opportunist and tricky. Ashino Odhiambo talks eloquently about the need for a coherent ideology that will recapitulate an intelligent national program for development, but not having specified to whom such ideology and program should be directed or by whom it should be executed. He casually leaves the stage open for foreigners or the local selfish ruling class to run it and benefit from it. He might protest, but I have all along implied that the oppressed Kenyans should benefit. What kind of Marxism is this, so tame and impotent that it does not boldly state, but merely satisfies itself with merely a guide to action based on /iving and real social conditions and not a dead pile of dogma? Dogmatists like Ashino Odhiambo fail to see that neocolonial Kenya today has a political and economic and cultural framework based on a most coherent ideology that recapitulates intelligent national program for development of Kenya compradors and foreign imperialists. For a true Marxist, the fundamental question is for whom and by whom. 143. Only pseudo-Marxists would fabricate such Freudian garbage as Ashino Odhiambo's theory of peasant inferiority complex. He uses this theory to explain the alleged historical decline of this vast class. Psychiatrist Marxist Ashino Odhiambo diagnosed this mass psychopathology recently and announced in his book that about the year 1922 this epidemic killed the Kenyan peasantry. If there are any peasants today, one might conclude they are chronically sick at Mathur Hospital, their death 54 years overdue. And then strangely he asserts that the peasant class did not exist anywhere in Kenya before 1888. The wretched class was hatched in 1888 and died prematurely of a serious psychological malady in 1922 after a life of 34 years. This is the Marxist history of a university professor. How the peasantry was suddenly formed. Ashino Odhiambo tells us. The creation of an African peasantry was primarily the result of the interaction between an international capitalist settler economic system and traditional socio-economic systems. Profound. After this incorrect statement, he deliberately omits any analysis of what he calls traditional socio-economic systems. Who does not know that Kenyan nationalities towards the end of 19th century were developing feudalist tendencies? He, moreover, demonstrates a serious ignorance when he makes the existence of peasantry as a class dependent upon the parallel presence of a working class. This is dogma borrowed from the Harvard/Cambridge type of pseudo-Marxist, anti-communist professors. In short, Ashino Odhiambo denies the existence today of the class that is numerically the most powerful in Kenya and mistakes its historically conditioned backwardness for inherent weakness, non-existence or even sickness. We stated above that Ochieng's major crime is his glossing over of the nature and role of Gema. Ashino Odhiambo avoids this case altogether. That is perhaps better than sowing confusion. He however does Ochieng in denouncing and insulting, without exception, all historica. Incidences of Kenyan people's resistance to colonialism and neocolonialism. 144. According to him, everybody in his book, Paradox of Collaboration, one sees in one evil collaborationist basket such as patriots as Kamatha, Pinto, Wanko, Mikati Lily, Mithani Nyanjari, Samoei, etc., rubbing shoulders with such boot-licking sellout scum as Kariri, Lenina, Mumia, Ofafa, Tom Botella, Rawson Makaria, Mahiu, Enjanjo, Kamindaro John Michiki, Chief Miji Igti, Chief Ngiri, Chief Ndiri, Kanyanjui, Miko Hijakonyo, Masaaki, etc., all of them collaborated with foreign interests. One must quickly conclude that Ashino Odhiambo is describing his own paradoxical role as a Marxist collaborator. Kenyans have a shining revolutionary history. True Kenyan intellectuals would attempt to analyze the past, to illuminate the future, to differentiate the good from the bad in order to enrich and heighten people's revolutionary awareness. What manner of Marxism is this professed by this great Marxist scholar if not mere anti-Kenyan imperialist trash? From specific cases of sellout politics of particular comprador elements in colonial Kenya, Ashino Odhiambo makes a general law applying to all African peoples. It is on the basis of this anti-Kenyan line that he revealingly dismisses the pursuit of the origins of mass nationalism, an irrelevant pursuit for historians of Kenya. Here is a Marxist who believes that people just rise up on their own, spontaneously, and subsequently effect revolutions without any vanguard or organizational basis. It is not un-Marxist that such a vanguard may come from one nationality or more. If nationalism does not address itself to the problems affecting the people concerned, what kinds of political content will it have? On the whole, Oshino Odhiambo is a dangerous pen-wielding academic who is paid handsomely to smuggle pro-imperialist ideas into the Kenyan university classrooms and elsewhere. True Kenyans must take an antagonistic position against him. He must be exposed and opposed as an intellectual puppet of the imperialists. Godfrey Muriaki. One important difference between Muriaki and the intellectual twin above is that he at times seems to attempt to abandon imperialist-based academic. 145. Objectivity and occasionally sides with Kenyans. Of course, like them, he lacks the requisite uncompromising, pro-Kenyan, anti-imperialist world outlook, so that he will accusingly refer to such things as Kenyans committing grisly massacre in their self-defense against European invasion. His book, A History of the Kikuyu, is the latest in a series fathered by Agat's Southern Luo attempt. He, like his predecessors, delight in recording a chronology of events. Lacking in the living core of why societies change, such chronologies are dead and pointless. The first 5 chapters add nothing new, as, for example, the Jigtit-Gumbathi relationship tells us nothing we did not know before. The last 2 chapters, Muriaki fails to grasp the Kenya-wide impact of British colonialism and post-1963 neocolonialism, as well as the worldwide conflict of which Kenya is a part of. In a departure from Ochieng and Oshino Odhiambo pro-colonial theories, Muriaki bravely shows the anti-nationalist traitorous nature of most colonial chiefs. But again, he fails to see the connection between the British colonial policies and the gradual development and differentiation of the current comprador ruling class. Again, like his 2 friends, Ochieng and Oshino Odhiambo, he does not see that the colonial collaborator chiefs, like Kariri, Ndiri wa Wangombe, Lenina, Gyoko wa Enjga, Wamigi wa Mathangania, Mumia, Kanyanyui, Mwendwe, Gidi, Ryanyej, Masayaki, etc., were the political forefathers of today's Kenyatta, Ngi, Moi, Koinange, Enjanjo, Tauit, Omamo, Angan, Matano, Oloiti Pitipe, Mahiu, Michiki, Mathenge, Mboya, Kino, Minga Njoraj, Charles Njanjo, Gigi, Karitiki, Kamotho, among others. He sees chiefs as individuals doing bad things to Africans, not in their class context. As if the current anti-Kenyan, pro-imperialist comprador ruling class emerged overnight, Muriaki having failed to give historical underpinnings, whispers. Even today, it is discernible that some of the early chiefly families are some of the largest landowners. Just early families owning much land and presumably recent families owning none, objectivity has led him to these glib, bland, tame. 146. Pronouncements on current Kenya lest he be accused of being an agitator, a non-academic or a communist. For Muriaki, dealing as he seems to with the central province and its neighbors, the question of Gema should have been thoroughly discussed. The excuse that his research was done before Gema was set up is not enough, since his publication gave him the chance to add to it or revise it. It is true that Gema, as their lie goes, is a Jaki MVU and Muri welfare non-political organization, or is the disguise, the cover under which it masquerades. Who are the leaders? Were they not the very HD and Imungatai and anti-Kenyans like Kiaka Kimani, Charles Njanjo, Peter Magai, Anjoraj Mange, Angan, Mahiu, Michiki, Mathenge, Majiaji, Duncan Ndigwe, Kiarani and many others? Are the other non-Jaki MVU, Muri compradors, not Gema in essence, in objective political effect? Muriati's position on Mau Mau is similarly to that of Ochieng, Oshino Odhiambo and the British imperialist bourgeoisie. Perhaps Miri Tiki feels that this particular book is not the place for this critical issue, but he should know that this important issue will not go away simply because he has cowardly shied away from it. The book keeps completely silent on the question of exploitation and oppression of our people. His silence on this issue in our country's history today would only mean that he is indifferent to the forces of reaction against the great masses of Kenyans. Dead history, dead facts are of little benefit for us. Miritki and his /earned colleagues refuse to face up to the living reality of today's Kenyan society and their implication to future history. Further investigations. In the future, other subjects, other academic departments in universities and other individual academics will need intensive investigation. For instance, Ali Mazrui, a renowned apologist for imperialism in Africa, must be thoroughly exposed. He has already been well described as an ideologist of the ruling class in Africa. He has achieved notoriety internationally by his use of bombastic oratory and false eloquence too. 147. Explain away Africans' oppression by imperialism and capitalism. In this he has outdone most neocolonial Third World intellectuals. In reviewing Colin Lee's fairly objective book, Underdevelopment in Kenya, The Political Economy of Neocolonialism 1964-71, Mazrui accused Lees of symptoms of Kenyaphobia and sheer prejudice against Kenya. Mazrui opposes any form of national liberation and adores Euro-American imperialism prescriptions on development. He even called Amin the common man's president. Mazrui, viewed by some as a right-wing intellectual, is now opposed wherever he goes. Professor G. Mitiso of the Department of Government, University of Nairobi seems to aspire to Mazrui's style and notoriety. He outdoes Mazrui in abstraction, metaphysics and sheer incomprehensibility. Of late he has been advertising himself as a specialist in African literature, African thought, and African politics. In 1975 he advertised himself in one of the imperialist journals, Africa Today, Volume 2, Number 4. The advertisement reads, Dr. G.S. Mutiso, Department of Government, University of Nairobi, is in United States through February, and he is prepared to lecture on African literature and Kenya politics. Scheduled arrangements are being handled by Alice R. Morton, Social Sciences Research Council, 605 3rd Avenue, New York, 10016. The Department of Government, like other foreign extension departments in the University of Nairobi, is well known for opposing a free exchange of ideas, especially Marxist teachings, and relying on American government interpretation of the world. Just look at the many shallow treatises on politics and modernization that are produced by the honorable professors there. These are just some areas for further work. But at the same time we must be on guard to defeat fake or sham shifts in position by these intellectuals. As they become known as enemies they will attempt to hide and change superficially while deep down they are the same. They will deck themselves out in Marxist attire, support Kenyans, and even socialism in words while serving U.S. imperialism in deeds. This is especially so. 148. Since some of their foreign mentors are already taking a more scientific and objective stand in their writings, e.g., Colin Lee's book above. This will be a signal for the local ones to cover up a bit and follow suit, at least for academic fashion and respectability. This is important because up to now imperialists and their servants have always taught us that African societies are exceptional in world history, since in Africa there are no classes. Africa is classless, so class analysis and class consciousness is foreign ideology, now is proved wrong here in Kenya by the obvious daily fact of class conflict. But our neocolonial scholars will attempt to explain away classes by lying that our classes here are exceptional and unimportant politically. Investigate and be on guard. Conclusion. This is partly the disease we referred to in the preface. A parasitic and decadent culture and education is fostered by some writers and lecturers/professors who glorify imperialist concepts of freedom, selfish individualism, cynicism, and greed, who exalt pleasurable idleness, commodities, and money, which represent imperialism as an irreplaceable system. They want us to believe that there is something eternal and insoluble about the human situation, since they say that human beings are enigmatic and mysterious and that nobody understands how they became what they are. A great deal has happened in our society since we started this research. Most particularly is the growing awareness about the real nature of Gema as an inter-ethnic, comprador organization, which is posing great danger to the unity of the Kenyan people. University students have militantly resisted unwarranted police and general service unit attacks and held many patriotic demonstrations. We learned a lot from them as well as from the numerous people's newspapers, particularly Mwangaza. We in this document have contributed a small 149 part toward combating the imperialist, cultural disease, by diagnosing some of its carriers. The disease is spreading. We have just learned of the proposed Ford/Rockefeller/UN project to install an Institute of Population Studies and Control to study objectively such relevant topics as the comparative decline of rural Maasai fertility in contrast to urban, middle-aged, unemployed Luo males in Kisumu. The Institute of Development Studies revolutionary project may study school leaders who never found jobs and blame it on their psychology. And the most learned of them is a study of Turkana participation in democracy as adjudged by the 1974 general elections. This is learning totally useless to Kenya and parasiting on Kenyans. The political function of it is to prolong imperialism's lease on us by making us students, supposedly learned, carry out foreigners' wishes against our people. We must oppose this role. Out of our opposition and work along with all Kenya's struggle, will arise a new fighting culture developed in heated confrontations by a reawakened people made keenly aware of their strength and potential. Out of that will rise proud, fighting intellectuals, writers, and other cultural workers inseparable from their people and nation's history. 150. An extract from Chech Kenya, 1981. Z Press reprinted this document in 1982 under a new title, Independent Kenya. KANU and Kenyatta, Independence for Sale. Kenya has never achieved true independence. Full independence can only be brought about by revolution. It is the culmination of popular, protracted revolutionary change, during which the people seize control of the instruments of power under the leadership of a party dedicated to the eradication of the institutions and forms of the colonial state. In Amilcar Cabral's words, it is necessary to totally destroy, to break to ash all aspects of colonial state before independence can be achieved. Colonial domination must be demolished through active popular struggle. No colonial ruling power has ever voluntarily relinquished hegemony at a negotiating table. It will only consent to negotiate if it can, in the long term, either preserve or even extend its position of privilege through bargaining. Such was the intention of the British when they prepared to hand over nominal power to Kenyatta at the Lancaster House Conference. The terms on which they handed over power demonstrated that in one guise or other, they intended to stay in Kenya. Independence means self-determination and self-government. An independent nation is one with the autonomy to make decisions, which will advance the welfare of its people. It is a nation that controls its 151 own resources, and has the political and economic scope to utilize these resources, human and natural, free of foreign interference. Independence in this sense has little relevance to our current situation. We find ourselves in a dependent country, wholly subservient to foreign interests. Our economy is geared to the needs of foreigners, both of our ex-colonial masters and other Western capitalist nations. In order to keep things that way, our people are deprived of vital human freedoms, including the right of political self-expression and association. Neocolonialism is not merely a matter of academic debate in Kenya. It is a condition, which our people live with day by day, a form of oppression every bit as effective as that practiced by the British colonialists. In the last 20 years, our aspirations for political redress and economic reconstruction have been strangled. The sense of power we possessed when we took up arms against colonialism in the 1950s has been undermined and stifled. We are told that politics came to an end in 1963. Now that we have our uhuru, we must forget the past. We have no need to discuss issues. Discussion is dangerous rumor mongering. All we need is unquestioned loyalty to our gang of leaders, and a mute faith in their ritual incantation of peace, love, and unity. Big boss politics. As the gulf between the minority rich and the mass of poor continues to widen, we are told that there are no divisions in our country which cannot be healed by peace, love, and unity, a tame obedience and silence on our part. What passes for political life revolves entirely around personalities who serve as our bosses, our patrons. They are far representing our true interests. Instead, they represent, at the local level, the power of the big boss, the all-powerful son of the system around which the politicians rotate like planets. All powers radiate from the center of the system, from our imperial president. Political success and personal enrichment depend on the positions held by the different planets as they circulate around the Sun King. Since the president, through his control of the state apparatus, 152, bestows access to our country's increasingly scarce resources, the closer the politician planet to the center, the more power he can trap and reflect on down to his own satellites and flunkies. As our politicians orbit endlessly around the president, they compete with each other to sing his praises loudly and attract his favor. Obsequious loyalty brings its own reward, a position closer to the warming power of the sun with all the economic privileges that go with membership of the inner circles. A loss of favor could put the politician out of orbit altogether, into limbo or extinction. Such is the nature of Kenyan politics today. Like an earlier Sun King, this president professes to rule by divine right, as the chosen of God. He, too, has his court and jesters. He exercises supreme authority by mumbled decree, his every murmur being sacrosanct until it is found to be unworkable, ruinous, or both. Politicians and appointed officials carry out the imperial will. Their chief function is to smother all debate, and to link the people firmly into a boss-servant chain of relationships, which constitutes our permitted political life. The keys to the chain are the district officials, district commissioners, and provincial commissioners. They operate a rigid licensing system through which the government controls all gatherings of the people. No license, no meeting, no matter how innocent. Surveillance practiced by the Special Branch, C.I.D, and General Service Unit destroys not only any vestige of participatory democracy, but also, we shall see late, our people's own initiative to better their condition. In Kenya today, any such initiative is always deemed subversive. Of course, as in other repressive regimes, these are, from time to time, elections of a sort, which allow friendly foreign nations the opportunity to hold Kenya up as the showpiece of democracy in Africa. These elections are totally devoid of debate on issues. Instead, all campaigning centers upon weak, generally corrupt, safe personalities who have the KANU seal of approval. The winners are usually those most adept at the intimidation and or bribery of voters. Elections do, however, fulfill a useful function as far as the government is concerned. They provide it with fresh packs of eaters willing to carry out government policy against the interests of their constituents if necessary. 153. These victorious politicians are, in practice, accountable to the president alone, that has various methods of keeping them in line. Elected MPs who attempt to represent the wishes of their constituents against government policy find that parliamentary immunity is an empty concept in Kenya. Parliament itself is a joker forum, which can be ignored, ridiculed, or dismissed out of hand if unruly. As for our one official party, the party, which supposedly won us independence, it has long been in a stupor. No political initiative or policy making emanates from the Kenya African Union, a party without regular party machinery or even functioning local branches. KANU today fulfills two functions, neither reputable. Since only those Kenyans wealthy enough to afford to buy life membership can be elected party officials, it serves as a rich man's club, whose members are dedicated to making themselves even richer. From time to time, party branches are resuscitated in order to counter moves made by political dissidents or those slow in expressing their loyalty to the president and his clique. To further confound those who believed that parties like KANU should represent and respond to the needs of the people, KANU in 1979 was declared to be above the law. It thus became a tool of a president himself above the law and beyond all criticism, even by elected representatives of the people. The president and his closed associates can and do indulge in any kind of skullduggery without fear of the courts. With party functions reduced to eating and arm twisting, with a legislature and judiciary whose autonomy and integrity have been subverted, with a president who rules as a kind of sultan, political life in Kenya today is a complete negation of what we fought to attain. The rulers of independent Kenya could have taught their colonial predecessors a thing or two about how to keep down the natives. Did we fight for uhuru in order to be politically silenced in a supposedly free Kenya? To be intimidated, detained, and even eliminated for reminding our so-called leaders that they are there to represent our interests and not merely their own? To be ruled by a virtual king and his gang of favorites, all above the law and beyond the reach of principle and 154. Social responsibility? At what point did the party in which we once vested our hopes for the future in become little more than a source of jobs and loot for politicians and their hangers-on? An empty office in the Kĩnyat Conference Center symbolizes KANU's failure to function as a forum for political expression. Was it a pseudo-party from the beginning? Enter KANU. The idea of forming the Kenya African National Union was born at the 1960 Lancaster House Conference in London on the prospects for majority rule in Kenya. In the turbulent 1950s, Kenyans had been allowed district, but not nationwide political associations, with all political parties being banned between June 1953 and June 1955. In an effort to overcome the divide and rule tactics deployed by the British in their support for the Kenya African Democratic Union, the originators of KANU, in May of 1960, combined district associations into a national party. KANU promised to usher in full independence for the peoples of Kenya. The party seemed to be off to a rousing start. It had leaders, Kenyatta, languishing in detention, was surrounded by an almost mythical aura. It had branches, the old district associations. More crucially, it had the enthusiastic support of people who believed to be the vehicle for bringing home independence. And finally, it had a stirring party program. Delivered in the form of a political manifesto to a huge rally at Thika on November 20, 1960, the KANU Manifesto for Independence, Social Democracy, and Stability makes instructive, and ironic, reading today. Before the jubilant crowd, the party proclaimed that all privileges and vestiges of colonialism will be swept away. Freedom has no meaning without the provision of the means for the vast majority of the people to enjoy that freedom. KANU promised to replace the colonial regime with a political democracy, which was concerned with safeguarding the good of the country as a whole and not merely the interests of a few. Such a political democracy would the party affirmed, always seek to mobilize the greatest possible element of consent and support from below. Which Kenyans can read the manifesto today without a bitter laugh? How mocking seem the firm pledges made by KANU 20 years ago, how swiftly the pledges were broken. For instance, in 1960 the party vowed always to be dynamic, a promise which it kept perhaps until 1963, when it practically ceased to function as anything other than a tool to be used to remove the politically undesirable. It made a number of other pledges equally ironic in retrospect. Thus, it promised to work for the good of the country as a whole and not merely the interests of a few. It vowed to have nothing to do with the 1959 Detention Act, and other undemocratic, unjust, and arbitrary practices. It declared its intention to do away with PCs, DCS, and chiefs, and replace their rule by institutions through which the people could exercise the right of self-government. It pledged itself to end the racist practice whereby Africans were stopped on the streets and asked to produce their identity cards, and it attacked artificial restrictions on the movement of produce from district to district coupled with monopolistic control exercised over them which, in its view, caused skyrocketing prices of the commodities which are the staple food of the African people. It took a populist line on housing as well as food distribution, maintaining that before Citizen E has 20 rooms to protect him from rain, Citizen A must have shelter. In short, through its manifesto, KANU expressed its firm intention to develop Kenya into a prosperous welfare state, an intention which, like so many others, is further away from realization than ever. Today the document appears as a testament to what might have been a manifesto for a stillborn party, which for most of its official life has been little more than a corpse. The founders of KANU seem to have been blinded by the fact that there is more to the formation of a party than the adoption of a name. A party is really only worthy of the name party if it acts to animate and then channel popular expression at all levels of society. Despite its appearance of health and a certain measure of unanimity in L 1960, KANU was never, in fact, a vertically integrated party tapping and giving voice to grassroots interests. 156. Instead, in Odinga's words, it remained an amalgam of many diverse tendencies and policies, a mere union of different and even antagonistic interests. In the manifesto of 1960, KANU acknowledges that it is more of a coalition by implication, temporary, than anything else. It presents itself as a united front composed of Kenyans joined together by the one common goal of working for independence. As our country was shortly to discover, there could be many different things meant by independence. Militants and moderates. At the risk of some oversimplification, we can say that the amalgam, which was KANU, contained two broadly different groups. On one side were people who believed that independence necessitated a total break with the colonial system and a new beginning. They realized that a new beginning was only possible if Kenyans themselves had control of the country's resources and political destiny. For our purposes here we can call this group of radicals the militant nationalists. Their voice set the tone of the 1960 KANU manifesto, demanding a clean break with the past and the creation of a more egalitarian society in the future through such devices as free education for all and a ceiling on how much private property one individual can own. Despite the attempt made by the colonial regime and later by the independent government to label them as such, these nationalists were by no means socialists. Nowhere did they speak out against the institution of private property, but they did maintain that a certain amount of nationalization of the country's resources and the serious encouragement of cooperative farming would benefit the Kenyan people as a whole. Their message presented in the manifesto was that wealth and power in Kenya should not be monopolized by the few, as under the colonial regime. The new beginning, demanded by independence, should widen opportunities for all Kenyans, and give the people as a whole a meaningful political role. But the other broad group within the amalgam was ultimately to win the day. These were the moderate nationalists, who stressed continuity. 2. With the past, and not a complete break with the colonial system. They wanted to be well placed to take over positions vacated by the departing British, and to maintain the pattern and direction of colonial rule. Early in 1960 they were willing to allow the radicals to set the rhetorical tone of the manifesto in order to win widespread popular support, making sure, however, that the Kenya for Kenyans style of rhetoric were confined to what were essentially secondary issues. On the vitally important primary issues of the land and of foreign investment they were determined to push through their own policies. Land was the touchstone of new government policy. It was the means of production for the vast majority of our people, and the source of a bitter sense of grievance during the colonial period. With the nearing of independence, the people demanded the return of the stolen land as a matter of justice. They saw no need to pay compensation to settlers who had come as thieves. In Kagia's words, it looks very absurd for Africans to buy land that was rightly theirs. But the moderates felt otherwise, and significantly, wrote their view into the manifesto. KANU as a party accepted the principle of fair and just compensation, despite the fact that such a principle ran directly counter to the needs and interests of the people. There would be no free things in an African-run Kenya. Nor would there be any radical departure in economic thinking. The moderates asserted in the manifesto that development would continue along the same line, making the implicit assumption that colonial-style development was in fact the real thing. The manifesto voiced the radical pledge to resettle landless Africans, but not at the cost of the high standard of agriculture already attained, and which must continue. A KANU government would continue to approach economic matters in much the same old way, heavily emphasizing the dubious benefits of large mixed farming. Continuity was not to be confined to agriculture. The manifesto also reassured agents of international capital that there would be no change at independence, but both public and private enterprise, local or from overseas, have a sure place in Kenya's development. Investment from all sources would be encouraged and protected. 158. What conclusions can we draw from the evidence offered by the 1960 KANU Manifesto? We can say that as early as 1960 the group, which was subsequently to inherit the trappings of political power, the moderates, outflanked the militant nationalists. The militants had on their side a strong commitment to the independence of our country, which won them the support of most Kenyans. They had a populist rhetoric, and a sense of indignation at the way Kenyans were exploited by foreign interests, which enabled them to sway crowds. Furthermore, they had the support of a grassroots organization, the Kiama Inji, which was a regrouping of former members of the Kenya Land Freedom Army. The KKM was committed to free land, through active seizure if necessary. It planned to capture political control of KANU's rural branches, and also to collect arms as insurance against a sellout at independence. The great weakness of the KKM was organizational. When Kenyatta chose to move against its members in 1961, he easily isolated the leaders, and detained key cadres. The decapitation of KKM left the militant nationalists without an organizational base. They remained a minority faction within KANU, having failed to create their own sources of funds, their own propaganda organs, and institutionalized popular support. Their program won majority favor, but they had no ability to carry it out. Kenya's radicals on the verge of independence, therefore, suffered from the same nearsightedness, which has afflicted all opposition spokesmen since. They displayed a lack of political judgment, and ignorance of the nature of political struggle. They were easily isolated and neutralized, and, as the mainstream of Kenya's political history passed them by, made to seem irrelevant. In 1960 the mainstream within KANU was flowing strongly towards the shores of neocolonialism. The moderates, therefore, had their say on the primary economic issues. This committed Kenya to continuity, not to change. The colonial model, minus such irritants as the legal color bar and white racism, would be preserved in independent Kenya. 159. S.E. Mwanguza Newsletter. Mwanguza, April 1975. Kenyans are united for change. Accent events here in Kenya ending with the death of patriotic, poor rove, fighter J.M. Karitiki have shown that the minority ruling clique will stop at nothing to protect their big estates, their stolen businesses, their Benzes, their wheat fields, their many mansions and buildings, their fleets of buses and tankers, their directorships and other positions. Since the assassination, Kenyans have overwhelmingly condemned this puppet government and especially the handful of criminals heading it. Many revolutionary statements, mass leaflets, songs, and circulars by various patriotic groups clearly show that the Kenyan people are united on these basic national issues. 1. The rich, ruling class headed by the Kenyatta Group, murder JM. 2. Government is responsible for continued cover-up and obstruction of evidence. 3. The Parliamentary Select Committee has the people's support, but on condition that its findings show clearly the link between the ruling clique and JM assassination. The people of Kenya. 160. Have no doubts about who the murderers are. 4. The entire question of land ownership and distribution has not been settled. Landlessness continues when the Kenyattas and the Delamiers continue grabbing large estates. These estates lie idle while millions and millions of Kenyans starve or remain squatters in their own country. 5. The Kenyatta puppet regime has denied Kenyans their elementary democratic rights: the right to dissent and freely air views, the right to security and protection of life, the right to employment, food, and other welfare, the right to freely assemble and associate with friends, family, and community members alike, and the right to read any and all books one wishes. Kenyans were constantly misled to believe that they must have no rights in order for their country to be stable for foreigners to invest in. Who gains? Not us. 6. Kenyatta's criminally undemocratic regime relies entirely on British mercenary troops, imperialist loans that burden our future development, and imperialist advisors and experts. This is proof of the regime's fear and distrust of Kenyans. This is a puppet, neo-colonial regime of national betrayal, and dissent or opposition is punished by detention or death without trial. This is fascism. This ruling clique has not done anything about unemployment in the country. Instead, they have increased prices of all basic everyday necessities, including rent. 7. Kenyans are now fully aware that the ruling few have been dividing and disuniting us by nationalities, regions, and even districts. This helps no one but them. Gema, for example, is one instrument of division. Kamati ya Yukumbuza wa Kenya firmly supports the above sentiments of our people. We note at the same time that in the past the government-appointed Central Organization of Trade Unions leadership has often betrayed the workers' demands for fair wages. The COTU leaders have misrepresented and cheated us on many occasions. They have conspired with the government to enforce the no strike, no raise policies. Therefore, the call for a general strike on May 5, 1975 is good and should be supported. If COTU betrays us again on May 5, then COTU will be considered dead for our purposes. 161. Where do we go from here? Kamati ya Yukumbuza wa Kenya call for 1. Immediate follow-up of Parliamentary Select Committee report by a vote of no confidence in and resignation of the Kenyatta regime followed by a public trial. 2. All Kenyan people to remain watchful and vigilant against a fascist, right-wing coup by the ruling clique, example suspension of parliament, constitution, mass detentions, more murders, etc. 3. Parliament to militantly take back its rightful constitutional powers and proceed to enact laws for prompt redistribution of land to the poor and the landless and renunciation of illegal British settler land compensation loans, and b. to insist that uncompromising freedom fighter Aki and Wanko and all other political prisoners be released now. 4. Salaries and wages to be raised to a minimum of KSH 600.000, and for government's COTU to be disbanded and replaced by a true workers' body with workers' control. 5. The Kenyan people to continue to maintain their unity in opposing oppression, exploitation and foreign domination. Power to the workers and peasants of Kenya. Down with the KANU puppets and their foreign masters. Issued by Kamati ya Yukumbuza wa Kenya. Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, and Kisumu. 162. Mwanguza, March 1976. Kenyatta government unleashes greater suffering to the poor. Kenyatta's traitorous government has finally declared itself bankrupt, thus admitting what many Kenyans have known for a long time. While Kenyan workers and peasants have been slaving and getting overtaxed and overcharged for everything, where has all the money gone? Who will suffer and what now must all patriotic Kenyans do? First, the bankruptcy was not a sudden thing. It is the end of 10 great years of theft, corruption, and mismanagement by the traitorous Kenyan comprador bourgeoisie. Soon after 1963, when KANU was taken over and changed from a majority patriotic, anti-imperialist instrument into a minority, neo-colonial anti-Kenyan clique controlled by Kenyatta, the imperialist countries teamed up with big officials in the cabinet and civil servants in order to deepen and to extend the exploitation of our resources and labor. The result was an evil alliance of foreign devils with local comprador lackeys led by KANU and Kenyatta. The imperialists were promised a freeze on workers' wages and banning of strikes to ensure them high profits. In return, the compradors got directorships in the imperialist multinational corporations and were also allowed great wealth and assistance to bank it abroad. This was only the beginning. With their greed thus aroused, this evil class of traitors went on to rob us Kenyans of our land and to create bogus public companies to milk even more money from. 163. Us. Ndigwe's commission in 1970 officially sealed this comprador trick. There followed extreme corruption by big government officials, smuggling of natural and trade commodities, open theft of public money and extortion of bribes from Kenyans to perform even minor official work. Why, they even stole famine relief money and supplies. Whenever they are in trouble or when they suck the treasury dry, they then run abroad to their masters and beg for more loans. They praise and congratulate each other and then happily commit our future to endless debts. It is now known that little of these loans get here, it will be divided among them and banked in foreign banks and safes. All we get are the bills, plus interest. Kibaki just borrowed KSH 2,040 million last week. Britain unashamedly ordered that their money must remain in Britain and must be used to buy our own stolen land from their colonial settlers. Kibaki smilingly complied, then came to announce to us to rejoice for being so loved abroad. Since Kenyans recognized the real sellout, thieving nature of the comprador Kenyatta government, much anger, opposition, and even uprisings have been mounted throughout the country and in all sections of our society: workers, peasants, small businessmen, students and pupils. It is because of mounting military that police, GSU, and SB harassment and repression have been multiplied many times over. In addition, the so-called law and justice are daily used to silence any patriotic voice raised against traitorous comprador policies. To keep us confused and weak, they then divide us by nationalities and regions. This is class war. The compradors have declared war on the peasants, workers, and all the poor of our country. They have increased our suffering by raising the prices, taxes, and denied us even the already poor services: education, healthcare, information, etc., and now has started firing people from their jobs, thus increasing unemployment. It is now the duty of all genuinely patriotic Kenyans to cast out all doubts and oppose this misrule and mismanagement, and to expose completely, and by all means available, the fact that our country cannot possibly develop under comprador imperialist alliance. We can only sink deeper and deeper into misery, international indebtedness, and national bankruptcy. Only a truly revolutionary socialist system, controlled and guarded by Kenyans, can bring about useful progressive change for all the poor, the peasants, the 164 workers and other exploited classes. We must seriously begin creating and supporting anti-imperialist organizations, which will carry our struggle forward to victory. Down with traitorous compradors. Down with neocolonialism. Build all Kenyan people's unity. Issued by Kamati Yayukambaza WA Kenya. Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu. 165. Mwanguzi, April 1976. KANU is alive and working for the rich natives and foreigners. ANU has never died. In fact, it has continued to serve the corrupted rich class of landed influential Kenyans and their foreign friends. NU has completely given up the interests of the majority of Kenya's people, who are generally poor and landless. KANU is therefore an instrument of oppression against Kenyans. This is contrary to our great expectations in 1963 that KANU could lead us from colonial misery to political and economic independence, to prosperity and happiness. How has KANU been turned from a patriotic party to a minority, right-wing, anti-Kenyan party? In 1963 KANU stood for much that Kenyans desired. The KANU manifesto correctly called for land reform and redistribution, free education and health, nationalization of major industries, opposition to, and removal of, foreign imperialist domination of the economy and culture, firm material support to all anti-imperialist liberation movements in Africa and elsewhere, and most of all the manifesto promised to watch for the rights and interests of all our people here in Kenya and abroad. These were good positions, and the majority of the Kenyan people supported them and voted KANU to power against all the other pro-colonialist organizations. 166. What has the KANU government done since 1963? Land was not redistributed. Instead, it was bought from Britain and sold dearly to Kenyans. Most of the land in Kenya is in the hands of big government and KANU officials. A little of it is in the hands of cooperatives where big KANU and government officials again are the bosses. As an example, Kiaka Kimani, KANU chairman of Nakuru district and Gema national organizer, is head of Ngwataniro, while a recently proven criminal, Wanyoik Thing, is chairman of Ndifo in Nakuru. Primary education everywhere, despite lies about free education, is more expensive than ever before. Higher education is now for those with a lot of money. The result of this is that education is for the rich people's children. Health is free in words, but in fact we find that it is inaccessible and often non-existent. Many poor Kenyans are forced to go to costly private clinics, while wealthy influential families easily get free health care. Imperialist interests now control the entire economy, instead of Kenyans slowly building their own enterprises independently. All sugar processing, mining, textile and financial concerns are owned by such foreign monopolies as Lonrho, Booker, Tate and Lyle, Barclays Bank, etc. The fighting blood unity of Kenyans and all anti-imperialist movements has been betrayed and replaced by occasional empty words by the KANU government promising the obvious of services, but rarely ever delivering on their promise to do right by all Kenyans. In other words, KANU has criminally betrayed the wishes and basic needs of all Kenyans. Starting in 1964, the pro-imperialist right-wing minority in KANU, headed by Jomo Kenyatta, grabbed party power and started purging and eliminating all the honestly patriotic members of KANU who stood firm by the party manifesto, 1.e, land redistribution, economic independence, etc. KANU stopped being for Kenyans' interests and became an instrument for a small minority of lackeys or puppets of the British, American, and other imperialist financial interests. The bogus African socialism replaced the KANU manifesto written by an imperialist professor from the United States. This anti-socialist paper was KANU's new policy to turn 167 Kenya into a neo-colony. This process was completed and rubber-stamped in Nakuru last month by the so-called KANU Chairman's Conference. These unelected chairmen represented only themselves and had no mandate from any section of the people. They were under strict orders to comply or be punished. This joke of a conference was called reorganization of KANU. We are not fooled. What they mean by reorganization is that KANU has officially become a minority party for the oppression of Kenyans. KANU is not dead, it is alive and working for Kenya's non-development. It is no accident that during their meeting in Nakuru, landless victims of KANU's policies were being attacked for rightfully demanding their share of land. Being so recognized by all Kenyans as political bankrupt, this reactionary organization of Kenya's wealthy class has been rejected over the years. In desperation, the rulers therefore have to force people to join it. But being in the hands of the enemy, KANU cannot change for the better. We must continue to reject it and oppose it and the evil sellout class it represents. In its place we must organize a revolutionary People's Party which will kick the imperialists out the country, and stop the KANU comprador clique from exploiting the majority of Kenyans. Down with imperialism and neocolonialism. Down with KANU. Long live Mau Mau. Issued by Kamati Yayukambaza wa Kenya, Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu. I. Mwanguza, May 1976. Oppose government attack against the poor. He abused them and all other poor people of Kenya. He obviously did this on behalf of his government and his class friends. He made it clear that the Kenyatta regime wants to blame and attack us for our poverty, that is it our fault that we live in slums covered with mud of poverty and daily misery. But we know you, Wyaki, and your class friends. Do you think we have forgotten your lies since 1963 that change and betterment were just around the corner? We have finally realized your promises for what they are, lies. While we watch life around us getting worse every day, you bring us new promises of skyscrapers. When 1 or 2 houses are built, you and your class friends own them and charge us outrageous rent. Twikwiyaki called a meeting of the poor people of Mathur. Kenya's comprador bourgeoisie, which Wiyaki represents, headed by Kenyatta's sellout government, is now noticing our great anger. So they have to come to insult us and to threaten us with their GSU. This shows that they recognize their coming downfall and our growing strength. They are afraid and desperate. They should know that their threats and show of force would not stop us from demanding our rights and social justice. Who does not know why shanties and slums are coming up in every town in Kenya? The Kenyatta reactionary, anti-Kenyan regime has done 169. Everything possible to make sure that rural Kenya remains undeveloped, weak, and apolitical so they can exploit the peasants and rural workers with little resistance. Land, which used to be our means of livelihood, is now entirely in their control while the whole country is under control of world imperialisms. Landlessness and daily poverty force us to move to towns to seek employment. We are not in these slum towns because we enjoy the smell of rotting garbage and dead cats and dogs. The Kenyatta neo-colonial regime forced us to come here. The comprador regime knows very well that when we get to these towns there are no jobs for us. The few that are there are paying slave wages or salaries, and one cannot afford the overpriced food or rent, nor can one afford to pay school tuitions for his children. But that is not all. The government attacks us, burn down our slum houses, destroy our kiosks, arrest and imprison us. In the last few months, the government, using police dogs and GSU, has attacked us and destroyed our dwellings in Nyalenda in Kisumu, Bondeni and Bahati in Nakuru, Gikamba and Mathur in Nairobi, in Nyeri and in Mombasa. They have jailed us for trespassing in our own country when we seek employment. They call us vagrants. They have collected our children from city streets for the crime of having nothing to eat. This is not independence. It is neocolonialism under the wise leadership of Jomo Kenyatta and KANU. How do we get out of this oppression? We must unite and organize a revolutionary party to overthrow this neocolonial regime and its imperialist supporters. Our fundamental aim is to create a just society, a socialist society. Join us. Down with Kenyatta and KANU. Smash foreign domination. Power to the people. Issued by Kamati Yayukambaza wa Kenya, Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu. 170. Makayu. The conditions of the working class in Makiaya plantations, January 1975. Akiaya area in Marange County is essentially what used to be the Mitika district. It formed part of the former White Highlands reserved exclusively for British colonialist settlers. The area is very productive with good soils, but unreliable rainfall. A good supply of water from rivers makes the area very useful for large-scale irrigation and dry farming. Towards the end of the 1950s, much foreign finance capital was poured into area in order to acquire massive tracts of land for growing sisal, pineapple, coffee and cattle ranching. This reflected the changeover from small family estates to giant operations dialectically attached to foreign monopoly imperialist finance. This preliminary investigation deals, therefore, with the conditions of workers and their families on 3 plantations: pineapple, sisal, and coffee. Pineapple plantation workers. Kenya Canners Limited is the name under which a conglomeration of North American and British finance covers itself in pineapple production and processing near Tika Township. California Packers, a fully owned subsidiary of Del Monte, has all managing rights. Their 200 SQ. 171. Miles Plantation, like many others in the area, is like an autonomous self-governing state, and is virtually self-sufficient in power, water, roads, and labor. There are about 2,000 workers of 3 grades. Grades 3, the lowest, along with Kaiberu, get 0.70 cents an hour or a total of KSH 5.60 maximum a day. The average income is about KSH 120 a month. These constitute 90% of the labor force, and an area of an extremely oppressed lot. They have their families living on the plantation, and from their little pay they have to provide for all of life's basic necessities, including paying for Harambee school fees in some cases. The conditions of workers continue to be as miserable as they were before independence, if not worse. Chronic hunger, depoliticization, powerless, lack of an effective trade union, hard manual labor, and no social amenities are as rampant as they ever were. Housing provided is wretched and shared between many families. They are allowed a little shambo for subsistence. All workers are bitter, angry, and strongly curse the covert boss, the African comprador managers, ni upra, their MP representative, and most of all the union, Ikomfukanimwe Kaberii. One elderly worker said, "In my 4 years here there has been no union meeting." In essence, the union leaders are comprador agents of the Kaberii. Their job is to keep the niggers in their place. In return, they get crumbs. The union in question is the Plantation Workers Union, centered in Nakuru with a local branch at Thika. Sisal Plantation Workers. Kakoza Fiber Lands and Sisal Limited have one of the largest chunks of land in the entire country. In the Mwakenya area, Kakoza specializes in sisal, coffee and beef. Unlike the outright international monopoly financing of Kenya Canners Limited, Kakoza is the continuation of old British colonial settler type of financing. In Kakoza the situation has continued to be run under the same colonial system as before, with very minor concessions to the workers, but some of the same colonial and oppressive treatments. The workers reflect this by saying that they feel they are in southern Rhodesia. While Kenya, as canners make minor tokenist benefits in the American racist fashion of tricking workers, Kakoza is blatant and indifferent. One young man, a worker, told us, "You see, Uhuru did not come to the poor people, it came to the rich. See our condition, we are still oppressed and exploited by the same forces as before. We think that our brothers who run the government betrayed us to the imperialists." There can be no bitterness as deep as that which the Kakoza workers hold. Most workers make less than KSH 80.00 a month and work all day and weekends in hot dry fields doing backbreaking and irritating labor. The whole population is underfed, aged before their time, and is sickly and no longer able-bodied as their peers who are employed elsewhere. The children are either bloated with malnourishment or sickly with diseases common with poverty in a country that does not prioritize its biggest investment, their human capitals, that will either propel the country forward, or take it backwards. In Kakoza, misery, sufferings, and poverty are the workers' permanent guests. The colonialist Kakoza management uses African puppet managers and foremen in its exploitation of the workers. For example, little huts made of grass and bushes are huddled close together. In the long dry season whole villages burn down, causing untold misery and suffering to workers' families. There is no water to put out the fire and the managers blame the workers for the fire. Management also allows cattle to feed on the gardens of the workers' patches, and then divides the workers up by accusing the shepherds of feeding off of the gardens. This question of water is also an important one. Workers use stagnant brackish water, which is contaminated, while clean river water is used to sprinkle coffee plants and given to the cattle. This brackish water has spread deadly diseases such as bilharzia to about 60% of the worker population and their families. There are no medical facilities accessible to these workers, nothing at all. Extreme misery and great sufferings have driven many workers and their entire families to drink alcohol, carry #BA, resulting in further ruin of an already ruined family. Big civil servants, ministers, and the local MPs are all big shareholders in Kakoza, and because of them the management feels 173 secure in oppressing and exploiting the workers and their families. Everyone we talked to denounced the plantation union bitterly, and proudly said that they had suspended or banned the union from there. There is no difference between the union and Kakoza, they said. This was the typical comment we got from the workers. The union back in Thika is renowned for conniving with the management and has even acquired great wealth that way. The union leadership is known to embezzle union funds and engage in corrupt capitalist activities. Some own big shops, others own public buses. Coffee plantation workers. Coffee is grown in the higher, wetter areas west of Tika. Here there are many medium-sized plantations, except for minor exceptions all are foreign-owned. By far the largest is Sokfanaf Limited, owned by Anglo-French capitalist. An aura of great wealth is evident in all Sokfanaf operations except their vicious treatments of workers. There are so many workers that no one knows the number exactly, but it is well over 10,000. They are divided into work camps. These camps are concentrations of small round rat-holed houses shared by several families. The average wages are KSH 105.00 a month, except during harvest season when any deb above 3 is considered a bonus. Women get KSH 3.85 a day and are required to be smart if they are grading the coffee cherry. In spite of the increasing number of women in the ranks of the employed working class, they are underpaid and ruthlessly mistreated and sexually abused by their bosses. On all levels of our national economy they still do equal work for unequal pay. In our country, women are the most exploited group of the working class. Consistent with that, Sokfanaf shamelessly lures child laborers from school and pays them less. A good portion of picking time labor force is under 14 years old. The only things that workers and their families get are firewood and water, but they insist that their pay accounts partly for the price of both. They know that Kaberi does not give anything for nothing. He is a blood. 174. Mwakenya, the unfinished revolution. Sucker. Workers said that for them there are two governments, the national and Sokfanaf. Sokfanaf has more power according to the workers because it controls their very life and it has power to decide the fate of any worker. It has, in fact, denied the workers many holidays off. The national government is like a paid agent of the powerful Sokfanaf. One worker said angrily that workers are forgotten like children without a father in a wilderness. This remark was repeated many times by workers. The population immediately next to the plantation is the reserve, which wonders why it cannot acquire parts of these plantations by hire purchase. The people have attempted to do this, but the local MP chump, or his bigger friends beat them to it. One MP lies, stating that he will buy the land now so that Kiambu people may not grab it. When people have money I will gladly give it to them. Another big lie. Conclusion. These are preliminary observations in a vast area with many workers. The uniformity of the oppressive conditions in the three cases indicates that there is much suffering, misery, poverty, and untold exploitation caused by these profit-hungry international monopoly corporations. Apart from failing to protect the plantation workers from daily brutality inflicted on them by their plantation capitalist employers, the government of the Wananchi also has failed to be concerned with the slave wages given to the workers. While some workers continue to earn KSH 70.00 a month, the government does absolutely nothing to rectify the situation. Yet we are all equal in the eyes of the government. But is this not the government that perpetuates exploitation of man by man, the government that supports the oppressors against the oppressed masses of our people? The workers are intensely aware of this and wish to see some change. They know very well that the union is in the Mfuko Mwakaberi and the government cares very little about their social improvement. A few though believe mistakenly that the MP can tell the government about their suffering, if he is a good man. If he is a bad man then they believe that the 175 MP is less likely to speak to the government on behalf of their suffering, and this is why government does not know about it. Yet they have tried to send delegations to Gatindi with no results. In desperation, families turn to religion and alcohol to ease their pains and daily sufferings. In all this misery, pain, and suffering the union is the chief criminal and is recognized and hated by every worker. This situation seemed insurrectionary. It is clear that the great unity of all the nationalities has been maintained despite divisive practices by corrupt petty politicians. At no place was Kanu mentioned, indicating its defunct status in living experience. The entire situation could not be better for scientific revolutionary work, but more specific work and serious investigation would have to be done to discover particular contradictions as a scientific basis of our political work. Struggle, however, continues. Notes. 1. There is the possibility that the government subsidizes the plantation corporation by charging ridiculously little for land lease, and nothing for massive irrigation of water from rivers that dry up before reaching the dry peasant areas in the Masaaki Plains, an irrigation system that is allowed to pollute rivers, destroys the soil, and poisons the air. 2. This preliminary investigation was done by Kamoji Wachiira and Maina wa Kĩnyat in January 1975. A task they were assigned by the WPK Central Committee. 3. Kenya Canner Ltd is owned by Del Monte, a U.S. multinational corporation. 176. Tactics and Strategy, 1976 to 1981. The WPK Central Committee. Report. April 1976. Let us sum up our experiences and move forward. Marxist-Leninists must constantly evaluate their work in order to move ahead. This is done by regular summing up of their real-world experiences in political work, by criticism and self-criticism, followed by new methods of work aimed at rectifying errors and strengthening gains. This way vitality and success are assured. Herein lays a fundamental difference. What has our experience been in the past few years, and what can we learn from it? In only a few years, those who have submitted themselves to Marxist-Leninist discipline have accumulated rich and useful experience. Method of organization and work, which were correct and successful at an earlier time, are now clearly inadequate and sometimes even unworkable. The situation in Kenya, as a whole, is constantly changing, and so is our strength. Failure to adjust and modify tactics in view of new contradictions will surely lead to stagnation and backsliding at the very moment when conditions call for the exact opposite. The nature of revolutionary work is such that without constant evaluation of, and response to, changing conditions, setbacks are inevitable. Our work has centered on organization. It must be clear to all those involved in our work, from the start, that the ultimate aim is to form a 177. Communist Party. This is of basic importance. Marxism-Leninism holds that there can be no revolutionary change whatsoever without a rock-solid, disciplined, vanguard. Experience from all socialist revolutions bears this out. Our primary task now and for a considerable time to come remains to work towards that aim. All our work must be geared single-mindedly to strengthening the center. The backward line of the spontaneous change is possible and must be fought hard. Some among us accept in mere theory that organization is important, but we fail to see the importance of carrying out practically those tasks that nourish and expand the party. With this in mind, the following points need to be renewed: thoroughgoing study and discussion with constant reference to living examples and experiences of each respective unit. 1. The need for Marxist-Leninist organization to lead the Kenyan Revolution, particularly as seen from other socialist revolutions. 2. The need for building and strengthening the Marxist-Leninist center, and in the process of doing so, producing proven communist cadres, capable of carrying out correctly the tasks of pushing the struggle forward. Their world outlook and lifestyle will be communist. 3. Insisting on rigorous discipline at all times, especially being careful to make it clear to new individuals that entering a unit calls for collective discipline, submitting oneself totally to the unit and placing politics first at all times. The tendency to recruit new members by sometimes seeming to trap them into groups and hoping that they will somehow change only leads to groups becoming soft and liberal over the crucial question of struggle because they fear splits. This is extremely serious and can only result in ineffective work, erroneous and harmful lines, and can never develop Marxist-Leninist cadres. Instead, it creates yet more bourgeois liberals. For only with such discipline and struggle will serious, committed, individuals change not just their world outlook but their very lifestyles and social practices. 178. We currently find individuals who profess to submit to Marxist-Leninist discipline but have kept much of their bourgeois outlook and practice under the guise that it is not interfering with organizational work. Secrecy of work and security consciousness at all times is most essential and must be cultivated. But the situation whereby overcaution leads to doing nothing in the name of security is harmful because it stifles initiative and brings about stagnation. Security to protest the organization and its work is important. Security to protest individuals is a cover for do-nothing attitude. We must be more daring in order to break new ground and achieve victory. Group discussions should allow for full participation by, and encouragement for, all members. The aim of discussion is to develop the ability of all members to analyze situations from a Marxist-Leninist point of view. In this context, discussion of current issues and those revolving around the members' places of work should be stressed. Discussion of Marxism-Leninism should not be carried out as an academic exercise merely to give knowledge. Most important is the question of leadership. Building an organization means also seeking to build the correct type of leadership and revolutionary authority. Some groups have failed to see the need for higher or older, more experienced, groups exercising overall authority. There can be no proper development if this "our small group is supreme" mentality is not fought. The discipline of Marxist-Leninist democratic centralism must be accepted without question. These 8 points are simply guidelines. Each unit has had some experience and should draw from such an experience to highlight these points and to examine possible ways of rectifying its mistakes and struggling for a new vigorous method of work. It also brings about thorough consolidation of our gains so far and creates conditions for a more unified approach to work. Carried out to its conclusion, this will propel us to even higher levels of achievement, towards fulfilling our immediate goal of building the revolutionary vanguard party. 179. Cell Report for year 1980. Introduction. Unit has noted with regards to political developments within its region of operation that, 1. As a result of the increasing dominance of finance capital over Kenya's economy, a trend of maldevelopment in which the ruling clique has been a full participant, the country is sinking deeper and deeper into an economic recession, and the destitution among its workers is intensifying. In part, due to an international market-oriented agricultural interests of the multinationals, this sector of the economy has experienced a lopsided development, causing constant shortages in basic food commodities. 2. The continuance of competing economic interests of different imperialist countries in Kenya. USA's hegemony in running this show notwithstanding is directly reflected, in a representational form, in the schism and struggle within Kenya's political elite, as the different sections align themselves with different imperialist countries. The unit also notes that contrary to popular belief, the Kibaki group within this ruling clique seems quite incapable of undertaking a bourgeois democratic leadership, a leadership that is progressively responding to the whims and caprices of the Moi group in an attempt to regain its favor. 3. Due to the military and economic interests of the imperialist countries in African states, neighboring Kenya, the latter has been forced to establish rather odd alliances with Ethiopia, the Sudan, and Uganda. 180. The unit further notes that as a result of, 1. The inception of the Moi dictatorship in the country as evidenced of the banning of trade unions and welfare organizations, and the apparently high degree of intolerance to and personalization of any kind of peaceful dissent, 2. The Politi-Corp economic eclecticism and buffoonery of the leadership, 3. The failing popularization of a false image of benevolence on the part of the leadership that is replete with anti-democratic practices, all of which, in the long run, act against the interests of finance capital and of imperialism at large. The imperialist countries and their multinational corporations in Kenya, are becoming increasingly concerned about a leadership that is capable of promoting and protecting their interests in Kenya, and b. Are threatening to divert. The Kenya government's reaction to these threats, in an attempt to reassure the imperialists, has been to adopt a policy which will allow for a greater repatriation of profits on the part of multinationals, a reaction that is necessarily bound to land the country in yet deeper economic problems, and intensifies the development of dictatorship. Given this perspective of the political situation in Kenya, then how has the party branch responded both in terms of its theoretical and political activities? 2 Unit activities. A. Background. I. Theoretical work. While every unit meeting has touched upon some theoretical issue of organizational and/or operational significance, only 2 sessions were devoted to thorough theoretical study on 1. The history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and 2. The class basis of Kenyan law, a project of one of the unit members. No serious attempt was made, however, to 181. Directly link these studies to the more practical aspects of the unit's present tasks and its future development. The national question was proposed for study, but there was absolutely no follow-up to this proposal, thereby leaving the issue lingering without being subjected to rigorous, theoretical study. 2. Practical work. 1. Recruitment. A new member was recruited in the unit in March of 1980, raising the number of unit membership to 4. 6 other potential recruits were observed in the course of the year, but a decision was taken to drop them on the basis of lack of discipline and adventurism. In the case of at least one of these people, the unit's observations have been correct to the extent that he, using an ally who is either politically naive or an agent provocateur, adventurously disregarded some of the most obvious security measures to engage in the production and distribution of a manifesto calling for a nationwide formation of a Marxist-Leninist political party. To the University Academic Staff Union, this was the most important project of the unit, and as such, it formed the core of the unit operations in 1980. The election of one of the unit members for the strategic position of UASU's Secretary General, and the representation of 2 unit members in UASU's Executive Committee and its Steering Corps ensured a strong unit control of UASU's general direction. No doubt, trade unions have their limitations and pitfalls as platforms of political work, mainly due to their economist orientation. As Lenin pointed out, the rise of economism in the Soviet Union could actually be traced to the activities of the Social Democratic Party itself, to the party's limiting its sphere of activities in the initial stage to mere economist activities among the workers. However, the unit was able to avoid this pitfall by linking the political issues to the economic issues. Hence, by presenting the political annihilation of Ngigwa Thiongo as an economic issue in the form of tenure of service, and the Political Solidarity Forum on the assassination 182 of Walter Rodney as a question of professional freedom, popular support, in the midst of much opposition, for these political economic issues was generated without allowing cause for alarm on the part of the government. In other words, to the extent that the political was directly connected to the immediate economic and professional conditions of the union members, government backlash as well as the possible recoiling of the conservatives within the union membership was successfully avoided. UASU started getting into problems, however, when its activities became overtly political. This came in the form of UASU student demonstration against imperialism as an offshoot of the UASU Forum on Walter Rodney. The unit line, which was accepted by the UASU Core Committee, was opposed to the demonstration, especially when the government granted a permit for the demonstration at its own initiative after refusing to do so a couple of days earlier at the initiative of UASU. However, the unit failed to carry this line through to the Executive Committee. The opportunist adventurers usurped the leadership in favor of the demonstration, which was held the following day. A week later the union was banned, and the unit holds this overtly political activity, the anti-imperialist demonstration, as responsible for this anti-UASU presidential decree. Why did the unit fail to carry its line through in the UASU's Executive Committee? Despite the agreed unit line, the 2 members of the unit represented in the Executive Committee were divided on the issue in the EC meeting. And while the unit did not come up with a concrete analysis of the basis of this division, it was strongly felt that it was due to liberalism on the part of one of the unit members as a direct product of his socio-personal relation with a non-unit member represented in the EC and who was in favor of the demonstration. The unit called for an immediate termination of this relationship. The strong pro-demonstration force in the executive committee with which the unit had to contend with was also a product of UASU membership being taken in by the few gains it was making or had made in its struggles. And against such a force, the unit failed to engage UASU in a tactical retreat when the political conditions demanded one. 183. Most members of the EC recoiled completely at the banning of UASU, and unit effort to get the EC members to meet and discuss the union's future form and direction failed completely. But, since by the end of 1980, no official word has reached UASU to effect its proscription, the unit has continued to discuss and investigate the possibilities of its revival in some form or another. Alongside with that, 2 unit meetings were cancelled after the banning of UASU due to security fears. However, the way these meetings were cancelled was very unsatisfactory indeed, which led the unit to re-emphasize that the cancellation of any meeting on the basis of security reasons should lead to the dispersion rather than the concentration of unit members. The period immediately following the banning of the academic staff union was one of an extended inactivity on the part of the party unit, and liberalism was actually beginning to set in, but only to be combated by the consciousness of the party unit. 3. Tamaduni Players. Another mass-oriented project of the unit has been the theatre group, Tamaduni Players. In 1980 it invited a number of people to participate in organizing and staging the Kiswahili version of Ngigs and Misaras Mzalandukamatha, which responded positively to the political message. However, there were 2 destructive developments. A. In the initial staging of the play a few politicians took over the platform and, speaking to the audience, completely distorted the political message and used it in their favor, and B. Opportunists among the invited members, realizing the personal gains that they could weed out of the theater group, attempted to capture the leadership. This move led to a total disruption of the play and consequently to a withdrawal of the TP group from the general Mzalandu cast. The previous organizational looseness of TP seemed to have left room for the emergency of precisely these kinds of problems. To ensure a greater control of its own direction, therefore, the group had formed a steering core committee, which is under the direction of a member of the party unit. 184. For the Legal Advice Central, though not the direct initiative of the unit, this bourgeois charity institution, intended to make legal advice easily accessible to the common Kenyan, has a unit member as its chairman. It was hoped that since the LAC has a number of contacts with trade union movement it would help the unit's work in directing and strengthening UASU. The unit member represented in the LAC was required to form a steering core committee, but due to his other heavy engagements in UASU and other duties, the core committee did not materialize. Nonetheless, under the chairmanship of the unit member, the LAC managed, a. to issue a newsletter, being, in essence, a politically patriotic stand of Kenyan lawyers against foreign domination, which castigated and opposed an American attempt at pouring money into the center with the ultimate aim of exercising control over it, and b. to issue a petition on the Sandstorm case which, in effect, questioned the justice of Kenyan law and therefore, indirectly of justice under comprador law. 5. Pamphleteering/leafleting, in response to continuing efforts by the reactionary regime to perpetuate its neo-colonial rule via divisive politics, among other tactics, the party unit issued an underground leaflet entitled Mwa's Divisive Tactics Exposed. While exposing specific divisive instances within the university, the leaflet had a wider application and essence to the extent that the specifics were so presented and related to the general political scene as to reveal one dimension in the development of dictatorship in Kenya. The leaflet was very well formulated and the issues raised were concretely expository. The production and distribution of the leaflet was well organized and executed without the slightest security problem. The general feedback received by the party unit indicates that, the content was received with a lot of enthusiasm and the leaflet was quickly passed around and duplicated to reach a number of members of parliament within a relatively short period of time. 2. However, a section of the student left at KUC felt left out and reacted by exploring the idea of issuing a counter leaflet. This reactionary move, however, was thwarted by the sheer absence of counter-arguments to the party unit leaflet, and 3. The popular explanation from the Mwakenya Karitiki clique was that the 185 leaflet was engineered from, without the university, an anti-Moi group of politicians in alliance with some university student elements. There was an extended period of party unit inactivity for security reasons immediately after the leaflet. 6. Petitioning, taking advantage of the expulsion of some 38 Kenyatta University students following a 3-day student demonstration in December 1980, the party unit produced a petition addressed to the councils of University of Nairobi and Kenyatta University, castigating the undemocratic manner in which the university is run and holding this responsible for the periodic disruptions caused by student demonstrations and expulsions. At Kenyatta University there was a strong campaign against the petition from some reactionary academics and from a section of the Christian community. Despite this, however, the party unit managed to solicit some 105 signatures, mostly from KU, and to popularize its cause in the media. It was felt, nonetheless, that a lot more signatures could have been solicited, especially from the main campus of the University of Nairobi. That the end result did not meet the party unit expectations was attributed to liberalism based, essentially, on the above-ground nature of the task, and which was reflected in 2 ways: a. The questions of timing and distribution of manpower in soliciting signatures was so loosely discussed that the party unit ended up being completely divided on what was actually agreed on, and b. Given that there was a possibility expressed in the party unit meeting of authorities associating the petition with the engineers of underground leaflet on Mwa's divisive tactics, the security question was naively handled. This pitfall, to which the party unit had fallen prey to, led to a severe introspection, which touched upon such fundamental issues as commitment and trust, and to avoid some such pitfalls in the future it was agreed that, 186. The party unit should be more wary of its decisions in its above-ground tasks. 2. Discussions during party unit meetings should focus more restrictively on the issue in question, and 3. Every party unit meeting should be followed by a resume of the proceedings. B. Achievements. Our achievements in the course of the year have been rather modest, and a number of these apply specifically to the party unit's work in UASU. These include, to revive UASU as a political transmission belt for party unit activities and develop it into a force of concern in national political circles. 2. To mobilize the university staff to make a stand on its economic and professional interests in a politicized manner, and 3. To counter government agents and bourgeois media at an attempt at dividing staff and students by promoting staff-student solidarity on a number of issues. Another set of achievements relates specifically to party unit sessions, including, a. Except in a couple of instances there has always been good and thorough follow-up and feedback on every party unit activity. B. There was frequent, open, and at times intense, introspection and self-criticism which provoked some moments of strong tension within the party unit. C. But despite this, the party unit managed to stick together very well, which in essence means that the party unit stood and survived. The test of liberalism. See failures. From a general point of view, and for all practical purposes, it seems that, given the observations on Kenya noted in the introduction of this report, the situation in the country is, both politically and economically, set for some extensive agitation work. Yet, clearly, the party unit has done very little in this direction in the course of the year 1980. This situation has to do with a number of specific weaknesses, among which are, 1. The party unit size is so small that it necessarily limits the scope of its work. This then boils down to the question of recruitment, the rate of which has been terribly slow. 2. 187. Another issue, which may have stultified greater activity of the party unit, is the implicit assumption that the party unit may engage in activities of agitation nature which may arouse popular discontent. It is in no numerical position to direct that expressed mood of agitation to productive ends. Yet, It is also probably true that every instance in which people are politically aroused, whether the party unit is capable of taking that political arousal a stage higher or not, contributes to a rise in political consciousness. 3. Given the long periods of inactivity after the pamphleteering and the banning of UASU, and the way the security issue was handled during the petitioning, there seems to have been a tendency to use the security as a pretext for laxity. 4. Theoretical study has lagged far behind and has been treated with some degree of indifference. There has also been a total lack of effort to prioritize our theoretical work in terms of, and relate it concretely to, our practical tasks and objectives. 5. Except in the case of the Kĩnyat play staged by the Tamaduni players, the party unit has been unable to take the initiative to extend its operations outside the university campus. 6. In the specific case of UASU, the party unit was able to demonstrate mobilization capability, but its capability to control was proved to be rather weak. While this issue may be quite ad hoc, its experiential value requires our reflection in more general terms. D. Lessons. The following are the lessons that the party unit has experientially derived from its activities in the course of the year. 1. That, while bourgeois institutions can be successfully used as transmission belts for political work, the moment the party unit's work transcends the boundaries which are traditionally associated with such bourgeois institutions, it has laid itself prey to all sorts of internal and external counter-revolutionary forces. 2. Our recruitment efforts have persistently shown that the intellectual profession is replete with adventurists and opportunists who have discovered in Marxism-Leninism Maoism a tool for self-popularization. And, for some, a cover for counter-revolutionary. 188. FTTEE. Work. 3. That, without consistent effort to relate revolutionary theory to revolutionary practice, theoretical work can recede into the background, be deprived of its significance and essentiality, thereby leading the party unit into an intellectual liberalism. 4. That above-ground work, by virtue of its very nature, can easily invite liberalism in the form of organizational and communicational looseness. 5. That organizational and communicational looseness, through the party unit experiences in UASU and Tamaduni players, can be one of the most dangerous weaknesses of any political party unit and a very potent exposure to all sorts of counter-revolutionary forces of sabotage. 6. That a political cell unit must always be weary of being carried away by its gains in its political work, which may easily distract it from a thorough assessment of the opportune moments for action and tactical retreat in relation to each activity and at each point in time. And finally, 7. That socio-personal relation can be a strong yet unconscious, and therefore dangerous, source of liberalism, which may severely impair intra-cell unit communication and adherence to the cell unit line on specific issues. E. Future tasks. 1. To the extent that the party unit size is a serious limitation to the scope of its work, more active and diversified recruiting which should extend beyond the university and indeed beyond Nairobi city is one of the most pressing immediate tasks of the party unit, and no effort should be spared towards the achievement of this objective. 2. To continue focusing on the development of mass projects and engage in them more aggressively for agitation purposes, as well as to stimulate the exposure of disciplined and committed individuals for recruitment. 3. To intensify, and extensively, theoretical study, especially on the 189 question of mass work, in order to facilitate the promotion and maintenance of praxis in party unit activities. 4. In the meantime, the possibility of reactivating UASU in a form more acceptable to the government authorities and under a greater control of the party unit with a unit-controlled regular newsletter should be extensively pursued. Note, this party unit was operating mainly in the city of Nairobi. In 1981 it was given the task of producing the party organ, Pambana. It consisted of 5 members: Willie Mudunga, Maina W. Kĩnyat, Sultan Samji, Al-Amin Mazrui, and Edward Oyagai. 190. Report of the March 2nd. Center. March 1980 to March 1981. A. Introduction 1. Every summing up of our work must be seen against the background of both the international and the national situations. 2. On the international scene, the period saw major ideological setbacks for the world revolutionary movement. In this respect, the death of Mao, the succession to power in China by a gang of capitalist roaders, and the subsequent attack on Marxism-Leninism-Maoism were all a blow to the movement. In the United States, the Carter regime with its emphasis on human rights to cover up imperialist domination tended to blunt the edges of anti-imperialist offensives in the Third World. The Carter era has given way to the even more right-wing era of Reaganites. Although there were a few gains, the world experienced doldrums in the revolutionary movement, and Kenya was part and parcel of that trend. 3. On the national situation, the Kenyatta right-wing era with lip service to a nationalist past died with Kenyatta to be replaced by the Moi era without even a lip service to any nationalist past. The trend is summed up by the change of slogans, from Harambieism to Nioism, that is, from the notion of pulling together to the following the trodden path. But the Nio era was a creation of the Kenyatta era. The Kenyatta succession took place without violence because it was virtually the same group succeeding itself. What happened was merely a matter of filling up the vacancies with the next in line. 19. 4. This summing up of our work is based on the two areas of our operations, A. Above ground, and B. Underground. In turn, each area has two aspects, I. Practical, 2. Ideological. But the aim is one: the overthrow of imperialism and the struggle for national democratic liberation as a transition towards socialism. Just to remind ourselves, while and are dialectically related, is primary. Also, while I, and 2, are dialectically related, I, is primary. In our summing up of 1979 we saw that many gains of 1977, and after, were the result of intensive underground work of the earlier years coupled with the historic decision to move away from the immediate university constituencies. For the 80s, we decided that consolidation of present cells and continued recruitment was our main tasks. But we also decided that we could take more risks in penetrating democratic organization, so as to advance our work above ground. To create a democratic organization, however weak, was an important thing in view of the systematic suppression of democratic organization by the Moi regime. We also decided on a low profile in the issuing of pamphlets. B. Gains: I. Underground. I. More cells and units were created. 2. Recruitment is still going on. 3. There was improvement in disbanding and regrouping, the democratic centrist command structure is working better. 4. Though still on a low profile in the issuing of pamphlets, we had 2 huge successes in 2 pamphlets: the analysis of Moi regime in terms of a KADU takeover of the KANU of the early 60s, and the exposure of Moism. 2. Above ground. 1. The biggest success story was the formation and the growth of the University Academic Staff Union to virtually become a 192 Br. Powerful national organization being looked up to by the people for an alternative voice. The virtual reopening and the revitalization of the Writers' Association of Kenya was our work. In this respect, the seminar on the freedom of the artist early in 1980 was an important result of that revitalization. The struggles against cultural imperialism went on, taking various forms from individual articles to organized efforts. We have virtually won the national languages issue. Our previous opponents are advocating our line. Those still opposing it tend to react to initiatives. The Plamzalandu Kamati by the Tamaduni players was a huge success, once again victorious in our attempts to reassert the reactionary anti-Kenyan line through theater. Books like Njihika and Dienda, Katani Mitharabaini, and Thunder from the Mountains carried our ideological line, and their very popularity among the people shows on the whole the correctness of our line. These were part of the ideological offensive above ground. See weaknesses and losses. I. Underground. 1. There was a virtual neglect of organized studies in theory. Compare this to 1975/76, when an intense theoretical work combined with intense practical work. Though the command structure is working, the discipline was often not as tight, leading to some spectacular losses, g. the banning of the Academic Staff Union. In the same way, the Tamaduni players' production of Mzalendo Kamati was almost marred by this lack of discipline in obeying orders or in passing instructions through the right communicational channels and structure. We have not yet been able to gain from our successes or to follow up on our successes, and this has been often resulted in opportunist elements or others taking the credit, example the spokesman for the union, etc. 193. 4. We have also been weak in the development of qualities of leadership and authority in broad democratic forms. 5. We have been lax in following up initial contacts for the purposes of recruitment. Above ground. 1. Items and above also apply here. 2. Loss of the union. We could do with more penetrations into democratic organizations. In this respect, our jobs, professions, history, background are often a handicap. Overall. 1. We were virtually the only consistent and organized resistance to the Moi dictatorship. We were the first to expose it nationally, not only through underground pamphlets, but also through practical struggle for Ngig's reinstatement at the university. Our contact with the countryside is still very weak. But it is the only way to go, painful, but there is no alternative. Rightists are reacting against our initiatives, example the Agat/Achin/Kipkorer/Ishinoadiambo reaction to Thunder from the Mountains, by implication endorsing Mau Mau as a national patriotic movement, a position they had previously rejected. The future. Underground, L. 2s. We must intensify our recruitment work. It might be slow and painful, but there is no other way. We must have more organized theoretical study, example the study of other revolutionary movements like that of Vietnam, Albania, Cambodia, Cuba, etc. We could also revisit some other theoretical issues, example. 194. The national question, democratic centralism, a study of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. 3. We must tighten discipline and channel of communications and vigorously combat liberalism within us, in the party and outside the four-party. 2. Above ground. 1. There will be continued suppression of democratic organizations. But we must continue trying to create a few where there are none, Euro.g, among theater workers, and to penetrate existing ones, however few. These are other areas we can look into. A. Trade unionism, can we make alliances with individuals or groups? B. Universities, colleges and schools, clubs and student organizations. C. Churches, e.g. NCCK, and progressive individuals within the church leadership. We should try to penetrate the Muslim community. And D. Parliament, try to make friends and alliances with progressive parliamentarians. We can look into possibilities of organizing a loose left-wing alliance or caucus. 2. Overall, we should utilize any openings, cultural, funeral, marriage, ceremonies, and cooperative organizations. In fact, any opening that brings us to where people are. 3. We should continue with a vigorous ideological offensive. 4. We should aim to have a few more public plays rejected or banned, as this will create awareness that it is not right. 5. The ideological offensive both underground and above ground should be aimed at steering ourselves and at creating the necessary conditions for a higher practical work, i.e., something more than just pamphlets. 6. We must strive to analyze and understand the present post-Kenyatta era, the class forces at work, their strength and weaknesses, and their practical concrete manifestations in order to really know who the enemy really is so as to fight him better. If we do not recognize the enemy and the concrete form he takes culturally, politically, and economically, i.e., the concrete organizational form he takes, we might end up shadow blocking ourselves to exhaustion. 195. Note, the March 2nd Center was the coordinating committee of the movement. Its base was in Nairobi. It consisted of 4 members, namely, Kamoji Wachiira, Maina wa Kĩnyat, Digi Wa Thiongo, Edward Oyagai, and Karaiki Forest. In 1981, Karaiki was suspended from the center for his sluggishness and petty bourgeois social behavior. Those who do not know the truth write and argue that the March 2nd Center was an independent movement outside the WPK and DTM. 196. The Proletarian Press. Launching the party newspaper. January 1982. We have long wished to effect the launching of a consistent and regular propaganda organ as a crucial aspect of our general political work. Along with that, we have always maintained that such a publication or organ is absolutely necessary for the purpose of extending and hopefully consolidating a thoroughly Bolshevized Marxist-Leninist center, a center towards which the Kenyan masses can systematically gravitate. Such a center, we have always felt, must aspire to be national in scale and must have a broad mass character. It must be a center which is not only fully consolidated ideologically and organizationally, but one which also commands a unified and systematic approach to its general and specific political tasks. Concretely, the duty of such a center is to mobilize the masses of the people to overcome the dangers of political inaction and thereby to create appropriate conditions for a militant preparedness of the Kenyan people for the eventual overthrow of the comprador, neo-colonial regime. A mass propaganda organ is indeed most necessary at a time like this. Conditions in Kenya today are characterized by a relatively passive anti-imperialist stance on the part of the mass of the people. Such a situation calls for the revolutionary initiative and leadership of the working class in 197. Alliance with other progressive classes and subclasses. The main target of such a revolutionary alliance and action is imperialism and capitalism. The success of such a revolutionary strategy will rest heavily on the capacity of the revolutionary movement to appeal to the broad democratic sensibilities of the popular masses and to rally their democratic behind issues and political economic interests which enjoy common appeal to all the progressive strata of Kenya's neo-colonial society. Correspondingly, a propaganda organ, which such a movement requires for the fulfillment of its historical mission, must be 1. Pro-Kenyans both in content and style, 2. Anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism in content and function, 3. Anti-all brands of reactionary socialist trash, peddled by imperialist agent in neo-colonial Kenya, devoid of any unnecessary far-fetched theoretical antagonism with social imperialism, 4. National social democratic in content, but communist in its systematically concealed long-term functions, 5. Short-term in its political action, yet long-term in its revolutionary vision and anticipation, 6. Live in its agitation content, and broad in its political appeal and influence, 7. Devoid of unnecessarily excessive Marxist vocabulary, the purpose being to effectively use the broad democratic platform for communist intentions without alerting our deadly enemies, particularly during our incipient stages of development, and finally, 8. Written in the languages that are understood by the great majority of the Kenyan people, in this case, mainly Kiswahili and English, but under special circumstances other national languages may also be used. The format. The layout of the organ will be as follows: 1. Editorial, its content will be general and analytical. Its function will be to expose the Kenyan masses to the correct analysis of broadly based ideological and political issues, which are of crucial importance to the development of their political consciousness. 2. Analysis of current and topical events and issues. In this section, topical national and international events and issues will be subjected. 198. To a dialectical materialist analysis, always making the revolutionary interests of the Kenyan people the point of reference. The presentation must be simple, clear, and using local imageries, idioms and expressions, i.e., relying on the concrete experiences of our people. It must avoid stereotype and worn-out expressions. 3. Expose report/inside report. This should be the result of thoroughly carried out investigations into the various aspects of imperialist, neo-colonial, and comprador misdeeds against the people of Kenya. First and foremost, such reports should aim at muckraking the neo-colonial filth concealed under the thin veneer of capitalist pretensions. In order to generate militant opposition within the ranks of the people against imperialism and its local agents, they should be subjected to heavy doses of agitation sensationalized. This should also include reports about heroic anti-imperialist deeds of Kenyans. 4 letters to the editorial committee. Letters bearing faked authorship should always beef up popular stands. The first issue should be a prototype of the future format of the organ. However, its editorial should contain a condensed version of Czech, adding to it the goals and objectives of the organ and something amounting to what is to be done, i.e., a revolutionary way out of the impasse. The remaining sections of the first issue should be as suggested in the format above, i.e., news analysis and inside reports, accepting letters to the editorial committee, lies to us always. They misrepresent Kenya's reality and praise every crime and evil act the ruling class commits. They apologize for them and continually attack our people's struggles, or at best ignore them. These newspapers sow confusion and disunity in their attempts to put a lid on trouble and stop the will of history. Our people want change, revolutionary changes. The government and its mouthpieces want to keep Kenyans down. Just as these government-controlled, foreign-owned newspapers cannot be free, they cannot be neutral. In many real ways they support our enemies. Pambana is similarly neither free nor neutral. It will accept no apologies for oppression or thievery and will forcefully represent the truth as seen from the majority poor, dispossessed Kenyans who have hitherto been so 200 EESCSS fully ignored. Pambana will therefore be militantly and proudly partisan. Pambana could not have come at a better time. The current regime, like the last one, is fully exposed as unable to solve the political and economic problems facing us. During colonialism, there were 2 types of newspapers representing 2 fundamentally opposed interests. There were those, like the East African Standard, the Daily Nation and Kenya Weekly, which represented foreign and white settler interests. Then there were others like Mwakenya, Mimanairari, Maramati, Sodi Yakau, Ramaji, and Mwalimua, which represented the Kenyan people's aspirations for freedom. The People's Press was harassed and finally banned by the colonial regime in the 1950s. The story did not change after 1963. The 2 main newspapers are still foreign-owned, the Daily Nation by the Aga Syndicate and the East African Standard by Lonro. A true People's Press has been suppressed. KANU regimes have only allowed newspapers that defend foreign interests. Even modest attempts by Kenyans to found a liberal press have been suppressed or discouraged. Thus, the People's Press has been pushed underground. As in similar situations elsewhere, the underground press has been the only truly free press in both colonial and neo-colonial Kenya. The existence does not depend on the goodwill of the foreign-controlled KANU regime. It does not depend on the goodwill of advertisers. Indeed, in all modern societies which have made revolution, newspapers have always played a vital part in awakening, mobilizing and unifying them. We quote Lenin, who founded Jaisker in old Russia and declared prophetically, "A spark can light a prairie fire. Long live Pambana." Our stand. Kenyans have been massively betrayed. The revolution we launched with blood has been arrested and derailed. Today, more than 22 years after KANU 201 was formed, almost 29 years after a fake independence was negotiated, the broad masses of Kenya are materially and politically worse off than ever before. The criminally corrupt ruling clique, sanctioned by KANU, has isolated itself from the concerns of our daily life and has committed a crime among many others, more brutal than any that British colonialism ever did. They have silenced all opposition and deprived us, forcibly and otherwise, of the very right to participate in Kenya's national affairs. The sacred rights of expression and association have been cast aside. KANU and its government have disorganized all spheres of economic production, have scattered all communal efforts at organization, have sowed unprincipled discord and enmity among our peoples, and have looted unspeakable sums of money and national wealth. They have finally given our entire country over to U.S. imperialism to use as a political and military base. All these crimes have been wrought in the name of progress and prosperity and inane smatterings of love, peace, and unity. This is not independence. This is neocolonialism in its worst form. Kenyans have fought many battles in order precisely to put an end to a similar situation in the past. They did not wage war in order to end up worse off than before. Clearly, serious errors were made in the past, particularly the error not to thoroughly cleanse the people's ranks of pro-colonial elements that later regrouped, took over leadership, and derailed the struggle to where it is today. This is a most important point, and we intend to dwell on it at length in the future. We must build on past experiences, avoid mistakes, and not repeat them. The cost has already been too great. True independence is a sacred thing. It is revolutionary. It means a clean break, a new start with no fetters from the past oppressive machinery. It means a fiercely vigilant nation led by a strong people's organization, which works with the people's initiative in building a new society, with new forms and new modes of thought. True independence releases vast new energy and creativity. Kenya has no independence. Kenya is more dependent today than it was before 1963. Despite her considerable wealth, she is starving, in debt and bankrupt. Kenyans 202. Therefore, have no alternative but to begin anew in order to continue the revolution that was diverted. We are once again called upon, more urgently now than ever before, to marshal our forces and prepare for a protracted counterattack in order to salvage and reconstruct our nation. This is war, class war. We must have no illusions. We hail and applaud Kenya, a great pioneering summary, and take up the challenge therein. It is our historic duty to stand up and refuse to simply go along. It is also our natural right to express ourselves, to disseminate ideas and to associate. These rights we will retake them, forcibly if necessary. We, the December 12 movement, have chosen to make our contribution by starting the first truly revolutionary people's paper. Hitherto no paper has represented the wishes and activities of the poor and oppressed Kenyans correctly. Henceforth, we shall. Others must do whatever they can in order that a principled unity can be built based on concrete acts, accomplished and living experience gained, and not on dead words said or written. December 12, 1963 was the day most Kenyan masses united with the hope of a new national reality, a true independence. Unknown to them, this was not to be. It signifies to us a betrayal and the basis of a new, higher unity and a revolutionary rebirth. This newspaper is dedicated to gathering, uniting, encouraging, and protecting all those who would defiantly stand for our country's and people's true interests and who would sacrifice and fight towards our unity and victory. This is a serious political task, and we solemnly dedicate ourselves and our abilities to it. We have no doubt that the overwhelming majority of Kenyans stand by this position. This newspaper, 1. Firmly opposes the robbery of our national resources and wealth by imperialist interests, be they multinational corporations, banks, or foreign governments. Kenyan wealth and labor must benefit Kenyans only. 203. 2. Condemns in the strongest of terms the criminally corrupt and traitorous band of thieves who govern this country and who have allied themselves with U.S. imperialism to keep us perpetually down. 3. Is totally opposed to the presence on Kenyan soil of U.S. and any other military bases. 4. Supports all genuine, democratic, and liberation movements fighting for people's self-determination in and outside Kenya. This newspaper supports all genuine Kenyan organizations and individuals fighting any aspect of local or imperialist reaction, and in particular, 1. Small farmers and producers working against government and cooperative theft and mismanagement. Workers against IMF enforced low wages and anti-strike controls. The millions unemployed in their right to employment. Small businessmen against foreign monopolies. Indigenous professionals against fake expatriate experts. SSBS teachers, students, and pupils against irrelevant, authoritarian colonial education. 7. Committed intellectuals and journalists against official muzzling. 8. The poor and the landless in their demands for land reform. 9. All poor people against ever-increasing rents, prices and declining real incomes. 10. The entire dispossessed population against a corrupt, puppet government and its ever-repressive police rule. More specifically and immediately, this newspaper will seek to raise principled debate, to raise political consciousness and awareness, highlight news that the foreign-run newspapers ignore and suppress, expose reactionary and imperialist plots and intrigues, protect and heighten our entire people's struggles, and generally work towards a united resistance in order to fight and overthrow imperialism and neocolonialism and achieve the long-delayed true independence. 204. Pambana, June 1983. Nairobi. Editorial. Release political prisoners now, and sacrifice for the Kenyan people constitutional and democratic rights. We condemn in the strongest language the criminally corrupt, repressive, and traitorous band of thieves who govern this country and who have allied themselves with the imperialists to keep the Kenyan masses perpetually exploited and oppressed. Their anti-Kenyan stance is clearly demonstrated by the continuing repression of innocent Kenyans through IR December 12 movement continues to support those who stand. 1. Detention and restriction for those who speak the truth and oppose foreign domination. 2. Kangaroo trials for the patriotic Kenyans. 3. Police brutality against workers, peasants, and squatters. 4. Failure to prosecute corrupt government and cooperative swindlers of national resources. 5. Detaining innocent Kenyans without trial, denying the workers the right of bargaining for their labor power and sanctioning redundancies to the benefits of the foreign monopolies. 6. Planned interference with the parliamentary and civic elections through barring, harassing, and intimidating candidates and voters. 7. Establishing Anglo-American military bases on the Kenyan soil without the consent of the people of Kenya. 205. E. In the light of the above criminal denial of our people democracy and human rights, we, in the December 12 movement demand 1. The immediate and unconditional release of political prisoners, Edward Oyegai, Willie Midunga, Kamoji Wachiira, Maina wa Kĩnyat, Alamin Mazrui, Makari, Koigi, Kamiwa, Karaiki Wangandu, university students, and many others who are secretly and illegally imprisoned. 2. Non-interference with the coming general elections. 3. The immediate withdrawal of the Anglo-American soldiers and other military personnel from our country. The December 12 movement appeals to all progressive and patriotic Kenyans to oppose the Moi dictatorship and its imperialist allies, to expose reactionary and imperialist plots against the people of Kenya and to heighten our people's struggles for democracy and socialism. The December 12 movement has grown and continues to develop internally and externally as a people movement. The history of our anti-imperialist resistance is long and victory is certain. Long live Mau Mau! Long live the people's struggle! Pambana, Pambana, Pambana. 206. Pambana number 2, July 1983. Pambana stands for unity. Fen the first of Pambana came out in May 1982, the people of Kenya and all freedom-loving people of the world received it with great joy. It filled Kenyans with hope and great expectations. It made them see that it was possible to change the prevailing oppressive conditions and create a better life for all Kenyans. This is what they had always looked forward to, an organ which would unite the poor and the exploited against the Kenyan ruling class and their foreign masters. Such a unity is what Pambana stands for. Pambana united the poor and all those who love freedom and democracy, it united the workers and peasants all over Kenya, it united all the patriots in the civil service, the police, and the army, it united students, teachers, lawyers, journalists, doctors, nurses, secretaries, mechanics, shop assistants and office workers. They all hailed Pambana's call for a relentless struggle against imperialism. KANU in the service of world imperialism. Here in Kenya, the oppression of the people is systematically done on behalf of Euro-American imperialists by the KANU-led ruling class. The imperialists milk our country while watchdogs, the KANU-led regime, rule over us like gods. These gods felt threatened by the unity and 207. Consciousness created by Pambana. They responded by detentions without trial, imprisonment on trumped-up charges and indiscriminate torture of Kenyans. Anyone who dared to speak for democracy and constitutional rights was thrown into detention. Journalists, teachers, lawyers, workers, students, peasants were harassed mercilessly. They underwent brutal police interrogations. They were put into custody and prison because they dared to demand their democratic rights. They dared to oppose a one-party dictatorship, and what is more, they dared oppose the granting of military bases to the United States and British imperialists on Kenya's soil, air, and water. The Kenyan comprador ruling clique cunningly exploited the attempted coup of August 1, 1982 to kill thousands of innocent people, especially our young patriotic Kenyans, and to cow people into accepting the regime's murderous rule. The regime used the occasion to silence the voices of patriotic youth who sincerely believed in changes that would lead to democracy and socialism. For 3 continuous months, the ruling clique and their army used to instill fear amongst the people. Mwa's soldiers raped our women, robbed Kenyan peasants and workers of their property, snatched clothes, shoes, watches and radios from people traveling in Matatai, went into people's homes and took anything they wanted from innocent and unarmed people. They took the little that the workers had saved through sweat and blood. Thus the army clearly showed they were the enemy of the people. They behaved like the US soldiers in Vietnam. The elders said that they behaved like the colonial British Johnnies during the British-imposed state of emergency. The army, trained and groomed by the Americans and British, was mercilessly used against the people. We are totally opposed to these murderous brutes, going under the name of Kenya Armed Forces. We opposed an army, which guards the property of foreign capitalism and their comprador agents. But these soldiers are children of peasants and workers, and so when they use force against the people of their own class, it is like raping their own mothers. 208. There are no differences between the leaders of KANU and the leaders of neocolonial regimes like Chile, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Indonesia, Philippines, Pakistan, etc. These countries have military comprador regimes created by US imperialists to perpetuate the exploitation of workers and rob the wealth of these countries. In these countries, the struggle of peasants and workers to bring about democracy and socialism has reached a high stage. These people will surely defeat the fascist foreign-supported regimes as the peoples of Vietnam, Kampuchea, and Nicaragua have done. On August 1, 1982, the people of Kenya expressed their deep-rooted desire to change their condition of daily oppression by their attitude to the coup attempt. Thousands of people all over the country celebrated the announcement of the coup because it showed that it was possible to become free from oppression by the police, the administration, and city council askari, and the whole government machinery administered by corrupt and unpatriotic officials, that it was possible to free themselves from the oppression of foreign lawyers, and some Kenyan lawyers too, who are the willing tools of the Mwakali class. For thousands of hungry and unemployed, any change that would modify the prevailing conditions was welcome. This explains their enthusiastic reception of the news of the August 1 attempted coup. Military-backed KANU regime. Intensified repression. The KANU government with its army attacked and tortured unarmed people. Thus the government and the comprador ruling class exposed their true face as the enemy of the people. The authoritarian regime of Moi must repress all opposition with brutal force. How shall we ever forget the threats, the harassment, and the torture against us by the Moi regime in 1982? The military-backed KANU regime has continued the oppression, this time under the guise of defending and upholding the constitution. Yet most Kenyan know the regime has no respect even for its own laws and constitution, as shown by the kangaroo military courts. The 209. Students showcase trials and many political jailing and detentions. Biased judgments against workers in trade union disputes with foreign-owned companies are the order of the day, while cases of corruption involving directors, managers, and senior civil servants are often dropped. Foreign judges are highly paid rubber stamps. Unpatriotic Kenyan judges and lawyers are also rubber stamps who administer anti-people authoritarian laws. No. We cannot let ourselves be cheated by robbers and their laws. The whole world will not be deceived by the trumped-up charges against Kenyan patriots. We know that all those who are fighting for an economically and politically liberated Kenya cannot receive justice. There can never be justice under imperialism. Culture of theft and bribery. Corruption has permeated through to some members of parliament, senior civil servants, senior army officers, and senior police, criminal investigation department and special branch officers. These officers help in the cover-up of corruption in land, food, oil, housing, and all basic necessities. Even when patriotic journalists expose these practices, nothing happens to the culprits because those who are supposed to take them to court are equally involved in the same deals. Some journalists are even beaten up and newspapers threatened with banning. Thus the law protects the rich and oppresses the poor. Bribery has become an integral part of the ruling culture. The police use guns and fierce dogs to extort bribes from innocent people. Most judges, lawyers, and court clerks receive bribes. City council askari shamelessly force old women who earn their living by hawking fruit and vegetables to give them bribes. It is impossible even to get free forms from government desk/counter clerks without a bribe. Of course, petty officials who take bribes to supplement their low incomes cannot be expected to act any different from their bosses. We believe that most of these will change their behavior once they realize that bribes will never solve their problems. 210. They will then join in the patriotic movement against imperialism and its comprador puppets. Who pays for it all? It is the masses that are made to pay for all this corruption. Yet it is their sweat and hard work that create the plundered wealth. They are even forced to pay Harambee contributions, hence their poverty increases daily. When the ruling clique say there are food shortages, they are busy smuggling out large quantities of maize. When they say there are shortages of petrol and oil, they are busy organizing motor races. When they tell us we are overpopulated and hence no land for us, they and their foreign friends are busy grabbing thousands of acres of our best farmland. When they tell us there are problems in education and hence there are no teachers, books, equipment, or enough classrooms for rural schools, they are busy lavishing high-cost education on their children. But when there is corruption in the importation and distribution of hospital equipment and medical drugs such that there is no medicine for the people, then they announce there is free medical care for all. Thus for as long as a government is capitalist and is in the service of Euro-American imperialism, there cannot be equality between the rich and the poor in housing, education, health, and in all other amenities. The equality preached by KANU is only in words at public meetings, in the Voice of Kenya news bulletins, in the Kenya Times, and in Kenya Leo. But the way we live is completely different from what they say and write about us. The poor still go hungry, pastoralists still suffer from hunger. Most school leavers are unemployed. Inequalities can never be eliminated unless the structure of society is completely changed. Economy in a shambles. For over a year now, economic conditions for the majority of Kenyans have drastically deteriorated, and yet big cars like Volvo, BMW, and Mercedes and other luxury items continue to be imported by the comprador ruling. 211. Class. The comprador and their imperialist friends take away our hard-earned foreign exchange. Whatever is left by multinationals after pocketing large profits is quickly taken out of the country into foreign banks. Multinationals, the World Bank and the IMF now plan the development of our country. But their main and primary objective is their own interests, not ours. Multinationals raise the prices of essential commodities at will, and so while their annual profits rocket, real wages plummet. The regime keeps on importing more and more expatriates as part of the aid package deals to come and develop us, even as it jails very highly qualified Kenyans, who are already residing in the country and have never left it. Our country has now in effect been mortgaged to foreign creditors, when it has more than enough manpower to develop and run the country. In 1981 our national debts to Europe and the United States amounted to KSH 205 billion, which is roughly equal to KSH 2032 per every Kenyan man, woman, and child. Today, we have difficulties in repaying this debt. Although the debt was incurred by the compradorial ruling class to buy themselves a life of luxury, it will have to be repaid by the children of workers and peasants and all wage-earning Kenyans for many, many years to come. History of resistance. In spite of oppression, brutality, torture, threats, intensified spying and surveillance by regime agents, the peasants and workers, students and all patriotic Kenyans continue to oppose and fight oppression and all forms of exploitation. This is because Kenyan people are courageous and their history is one of heroic struggle against oppression. Even though we were few at the time of British colonialism and we did not have much experience in fighting, we still fought the colonialists. We took up arms when we realized that the enemy could only be driven out through the armed struggle. Many battles at different times were fought by Kenyan nationalities against the colonialists and their Kenyan allies. The workers' movement was at the forefront in the struggle against colonialism. 2I2. P. All these culminated in the Kenya Land Freedom Army or Mau. Mau armed against British colonial forces and their Kenyan friends. Even after 1958, many groups and revolutionary youth used underground newspapers to educate and mobilize the masses all over the country. Today, we of the December 12 movement are following in the same tradition. Through Pambana we are trying to join together all the underground groups into one movement struggling against foreign and local oppression and exploitation. We want equality for all. Let us all now struggle in unity. We are many. We have the experience, education, and courage from our own glorious history. Moreover, we know revolutionaries and workers of the whole world support us. Rights, not privileges. Freedom of expression and the enjoyment of fruits of independence are the right of all Kenyans. Freedom is not something that is granted to us by the ruling class. It is our right by birth. But the regime has robbed us of this freedom. If a person takes 20 shillings from you and does not pay you back, will you demand it back? We cannot remain silent when our right to good housing, adequate food, decent clothing, and education has been denied us by this oppressive regime. 20 years after independence, we have been reduced to the position of beggars. Many commissions have been appointed to look into our living conditions, but all these are mere official cover ups. Even Parliament has not been able to change anything. We are still hungry, and we know that our children will suffer even greater hunger if we do not make the necessary effort, now, and sacrifice to change the present, brutal conditions. Together we march forward. The people of Kenya are on the move. They want to bring about real changes and make this country a better place to live in. The many protests by peasants and the strikes by workers all over the land are a crucial part of this struggle and we support them. There are many patriotic soldiers. 213. P.S. In Tanzania and Uganda, many patriotic students overseas, and many patriots in exile who are joining hands with patriots within the country in the struggle for a revolutionary change of our lives. In the country there are patriotic soldiers, policemen, and women who support this struggle. So together we march forward ready to fight against oppression and fear in the land, and to weed out traitors and humanity from amongst us. It has been our tradition, and it is this that gives us our identity as Kenyans. We must continue in that tradition and be commit to the struggle like our past patriots among the Kisii, Akamba, Ajakia, Turkana, Pokot, Maasai, Giriama, Waswahili, Luhya, Luo people, and many others who were killed fighting against colonialism. We must be committed like the KLFA/Mau Mau patriots who were killed before and after independence. Indeed, we must be committed like the jailed and detained political prisoners and those patriots now forced into exile. We should know who they are and remember them. We must be committed for the sake of our country Kenya and the future of our children. Compatriots, let us unite and defeat the comprador ruling class. As long as imperialism reigns over us, it is our right and responsibility to liberate our country. It is our right and responsibility to write, publish, and disseminate Pambana and to make sure it is read year after year. We shall continue to read and spread Pambana despite oppression, despite brutality and threats to our families and friends, and despite the daily spying and surveillance by the Special Branch Police. Our hope for our future lies in our history of struggle, in our patriotism, and in the unity of all the exploited and the oppressed. Pambana will continue to voice the demands of all the protesting peasants, all the striking workers, all the defiant students, indeed of all the patriots who want to free in Kenya from the Euro-American imperialist stranglehold. Pambana shall live and destroy all in the way of the struggle. The fire has been lit, the oppressed will turn the enemy to ashes, and we shall march in unity singing, Pambana, Pambana, Pambana. Victory is ours. 214. Mpatanishi number 7, December 1983. Editorial. The name of our movement. That the time has come when all the Kenyan progressives must address themselves to the question of the party program. It is becoming necessary to have a name for our movement. We cannot indefinitely refer to ourselves as the movement, the progressives, or just the revolutionaries. Whereas we are not suggesting that these terms should not be used, we are suggesting we have a name that is more definite, scientifically correct, and one that does not give room to opportunistic deviations from Marxism. Our name, all by itself, must reflect our aims and objectives. It must also correspond to the nature of the struggle we are involved in at this point and time of our history. We are fighting for a socialist order, and hence, ideally, our party should be called the Socialist Party of Kenya. However, it is unfortunate that the name Socialist Party has long been adopted even by bourgeois parties that attempt to become a socialist party in theory, but not in a practical sense. KANU, for example, is officially an African socialist party. Hence, KANU uses the name of socialism to fight scientific socialism. It propounds a reactionary anti-communist ideology that denies any class struggle, and its government even goes further to persecutes anybody thought to harbor scientific, socialist ideas. This 215. Government stand was spelled out clearly by Nicholas Biwott in the Daily Nation of November 9, 1982. He stated, "The country is pursuing African socialism and could not accept strange, far-fetched, and unknown Marxist ideas which were not in keeping with Kenya today. We therefore, like the KANU comprador bourgeoisie, should have no hesitations as to which name to choose for our movement. The name that will terrify the whole of the international capitalist bourgeoisie and their Kenyan puppets, and will be capable of leading the whole Kenyan working masses along a socialist path. The name we have chosen for our movement is, the Communist Party of Kenya. That places scientific socialism as the basis of our movement, in a practical and ideological manner. Long live the Communist Party of Kenya. Long live Dedan Kimathi. Long live Mother Kenya." 216. Mpatanishi number 8, February 1984. Editorial. An appeal to all comrades. FE recognize and continue to support the work of all organizations, groups, and those individuals who oppose all undemocratic moves by the puppet government of Kenya. The DTM appreciates political activities by all its comrades, the DTM branch of the University of Nairobi, the University Students' Body, the Committee for the Release of Political Prisoners in Kenya, Amnesty International, and other progressive forces both local and international. We are appealing to all our comrades to send their contribution through their links. Contributions in the form of letters to the editor, articles, money, etc. are welcome. Our journal, Mpatanishi, continues to be the central organ linking all our forces both internally and externally, but our Pambana newspaper remains a mass paper. Please send your contribution before mid-March 1984 for our next issue. Where we stand and what next. Many comrades are aware that we have intensified our political activities throughout the country and in particular the urban centers. Our movement has grown and continues to expand both locally and abroad. We know victory is certain, but we cannot ignore the fact that our aims, objectives, And goals can only be achieved if we are thoroughly organized throughout our country, and have the ability and intelligence to arm our party cadres, verbally or in writing, with the MLM theory. An historical examination of revolutionary movements reveals that many movements lag behind due to poor organization and the failure of revolutionaries to analyze situations properly at certain periods of the struggle, in order to ascertain the strength and stability of an impending movement, or a movement in progress. The December 12 movement should not fall a victim of liberalism, since we are aware of our strength and our shortcomings. We should always use organization as a weapon and analyze all situations concretely. In the light of these facts, we should take stock of our activities and analyze the political development in our country to determine our next step. It is a fact that knowledge is gained through practice, therefore, practice of being the mother of theory, we must start from real situations for our guidance. Hence, the main concern for this article. Historical review. The Kenyan people have a long history of resistance to colonial and imperialist forces. They resisted the British forces for a long time during the invasion of our country. This resistance culminated in early 50s when the Kenyan peasants and workers took arms to fight the massive or better armed British forces and their local collaborators. The true history of this armed struggle is not taught in Kenyan schools because the puppet government does not want our children to know the truth. Students are taught only those ideas that do not challenge the status quo. Some scholars distort our patriotic history, while others who research and write the truth about the history of our people and their anti-colonial struggle are detained without trial, or thrown in the repressive Kenyan jails after going through kangaroo trials. Ngigwa Thiong'o, the most progressive Kenyan writer, is now in exile because of his patriotic writing. An examination of the history of our post-independence struggle. 218. Reveals that we had for a long time acted as isolated groups, study circles, etc., until we organized ourselves as the December 12 movement. The DTM is a united anti-imperialist front that aims at bringing together all democratic forces as a first phase of the general struggle towards socialism. Examples of such a movement in history are, the July 26 movement in Cuba, Sandinista in Nicaragua, Farinabudo in El Salvador, etc. Through such a movement, the democratic forces, mainly the workers, peasants, and progressive intellectuals, are to be trained and prepared for a future communist party. The DTM aims at raising the fighting capacity of all the democratic forces. Hence, all progressive people should unite under this front in the struggle for democracy and against imperialism and its comprador allies. It is only after formation of such a front that we may enter the second phase of fighting under the communist banner. 219. Leaflet, JM Day of Solidarity. Don't be fooled, reject these nias. March 2, 1980. Kenyatta was intensely hated by most Kenyans because his regime worked hard to deprive us of our rights and to benefit a few individuals and foreign imperialism. The hopes of change for the better when he died have now been dished away by the indecisive, wavering conduct of his successors. A vague and undefined nio and a promised glass of milk must be dismissed by 15 years of looting and intrigues. Nothing has changed. Things have gotten worse. Kenyatta, the master robber baron and the chief puppet of imperialism, is not dead. In countless ways he lives. His men, his class, his disciples, his cabinet, are in power today. Despite lies and cover ups to the contrary, there can be no acceptable change if the following minimum demands are not addressed to: 1. Nullification of all government land deals since 1970. 2. Land ownership ceiling of 25 hectares for individual families. 3. Maximum of 1 plot per family in urban areas. 4. Expulsion of foreign devils from redundant employment to make room for Kenyan workers, technicians, and university graduates. 220. 5. Immediate firing of all known thieves of public wealth, their public trial and seizure of their loot and assets. 6. One man one job strictly particularly for high political office. 8. Reduction of presidential power to ensure that the past 7. Parliament must get back its constitutional powers. Monarchical, autocratic feudal situation does not continue. 9. Public trial for JM's murderers. Only then will we correctly remember JM. 10. Till then no Kanu on campus. While the great majority of our people live in dire poverty, the dictator and his men arrogantly show off their loot and protect our principal enemies, the foreign imperialist dogs. This is unacceptable and we denounce it as nigh to greater wretchedness and misery. No classes Friday, demonstrate our solidarity. Never be fooled. No Kanu on campus. Avenge JM. 221. Leaflet, Mwa's divisive tactics exposed. August 3, 1982. Kenya impoverished, depoliticized, and disunited. He made way for Moi, Njonjo, etc. to misrule us. A rule of talk, 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 and do the opposite. The nauseating demagoguery which Moi and the traitorous clique around him employ to mask their unpopular rule has failed to hide the all-round suffering of the Kenyans. One notices the intensified pauperization of the Kenyan people, as evidenced in ever-rising unemployment, sky-high inflations, to the already wealthy ones. This is what they call love, peace, and unity. We have a different name for it: foreign domination, exploitation, and oppression. Surely, only dreaming babblers can think otherwise. To be sure, such conditions can only breed justified hatred against these parasites. This is the background against which Nioism is unleashing untold suffering on the people of Kenya, and consequently against which we must all coordinate our efforts to firmly expose and oppose it. 15 long years of Kenyatta's undemocratic rule left neocolonial. Moi has overthrown the constitution, replacing the parliament with an illegal outfit in the name of Leaders' Conference where anti-Kenyan intrigues are hatched. He has turned Kenya into an American and British military base, where Kenyan women and men are murdered and their children eaten by Del Monte dogs. His foreign judges are then summoned to shamelessly acquit the murderers. He has banned all democratic organizations and unions, leading to further depoliticization of what little his mentor, Kenyatta, left. Against this background, Moi has found it necessary to invade and disorganize the university with his devious intrigues of divisive politics. And mind you, all this is coming from the Chancellor himself. The university is now a living showroom where his divisiveness is displayed. His aim is to paralyze our solidarity with the Kenyan people. This would provide him with an organizational vacuum within which to intensify his repression. But this is bound to be short-lived, as the Kenyan people are running out of patience with his unpopular rule. His strategy is simple and heinous: collect academics and student stooges, bribe them and send them out as servitors or his collapsing rule. Notorious opportunists like Professor Anjuri and Professor Ongwani were the first to be dispatched to come and coerce Gusii students into a surreptitious loyalty-pledging errand to State House. Earlier on, Kalenjin students had been to a similar mission. This time the baseless pretext was that of consolidating ethnic Kalenjin rule. We know that Kenyatta tried the same trick in 1976. The vehicle for treacherous intrigues was then to be the Kikuyu Cultural Association. But he died regretting having tried to divide us along ethnic lines. The members of the International Student Association based at Kenyatta University College, under the patronage of the opportunist Dr. Professor Ayat, were called to Nakuru to be bribed with KSH 60,000/ for their services rendered to Nio. The boot-licking Professors Senga and Matha were also instructed to drag on 80-odd Kamba students into playing loyal to the babbling monarch. He paid them KSH 30,000/. Following in their footsteps, John Okwanjo, MP for Migori and known CIA servitor to the U.S. anti-Chinese movement, has been busy organizing students from his constituency to go and pledge loyalty to Nio. All these were supposed to take place secretly. But we have come to know about them from those who rejected Nio's divisiveness and came back to report. We still expect Arthur Migiaji, the son of a notorious Himungatai, will have his plan to lead Kiambu students to State House frustrated. 223 degrees. How can we take Mwa's twaddle about Jove, peace, and unity seriously when, as we clearly see, on the one hand, he surreptitiously and secretly solicits ethnic loyalty from students, yet maliciously disbands national welfare organizations publicly? We have not forgotten Nyo's China visit where he, with the help of the university authorities, handpicked some of the stooges among us to accompany him. It has also come to light that many of these stooges are sons and daughters of powerful and wealthy rulers of this country. Kenyans will remember that we resisted Kenyatta. More than ever now we must resist Nyoism and its foreign support. We demand, therefore, that SYIEOE, the constitutional right of association of all Kenyans, should be given back. The reinstatement of the University Student Union should be speeded up. Nyo and Njonjo desist from dividing us by ethnicity. The president should no longer be our chancellor. American bases and murderers should leave Kenyan soil immediately. The parliament should be free to assert itself within the framework of the supremacy of Kenya's constitution. United against Nyoism. United against foreign domination. 224. What to do when you are arrested. This document was secretly circulated by DTM on the Kenyatta and Nairobi University campuses, March 2, 1983. Compatriot. When approached by a policeman in uniform or in plain clothes, you will either be called by your name or asked to identify yourself before being arrested. The following rights described are your basic constitutional rights, which you must insist on upon being arrested or in any way harassed by the security forces. 1. Ask for appropriate identification papers of the person arresting you. Take his name, force number, rank and name of his police station. Try and inform a friend or relative or fellow employee of your intended arrest. Talk loudly to attract attention of others around you who can witness your arrest. Ask the police officer the reason for your arrest and insist on the production of an arrest warrant. If they come to your house, insist on an arrest warrant and a search warrant and immediately alert the neighbors to witness your arrest. Do not be afraid of the police, you are a Kenyan citizen. If you suspect that you may be arrested, make arrangement with friends and relatives to keep regular checks on you at your place of work and residence. 225. 6. 10. If asked to accompany them to the police station or if called to the police station to assist in investigations, insist on a written order signed by the officer in charge of the station. Always inform friends, relatives, or neighbors when called to a police station for any reason, even if it sounds very interesting. Under dictatorship, police are thugs, criminals, terrorists, and murderers. When at the police station, you may refuse to answer any question except giving your name, address and places of residence and work unless your lawyer is present. Insist on a lawyer and keep in hand the names and addresses and house telephone numbers of 2 to 3 lawyers who you can call anytime. Make arrangements in advance. If you do say anything at all, it will definitely cause harm to your family, comrades, and friends, and most likely you'll just end up in worse trouble yourself. Of course, the police will tell you the opposite to get you to talk. Do not be fooled, police are not your friends, they are tools of the comprador state. They need the information, all you need to do is to be silent and firm. If you are not brought to court within 24 hours after your arrest, your relatives have a right to ask a lawyer to make an application to the High Court ordering the police, SID, or special branch to bring you to court, either to be charged or released. It is therefore necessary to know who has arrested you and from which police station. The name, address and nature of alleged offense of every person brought into a police station must be recorded on the occurrence book, the large book lying on the counter as you enter a police station. Ask the police office if your name has been entered into the OB. If not, it would be difficult to trace you and you could be shuttled from one police station to another for a long time. Therefore, insist on OB entry of your particulars. At the police station, refuse to sign anything. If you want to make a statement, write it yourself in ink and in your own handwriting and a language you understand best. Sign and countersign any cancellations or corrections. Force, threat, torture or inducement of any kind is illegal under the Constitution. If forced to sign a statement, try and make a note on the 226 Ri statement and near your signature that you are forced to make the statement. Also try not to put your real signature. 12. You must be brought to court within 24 hours of your arrest. Insist on this right. You may, however, be arrested on a Friday evening or Saturday when they can keep you in custody up to Monday morning. 13. If you have been beaten or forced to sign any papers and do not have a lawyer in court, then ensure that at your first court appearance you inform the magistrate of such treatment by the police. Do not let the magistrate or police prosecutor or prison guard interfere with your right to speak to court. 14. Never plead guilty to the charge, no matter what the inducement. 15. When at the police station, ask for a police bond. If they refuse, then ask for bail when in court. Bail is also a constitutional right. Argue your case for bail. Fight for your right. You have nothing to lose, but your chains. 16. At police station, you have a right to keep quiet and say nothing. This also applies to your court appearances. You may tell the magistrate that you have nothing to say in reply to your charge until you have a lawyer. Ask for time to get a lawyer. It is your constitutional right to have a lawyer to represent you at your every court appearance, including the first court appearance. 17. At the police station you must be given a decent place to sleep, adequate bedding and food. If any of these are denied, immediately insist on reporting the matter to the officer in charge of the police station. Also ensure that you report this mistreatment to the court. 18. Always remember that under the Constitution you are innocent until proved guilty by a court of law after going through a full hearing and giving you an opportunity to be heard. Therefore, there is nothing to be afraid of. Insist on your rights as an innocent citizen. Be bold and courageous. The court, magistrate, prosecutor, police, and prison guards are your class enemy. Face them without flagging, without fear. You are a Kenyan citizen. 27. Bo. 19. Talk to fellow prisoners and learn from each other about your conditions and constitutional rights. Struggle together and organize with fellow prisoners to demand for your constitutional and human rights. 20. We repeat, do not be afraid of the police. Police brutality is illegal. If they try to mistreat you, quote Section 74 of the Constitution of Kenya, which says, no person shall be subject to torture or inhuman treatment or degrading or other treatment except lawful punishment ordered by the court. Try and take the force numbers of your torturers and report them to your lawyer and the court. No matter what happens, comrades in prison or in grave, we must continue to oppose the Comprador regime and its imperialist allies. It is the only hope of building a strong, revolutionary movement that will overthrow the neocolonial system in our country. Our aim is to create a socialist society, which looks after the interests of the workers, the landless, the unemployed and all other oppressed and exploited Kenyans. Together and united we cannot be defeated. 228. Al-Amin Mazrui. Asterisk. Koigi wa Wamura. 7. Karami and Duthu. Y. 7. A asterisk %. Shiraz Durrani Willi Mudunga. Abdilatif Abdallah. 230. IYL. Part 3. 231. SS. Mwakenya Document, 1987-2001. The country just ushered in the new constitution which was promulgated today, August 27, 2010. The colonial Lancaster law is now out. As the party leadership and cadres know very well, the Kenyan working people are not going to earn its full rights both in politics and the economy without a struggle, new constitution or not. The exploiters, imperialists and their Kenyan allies are determined to retain their illicit privileges through their organizations, institutions, and coercive forces. The toiling masses have no choice, but to organize to seize the national leadership. This means war. We must prepare. A.M. Remy, MKDTM Cotter. 232. The fundamental goals and objectives of Mwakenya. Mwakenya is the party of the proletariat. Its aim is to forge popular me among the workers, peasants, pastoralists, progressive intelligentsia, and all the patriotic and democratic Kenyans on the basis of the following 7 core principles. The first of these is the recovery of national sovereignty and integrity. The imperialist client regime of Moi granted nuclear military bases to the USA in 1990 without the consent of the Kenyan people, and even without consulting Parliament. The ruling neo-colonial regime of Kenya, even to this day, continues to harbor Anglo-American and other foreign troops in our homeland. These are criminal acts and high treason against the Kenyan people. All patriotic, democratic, and progressive forces in Kenya are united in their opposition to this. Mwakenya is committed to a. Uphold the principle of national sovereignty by building a genuinely independent Kenya, free from imperialist domination and foreign military base, and b. Open discussion with our neighboring states with a view to declaring East African and the Indian Ocean a zone of peace, free from all foreign military presence. 233. The second objective is the building of an independent and integrated national economy. Mwakenya believes that the Kenyan economy should serve Kenyans first and foremost. Kenya has rich fertile land and it must be able to feed its entire population. The strengthening of the home market and that between African countries is vital, opposed to the current mentality that believes that a foreign Western imperialist market is the only option for African countries. In practice, this has meant Kenya relying more and more on the export of coffee and tea and tourist delights. Kenya has no control over the foreign market. It cannot dictate the prices of coffee and tea or of the goods it imports. A more important strategy and tactics are those that strengthen the home market, a strategy that works for national self-sufficiency in commodities and services that are vital to the economical survival of all Kenyans, if they are to survive in a foreign market, and in order to do this, Kenyans cannot look to the foreign market for supplementing goods and services, and not replacing them with the home and regional markets already in existence in Kenya. Mwakenya, therefore, believes in the renegotiations of all unequal treaties, foreign investments, and loans on the basis of equality and mutual benefits. It believes that there should be a clear program for the protection of national capital against the unmitigated onslaughts of foreign capital. The policies of the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank and the North Atlantic Organization are geared towards the promotion and protection of the interests of Western imperialist capital. Our party believes in an industrialization policy geared towards basic self-sufficiency. Kenya's national capital must be involved in industrial ventures in the country. Land reform is basic to Mwakenya's economic policy. There has to be a resettlement of all the landless Kenyans and insurance of adequate land for the poor peasants and pastoralists. Mwakenya believes in the integration of agriculture with the industry so that one sector does not develop at the gross expense of the other. 234. Mwakenya is concerned at the current tendency toward the development of megatowns like Nairobi parasitically feeding on the rural poor. The current influx of people into the major cities bespeaks of the underdevelopment of the countryside. But the key broad economic principle which sums up everything is the party's belief in the promotion of industrial and agricultural policies, which will ensure that the exploitation of our human and natural resources are in the hands of nationals and that these nationals must put Kenya first. The third objective linked to the first two is the establishment of genuine democracy, because the party believes that democracy is the correct basis of resolving contradictions in our society. It opposes the current criminal violation of human rights and the cynical disregard of all democratic freedoms by the ruling neo-colonial regime and ongoing killing of citizens under the name of law and order. The party would like to ensure the protection of human and democratic rights of all Kenyans. irrespective of race, ethnicity, gender, nationality, and religious affiliations. Fundamental to these are the rights of association, assembly, speech, and communication, which will ensure the right of the people to hold different religious and intellectual beliefs and opinions. Free and fair elections would then be a natural outcome of these rights and principles, including the right to equality before the law, the independence of judiciary from the executive arm of the state, and the right to a fair and public trial. The fourth principle is the establishment of social justice. Our party has always abhorred the present and ever-increasing gap between the rich and the poor. Workers, peasant, and pastoralists produce everything, but they are condemned to an ever-increasing poverty and misery. The party believes in the improvement of the working and living conditions of all the working class people by ensuring adequate compensation for their labor and produce. The health and educational needs of the majority should not be left to tender mercies of the market forces, but rather the state must intervene in these areas. Markets can never be held into account of law or in a general election, but governments and the state can be held. 235. Accountable. It's the duty of the state to establish a medical system, which would ensure free and adequate medical care for all, an adequate public free and compulsory education for all, an adequate public transport system. Healthy and well-educated citizens are the basis of a healthy and educated nation. All the patriotic, democratic, and progressive forces in our country firmly oppose the present stranglehold of Western transnationals on Kenya's economy. The fifth objective is also closely tied to the third and fourth. Mwakenya stands for promotion of a patriotic and democratic national culture. The current neo-colonial regime is completely enslaved to imitative Anglo-American bourgeois culture in schools, television, cinema, and theater, to mention just a few. When it comes to African culture and heritage, it is only interested in promoting the most backward elements of our pre-capitalist practices and attitudes, which includes discriminatory practices against women, for instance. The result has been the domination of Kenyan life by a neo-colonial culture of subservience, servility, meekness, sycophancy, and gratitude to charity, what Mwakenya describes as the begging culture of a puppet regime. That is why our party is committed to the goal of promoting a democratic national culture, borrowing from the stock of experience and revolutionary ideas of all our nationalities. It is committed to the teaching of the true history of our struggles, as a people, against the Portuguese, the Arab slave raiders, and the British colonialists and their indigenous collaborators. Allied to this was the need to promote positive democratic and progressive arts, books, theater, cinema, and television of Kenyans as well as Africans, in general, living in a world of people who may not view them as a culture that should be taken seriously. In order to enhance the images of our struggle, for example, and the construction of a civil human culture of mutual care and support, such a positive image must be promoted. Of particular concern is the position of African languages. Mwakenya stands for a national language policy that makes Kiswahili the official and national language of Kenya, the promotion of 236. The other nationality languages, which in our case means mostly African languages, and then English to enable Kenyans to negotiate their way in the international marketplace. Kenyans would then be trilingual. The Ministry of Culture and National Heritage would be given adequate resources to ensure the success of this three-language policy. The sixth objective, the building of a strong People's Defense Forces against attacks on Kenyan territory. Mwakenya believes that the present Kenyan army, in mentality, practices, and outlook, is really a continuation of the British colonial army, which once fought against the Kenya Land and Freedom Army and other nationalist forces demanding independence. The party believes that it is impossible to build a just and democratic society using an army and police force built by the enemies of such a society. Mwakenya DTM also abhors the current situation where the army and the paramilitary units are there simply to support the government in its anti-people practices. The National Army is not and must never be a police force. Its duty is to defend the borders of Kenya, its integrity, and the people of Kenya against foreign invasions. Drastic re-education and reorientation of the army and police is necessary to turn them into forces that are ready to fight for and protect gains of the national democratic revolution. The seventh and last objective, the pursuit of an independent foreign policy, should be a reflection and a strengthening of all the above positions. Mwakenya stands for the principles of the respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other states, cooperation for mutual benefits, and the respect for human rights and dignity as contained in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other recognized rules and principles of international law. The party believes in a global order guided by the internationalism of the working peoples of Africa and the world. Arising from that is Mwakenya's belief in the unity of East Africa as well as the unity of the continent as a whole. A United States of Africa is the only way Africa and its people can really adequately negotiate their rightful position in the global community. 237. Kenya Democracy Plank. July 1991. Introduction. INS Mwakenya issued its Democracy Plank on July 11, 1990. Everything that Moi has done in Kenya proves, more than ever, that its analysis and the demands are as valid and constructive now as they were then. Almost alone in the entire continent of Africa, Moi has adamantly refused to accept the call for democratic change. Instead, he has caused more deaths and more detentions. Since Saba Saba, Moi and KANU have blatantly instituted bogus treason and sedition trials against people standing up for the rights to organize, publish freely and meet freely to form political parties. Democratic-minded religious leaders have been murdered. Pro-democracy political organizers and lawyers have been hounded into detentions and framed for criminal offenses, their homes and families have been attacked, newspapers have been banned, editors, journalists and printers terrorized, more Kenyans have been forced into exile, thousands of homes and businesses have been razed to the ground, and official corruption has boomed even as the prices of basic needs have soared. Obviously, it is Moi and KANU who should be tried for treason. Moi and his cronies are fermenting civil chaos and ethnic strife. They have even called for ethnic confrontations and killings. They must be 239. A. Stopped before it is too late. Mwakenya calls upon the entire people of Kenya to be most vigilant against Mwa's machinations, and in particular Mwa's divisive tradition of bribe, divide and rule. Factionalism among people and in organizations strengthens Moi and must be fought at all costs. Kenyans must also be wary of Moi wearing a pretty new cloak to deceive us while continuing the same old abuses. Beware of the cornered hyena trying on the clothing of the lamb he has slaughtered. In politics, bogus reforms are sometimes worse than no change at all. Moi cannot reform, he cannot be reformed or rehabilitated. Moi and KANU must move on in order for Kenya to move ahead. We must not be deceived by Mwa's declaration about everybody joining KANU and standing for elections. KANU is the problem. Nothing can be solved within KANU. The struggle for social change must continue. Let us avoid needless factions, and unite around the demands of the democracy plank to keep up the pressure for peaceful change in Kenya. The Kenya Democracy Plank is reissued to mark the first anniversary of Saba Saba, in memory of those who dared and the hundreds who fell. Njiji Wa Thiongo on behalf of MK Central Committee. Movement of Defiance. The current movement of defiance all over Kenya is an emphatic call for Moi and KANU to go. The various social forces ranging from peasants, workers, the unemployed to the clerics, teachers, lawyers, and a large section of the business community are united in this. They have come to the position consistently held and maintained by Mwakenya DTM over the last 10 years, that the crisis in our country is primarily political. However, it manifests itself in all other spheres of national life. Workers will not be productive when the wages cannot even cover the sale of their labor. Farmers will not produce if they have no say in the marketing of their produce and the prices do not compensate for their investments and labor. 240. Businessmen will not invest where there is little hope of political support, of where the magnitude of government corruption makes it virtually impossible for national capital to prosper, Students will not be able to learn if the teachers are constantly interrupted and cannot teach properly when the education system functions erratically, failing to produce highly skilled and highly intellectual students needed for the progression of the country, with so little reward at the end of it all. Professionals will not be able to perform their duties creatively, and religious leaders will not be able to minister to the needs of their followers adequately when there is no free political environment in which to work in. KANU. The party and the leadership to which Kenyans had entrusted their power, their money, their resources, their labor, and their hopes have betrayed that trust and completely failed us in the last 25 years. Instead of building, they have systematically dismantled structures and programs needed for development. Instead of planting for a future harvest, they have literally eaten up the very seeds needed for health and well-being of our population of people. Instead of inspiring our youth, they have sought to demoralize them, shutting them down mentally and spiritually. Instead of healing minor differences, they have tried to bring about needless communal divisions. Instead of nurturing life and progression, they have killed the very people they need for progression, along with their dreams of a better Kenya. Garissa in 1980, Wajir and Pokot massacres in 1984, Nairobi University 1985, Murato in 1990, and now the ongoing government atrocities that started with the assault on the pro-democracy rally of Saturday 7 July 1990. Government-organized thuggery and death squads a la Latin America are now common in Kenya. Altogether there has been over 6,000 killed by government agents since Moi came to power in 1978. In order to thwart the growth of a united opposition movement, the regime has tried to divide Kenyan people on the basis of religion and 241 ZI regions of origins. Fortunately, in these decades we have learned that we are one nation with a common history of struggle and a common future thanks to our experience of the last 100 years, not least of which being the experiences of KANU's misrule. We have learned that we must protect our political gains and not stand idly while a tyrannical ruler erodes them and tries to divide us along any imagined crack or differences, especially of tribes. Demands for thoroughgoing changes. Everywhere across the Republic today the overwhelming majority of Kenyans are united in talking openly and loudly about the very decline of our country, the high price of basic necessities, the high unemployment, police harassment and brutality, corruption in all the national affairs, landlessness, and the impoverishment of the vast majority. They are united in their express support of demands for thoroughgoing changes in government, in parliament, in the entire political process. They want changes in the commercial, farming, housing and employment policies. They want changes in the judiciary system, in the education system, and in such other services as health, transportation, and in many other things that affect their daily lives, including their personal security. Mostly they are talking about overturning KANU's illegitimate monopoly on power and the need for more political organizations and parties to challenge KANU's 20-year stranglehold on the political process. In Matatayi, buses, marketplaces, kiosks, churches, mosques, everywhere, and despite countless police intimidations, people are discussing and renouncing single-party tyranny and the constitutional distortions that KANU has forced down our throats over these years. This is a period quite similar to the 1960s when, again, united and unfearing, Kenyans came together to fight for total independence. Then, as now, some opposed the demand and helped the colonial government. Mr. Moi and his party KADU supported British rule. Mr. Moi, for instance, is on record as saying that Kenya was not yet ready for independence. By 1966, the KANU platform that Kenyans voted to power and the independence. 242. Constitution had become so subverted, so abused, that as they stand today they are a complete negation of our original expectations. By the 90s Moi had completely succeeded in negating our national independence and turned KANU into an instrument of personal rule. It is probably misleading to call the present-day KANU a political party. It is more akin to the mafia with Moi as the feared godfather. Financial manipulation and thuggery and murders are its essence as now runs by Moi Incorporated. The Godfather reaches for the gun whenever he hears the word democracy and accountability as voiced by opposition. Opposition. Moi has correctly accused Mwakenya December 12 movement and Pambana of leading the opposition since the beginnings of the 1970s. But it is Kenyans who have all along rejected Moi. In less than 10 years since the December 12 movement daringly broke new grounds with Chech, Pambana and Mpatanishi with their calls for a renewal of the democratic ferment, people from all strata have increasingly come forth to proclaim their interests and rights. For example, recently voters nationwide denounced the rigging of the 1988 party and general election. Parents and students in all levels of education have opposed and decried the 8-44 confusion and mass failure. Cash crop farmers, especially those who produce sugar, coffee, cotton, tea, and cashew nuts, have been up in arms fighting to get fair returns. Many clergymen have often spoken against the disappearance of democracy and the rise of authoritarian rule. Students and many professionals have raised their voices against the erosion of human rights, the distortions in the Constitution, the destruction of the environment, and against a one-man or party dictatorship. And finally, the entire country, and not just Kisumu and Nairobi, protested against the murder of Robert Uko and denounced the clumsy suicide cover-up attempts by the government in the latest Kanu-style murder. In short, people have now rejected the culture of silence and fear. Hence the current democratic ferment and the united call for Moi and Kanu to go. 243. Demands for a new beginning and a new direction. Quite naturally, the call for Moi and Kanu to go has expressed itself in terms of a countrywide demand for a multi-party system. But the issues at hand are far broader than the question of just one or several parties. They have to do with the entire economic and political system. What the people want is no less than a new beginning and a new direction in all aspects of the national life. Mr. Moi responded to this countrywide demand by declaring war on the Kenyan people, as can be seen in his unleashing the paramilitary forces against the thousands of demonstrators who are only expressing their democratic rights of free assembly. As the demonstrations spread across the whole country, the killings by the armed forces are increasing daily. Moi and Kanu are leading Kenya towards pointless bloodshed. We cannot sit idly by and helplessly watch Moi and Kanu set up our country in flames. Mwakenya, which has consistently opposed Nioism and championed the cause of democracy, even in the days when others faltered or even worked for the regime, has once again accepted the request from the Kenyan people and even the challenge from Moi himself by coming with concrete proposals for the solution of the current political impasse. On 25 May 1990, Mwakenya issued a statement calling upon all the active progressive democratic and patriotic political organization, workers' trade unions, peasants' cooperatives, professional bodies, religious organizations, students' societies, the business community, welfare, and other non-governmental interest groups to unite in a single force of action to pressurize Moi to resign. The call was answered loudly and clearly these last 10 days, especially since July 7, 1990. While it is true that the killings which have been mounting since the assault on the pro-democracy rally at Kamiiktinji in Nairobi on Saturday, July 7, 1990 by paramilitary forces are Moi's way of responding to the pressure, they point out even more so the urgency and the necessity of keeping up the pressure for him to go. So in the streets, in the marketplaces, in their workplaces, in the schools and colleges, in the churches and mosques, people have devised and will continue to devise ways of maintaining their defiance. 244. Mwakenya puts forward the following proposals first outlined in their statement of May 25 as a good basis for the solution of the current political impasse and the avoidance of further strife. Moi and Kanu must go. There can never be any compromise on this. A multi-party system cannot thrive as long as Kanu continues its stranglehold on the judiciary, the administration, parliament, the mass media, and on other institutions. Moi and Kanu have completely discredited the First Republic. By resorting to murder squads and organized thuggery, Moi and Kanu have lost the moral right to rule. The present parliament must be dissolved. The current National Assembly is illegal because it came about through the queuing system by all Kenyans. The majority of Kenyans boycotted the so-called elections. This parliament has absolutely no legal mandate to make laws for Kenyans. A national conference is essential. The need for such a conference has been adequately articulated by a broad spectrum of Kenyans, and particularly so in the pastoral letter of the Catholic bishops of Kenya on the current situation in the country. Delegates could come from religious bodies, professional associations, workers' trade unions, peasants' cooperatives, students' organizations, the business community, women's organizations, welfare and other non-governmental organized groups, Mwakenya and other democratic and progressive political groupings, whether underground, inside the country or abroad. Caretaker government or administration. The National Conference will appoint a caretaker administration whose duty is to draw guidelines and arrange election for a constituent assembly. The 1962 Lancaster House Constitution or the pre-1966 Constitution could be used as the legal basis for the election for such a constituent assembly. 245. There must be a new constitution. The primary task for the Constituent Assembly is to draw up a new constitution for the Second Republic and to supervise the political process from the current dictatorship towards the Second Republic. The current constitution, like the incumbent president, his government, and his parliament, no longer has any legitimate mandate, and in many respects, they are illegal. The present constitution is untenable because it has been tampered with so frequently and so illegally as to have made it lose the legal weight expected of such a basic document. It undermines the Bill of Rights, natural justice, and basic civil rights. In particular, it underpins laws, which are undemocratic and completely unacceptable in a free republic, for example, the Preservation of Public Security Act, the Notorious Chiefs Act, and the recent powers given to the police to hold suspects for up to 14 days without charges. What Kenyans now want is a new constitution realized through a national consensus and resulting in the Second Republic, a constitution that guarantees that if they remove one tyrant, he will not be replaced by another even more vicious one. There must be checks and balances on the presidency. The Constituent Assembly will deliberate consultatively on the form of government that best suits Kenya today as we face the new millennium. It must ensure that presidential powers are reduced. Presidential powers at all times must be shared with a freely elected parliament. The president must never have any special powers to appoint or nominate members to parliament. His term must also be limited to 2 elected terms. Free multi-party elections must be held. The Constituent Assembly must allow a specified period for the formation and consolidation of political parties and then hold universal free and fair multi-party elections on the basis of a secret ballot and on guidelines that allow no discrimination on the basis of nationality, religion, or gender. 246. All acts that discriminate against any Kenyan nationalities must go. The recent presidential directives requiring the Somali nationality to carry special cards must be scrapped together with the state of emergency laws that still govern northeastern Kenya. The government of the Second Republic and Mwakenya's Draft Minimum Program. Mwakenya issued a draft minimum program in 1987, which outlines the fundamental goals and objectives, which could form a reasonable basis for addressing our future in the building of a new free and democratic Kenya. Of particular note is Part 6 of the program, which among other things calls for the recovery of national sovereignty and integrity, the building of an independent and integrated national economy, the establishment of a genuine democracy, social justice for all classes and nationalities, the promotion of a patriotic and democratic national culture, the building of a strong people's defense force, the pursuit of an independent foreign policy. For this reason we ask all Kenyans to study and discuss our party program and use it as the basis of judging any administration that may be entrusted with the work of national reconstruction. Any interim government or administration and even the government of the Second Republic must address themselves to Part 7 of Mwakenya's Draft Minimum Program, which outlines the immediate political demands of most Kenyans. Some urgent tasks. All the political prisoners must be free. there would have to be a proclamation of the rights of free speech, and freedom of association. There. 247. Are other urgent tasks like the settlement of the urban and rural squatters who have been displaced so ruthlessly by the Mwakenya regime. The immediate tasks for all Kenyans. Mwakenya would like to draw the attention of all Kenyans to the fact that Mr. Moi will not simply disappear. He will in the short run turn even more vicious in a bid to cling to his personally lucrative dictatorship. A regime that is prepared to murder its own loyal foreign minister under the very eyes of the national and international community has lost all moral pretenses. Moi must move on or be forced to move on. Mwakenya, therefore, appeals to all social forces and bodies, whether religious, professional, politically active above or underground, internally or externally based, to come together and forge a practical alliance to establish a national resistance council for the decisive removal of the Mwakenya regime. Mwakenya also appeals to all the democratic-minded elements in the armed forces and the police not to obey orders to fire on peaceful demonstrations by the people. This regime has lost all claims to political, legal, or moral legitimacy. No Kenyan, whatever his or her station in life, has any moral obligation to obey the orders of a regime that has declared war on the very people it is supposed to be protecting. Vigilance against power seekers and warlords. During the changeover period, Mwakenya wishes to draw the attention of the people to the great danger of senseless coups by power seekers and warlords. It has happened before at great costs and must not be allowed to happen unless they unite or relegate themselves to the people's wishes and the democracy plank. The danger of a reactionary military putsch still exists, as does a palace coup by Mr. Moi and his friends. There is also the danger of a foreign-backed right-wing takeover riding on the waves of this popular revolt and not addressing itself to the issues that have given rise to it. Such coups like Amin's in Uganda can solve none of the current problems. They are extremely destructive and they will delay or divert our 248. H.R. National history. Mwakenya opposes this outright. It opposes any regime that might try to make the appearance of democracy look like the reality of democracy. So all Kenyans must renew the democratic ferment, support Mwakenya's democracy plank and the objectives of Mwakenya's draft minimum program. With the current events of July, we Kenyans have reached a turning point in our history. These events are taking place in a world, which is changing rapidly. The whole world is talking about accountability to the people and indeed asking for the active participation in the national and international political process. Kenya and indeed Africa, in general, are no exceptions. The arguments that the existence of many nationalities in a single country is a barrier to democracy are not even worth examining. Is Africa going to ban its people merely because of their biological origins? The argument smacks of the old colonial and racist arguments that Africans were somehow not ready for independence. Kenyans have now started on the right foot in 1990s by banishing the culture of silence and fear imposed on us over the last 30 years or so. They have no alternative but to continue pressing their claims for democracy and the rule of law and justice. If the patriotic, democratic, and progressive Kenyans unite, they will have nothing to lose but Mwa's reign of terror. Finally, we ask the democratic forces in Africa, and the world, to support our just struggle for democracy and social change. 249. Mwakenya purges factional clique. October 20, 1991. Any grave errors have been committed in the name of Mwakenya by a few individuals in the party to the dismay of the public, friends, and supporters. Some of the devious activities and mistakes have now been traced back over several years. Other errors have consistently been part of their lifestyle and political practice. All these mistakes have caused tremendous pain and distress within the party and sown confusion and discord. After much discussion and prolonged debate within the party, the principal source of deviation has been identified and finally purged while further investigations are going on. In issuing this announcement, the party recognizes and commends those who have struggled against this factionalist tendency throughout this difficult period and acknowledges the positions taken by those who are abused and hounded out of Mwakenya over years. people's organizations inside and outside country, which were shut out even when MK policy was to welcome dialogue. Exiles and other Kenyans abroad who were personally or collectively undermined. Our non-Kenyan friends and sympathizers whose trust in us was undermined. 250. Mwakenya will examine and analyze all the mistakes, deviations, and abuses of authority by this factionalist clique. For the movement we wish to take full responsibility for their mistakes. We shall continue the rectification and healing process already underway. The party has always believed that active self-cleansing and self-criticism are essential for all organizations to stay healthy. It may have taken longer than we wished, but the persistence has helped to resolve the problems. We extend our gratitude to the many fraternal groups and individuals who helped by exposing the reactionary clique through their publications, even as we ourselves were struggling from within. We expect that those that were exposed were done in the spirit of helping Kenya's democratic revolution. Together we now face greater challenges to come forth boldly and create conditions for further closeness of all our democratic forces. Perhaps the most virulent recent act of the purged faction was the publication, without authority or the least bit of consultation, of the so-called Mwakenya in November-December 1990. This spurious organ was released purportedly as the organ of the defense forces of Mwakenya. Mkombozi is a departure from Mwakenya's well-known political line and spirit, which dates back to 1974. This, as articulated in our draft minimum program, is the line of commitment to the unity of all the patriotic, democratic, and progressive forces, inside and outside the country, on the minimum basis of their opposition to the continued foreign domination of Kenya and of their commitment to struggle against the present neo-colonial regime. In particular, Mkombozi's line smacks of ultra-left adventurism and, in many instances, are clearly divisive. We therefore owe to members and friends of Mwakenya to explain this disparity between Mkombozi's and Mwakenya's line. 1. In its column entitled, No Shortcuts to Freedom, Mkombozi attacks externally based opposition organizations, accusing them of disunity, alienation from the realities of the Kenyan political scene, and a variety of negative personal attributes of some of their members. The Mwakenya leadership regards this as an extremely divisive 251 diatribe, which could feed right into the oppressive designs of the Moi regime. It is clearly in discord with the realities of externally based organizations. First, many of these organizations are hopefully external wings of Kenya-based movements, and they respond to the needs of Kenyan people as determined by those infernal bodies. Under the circumstances, the issue of alienation of many external bodies from Kenyan realities does not even arise. Secondly, Mwakenya is aware that there are several externally based organizations, a situation which creates the impression of disunity and which Mwakenya has repeatedly deplored in the past. Mwakenya has always advocated an alliance of these forces and has supported efforts of other organizations seeking to form such alliances. Mkombozi fails to recognize that there have been, and continue to be, some unity conferences, which have precisely succeeded in building such alliances and cooperative strategies between some of the organizations. Mwakenya recognizes that the opposition organizations are made of people who have dedicated their lives to the cause of liberation of their beloved country. They have made many sacrifices at many levels, from familial to professional, from their freedoms of movement to their security of life. Any weakness or mistakes that have emerged, therefore, must be weighed against the much strength, the sacrifices that have been made and the successes that have been scored. Mwakenya would like to make it abundantly clear that it recognizes and respects the efforts of all people and organizations involved in the current struggle for democracy, irrespective of differences in ideological inclinations. Our collective desire for political rights and freedoms, and for a better Kenya, is sufficient to bind us in our opposition against the Moi dictatorship and tyranny. In another column, What Must Be Done, Mkombozi claims that there are no shortcuts to our freedom and that no fundamental change can come about in neo-colonial Kenya without the masses taking up arms and fighting to overthrow/crush the existing system in order to establish a popular people's democratic power of self-government. Because of this, Mkambauza claims to support Mwakenya's determination to wage an uncompromising protracted people's revolutionary war using guerrilla tactics. In principle, Mwakenya finds nothing wrong. 252. With armed resistance against tyrannical regimes. On the contrary, it believes that under certain conditions this may be the only path open to the people. Militant response to oppression is very much a part of our cherished history in Kenya. The violence of the neo-colonial state against the very people it is supposed to protect is bound to breed counter-violence from the people at some point or another, if there are no genuine changes for the better. Indeed, the Kenyan people are being perpetually subjected to such extreme brutalities by the state that picking up arms may soon be their only alternative for self-defense and self-preservation. This is why Mwakenya stated quite categorically in its draft minimum program, amidst the current state of violence against the people, we want to reiterate to all the world, that Mwakenya has pledged to fight back by any means necessary. Mwakenya thus believes that armed struggle may be necessary, but has never advocated it as the only way forward. Nor has Mwakenya denied the role and importance of many other forms of protest expressing the interests of various social constituencies. We deem it highly irresponsible to advocate a situation in which haphazard or gratuitous violence will yet again provide Moi with the excuse to wreak unnecessary death and suffering on innocent people. In another column, the controversy over Koigi's return, Mkambauza presents various versions of how and why Koigi returned to Kenya, including Mwa's and Koigi's versions. It then goes on to uncritically report the views of some unnamed political observers, claiming that Koigi returned to Kenya voluntarily, believing that his arrest and imprisonment would boost his public image in Kenya and abroad. And in the event of the seemingly impending collapse of the Moi regime, Koigi would then come out of prison a national hero, which would facilitate his bid for the presidency, supposedly his long-cherished ambition. Mwakenya finds this Mkambauza line objectionable on two grounds. Firstly, there is no basis for giving equal weight to Koigi and Mwa's versions of the circumstances that led to his arrest. Mwa's entire rule has been founded on lies, cover UPS, and disinformation. No public pronouncement of his can be taken at its face value or given any serious measure of credibility. Indeed, government lies have become established components of court proceedings on false. 253. Charges of treason and sedition to victimize people exercising their rights of expression and association for political change in Kenya. Mwakenya's position is that Koigi and others are innocent, and Mr. Moi is guilty of treason. Secondly, Mwakenya is not aware that Koigi has any ambitions to be the president of the country. But even if he does and chooses to bid for the country's presidency, it is within his constitutional right to do so as a citizen of Kenya. Mwakenya's defense and advocacy of the fundamental right of every Kenyan to contest every political office in the land, including the presidency, has been clearly articulated in its July 1990 Kenya Democracy Plank. Mwakenya also objects to Mkambauza's suggestion that the insecurity alarm raised by some Kenyan exiles is a mere hoax intended to pressurize the UNCR to expedite their resettlement in Europe and Canada. These are Kenyans who have been hounded and forced into exile on account of their commitment to principles of democracy and justice. Given the Moi regime's record of arbitrary arrests, torture, imprisonment on false charges, detention, and murder of political dissidents, there is no reason to believe that it cannot, and does not attempt to, organize the kidnapping and assassination of political exiles, especially those residing in neighboring countries. Moi has not been known to respect either domestic or international law, and in his present desperation, he is capable of committing virtually any crime against his critics. The insecurity of Kenyan exiles, therefore, is very real. And Mwakenya urges the UNCR to facilitate their resettlement with utmost urgency. In fact, Mwakenya has consistently been urging the United Nations to recognize the fact that Kenya is a major refugee-producing country and, therefore, member states should receive sympathetically Kenyans fleeing Mwa's terror. Mkambauza treats Mau Mau under a general heading, Other People's Struggle. But Mkambauza's analysis in no way represents Mwakenya's line. Since when did Mau Mau become, Other People's Struggle? The whole analysis undermines Mau Mau's achievements by claiming that it lacks scientific revolutionary theory, organization, and leadership. Mau Mau had, in fact, central organs, leadership and strategies that were recognized even by the British war machinery. Recent research on Mau Mau has disproved this colonial and neo-colonial point of view. 254. Of the movement. Throughout Mkombauza's analysis, Mau Mau is not seen as a development of different political and military tendencies at different stages of our history. And the aspect of continued internal struggle within Mau Mau is ignored. Obviously, then, it is not a lack of scientific theory on the part of Mau Mau that should cause concern, but its lack in Mkombauza's own analysis of Mau Mau. Mkombauza was a product of the factionalist clique that had emerged within the ranks of Mwakenya's organism. Factionalism creates divisions in a movement and weakens its internal cohesion. It has the same effect of dividing the Kenyans as it does needless splits among organizations that have similar goals and objectives. Factionalism among the people and organizations strengthens Mwa's regime and must be fought at all costs. Mwakenya renounces Mkombauza unreservedly and reiterates that our former position on unity, alliances, and political change in Kenya still stands as summarized in the Draft Minimum Program of 1987 and Kenya Democracy Plank. Since the very first issue of Pambana in 1982, we have advocated the right, indeed the urgent need, to protest for our democratic rights and to support the guarantees and freedoms enshrined in the original 1962 Constitution of Kenya. In Kenya Democracy Plank, Mwakenya has offered constructive proposals for resolving the very serious political impasse currently facing Kenya and for ridding us of Mwa's and KANU's tyranny. Mkombauza ignores these proposals and disregards the current imperative of seeking unity of Kenya everywhere inside and outside. Mwakenya hereby renews its earlier call for broader-based alliances and action inside as well as outside Kenya. Only thus can we hope to move forward to defeat our common foe. Note, David Kanyua and Kaibesha Gatti were the authors of Mkombauza Mwakenya. They were expelled from the party in October 1991. 255. Mwakenya Internal Newsletter. February 1991. Comrades. This communiqué is intended to bring you up to date on the outcome of the meetings of Mwakenya's Central Committee to reappraise the organization's position in relation to the political situation that is unfolding in Kenya. The first major meeting took place on August 20 to 26, 1991 to discuss a variety of issues dealing with the movement's structure, organization, strategies, and financial policy. Of central concern were the activities and conduct of a factional clique, which had seriously affected Mwakenya's operations, image, and effectiveness for some time. After extensive investigations and discussions, committee members voted to purge the clique from the organization, with the affected parties retaining their freedom and right of appeal. To reduce the risk of factional tendencies developing in the future, a problem inherent in any political organization, Mwakenya resolved to strengthen its communication channels, and to restructure the decision-making apparatus to render it both more centralized and more democratic. On financial policy, it was agreed that, a. expenditure would be guided by a spirit of thrift, consultation, strict accounting, better record-keeping and documentation. 256. And an even tighter system of checks and balances, and b. capital generation would be informed by the principles of self-reliance and self-sufficiency. Towards this end there will be, among other things, members' monthly due, 5% of net income for employed members, KSHS 20/ for unemployed members residing in Kenya. The equivalent of $10 USD, for unemployed members living abroad. Contributions from members, friends, and sympathizers are welcome. All dues, fees, and contributions are to be forwarded to our Central Administration Office in New York. The minutes of this August 1991 meeting have now been reviewed and confirmed, and the resolutions and recommendations are being implemented. 2. Having consolidated Mwakenya's structures and organizations, the CC held another major meeting between the 27 and the 29 of December 1991, with one key item on the agenda, Does the present political situation in Kenya warrant our above-ground participation in the so-called multi-party electoral process? A comprehensive analysis of the situation led to the conclusion that the increasing number of opportunists who are positioning themselves in the forefront of the pro-democracy movement will, by all indication, lead us to a post-election continuation of Moism in all its fundamental aspects, with or without Moi. Under the circumstances, Mwakenya resolved to remain underground and continue the struggle for the attainment of Wananka's aspirations and objectives as contained in its draft minimum program of 1987. However, as events keep unfolding, Mwakenya may decide to support one or more parties that have an explicit pro-people agenda above and beyond mere multipartism. Any decision reached over this matter will be immediately communicated to members and friends. In the meantime, on October 20, 1991, Mwakenya released a statement to announce the purging of the factional clique mentioned above and to renounce the decisive, distorted, and adventurous political line contained in its unauthorized publication Kumbaza. 257. NMELD. Mwakenya. In case you have not seen a copy of this statement, please contact our administration office. B. In response to popular demands, Mwakenya issued a reprint of its democracy plank in July 1991 in both Kiswahili and English. A few copies of the plank are still available from Mwakenya's administration office. In the meantime, a second reprint is in preparation. If you have any suggestion that you think should be incorporated in the reprint, please write to the administration office. C. The spokesperson and coordinator of Mwakenya, Njiji Wa Thiongo, gave a keynote address at the first conference of Umoja Kenya, USA chapter, which was held in Baltimore, Maryland, on October 19, 1991. The conference was extremely successful in terms of the number of participants, enthusiasm, organization, and the intensity and level of discussion. At the end of the conference, the following resolution was passed: Be it resolved, the Umoja Kenya supports the pro-democracy forces at home in Kenya in their demands for freedom for all political prisoners, for their call on the government of the United States of America to cease subsidizing the Moi KANU regime's reign of terror through military and economic aid. That Umoja Kenya calls on other Kenyans to join hands with us in the fight for democracy in our country. D. Umoja Kenya also held a well-attended public meeting on December 12, 1991, in London, to celebrate Kenya's Independence Day. In his address, the chairperson, Abdilatif Abdallah, highlighted the betrayal of the aspirations of Kenya's freedom fighters by successive KANU regimes, and called upon all patriotic Kenyans to intensify the struggle for the true liberation of the country. Our message to Kenyans everywhere, concludes the statement, is to continue with, and intensify the struggle against the regime, and not be fooled by its attempts to cut off a few branches of the rotten tree pretending that the rest. 258. E. Will reform. The entire tree is rotten and needs to be uprooted, as it will no longer bear anything. Let us tend to the new sapling that has begun to bear the first leaves, where our future of hope and progress lies. Mwakenya also sent a message of solidarity with Kenya in which it warned against opportunists, some of whom are now abandoning KANU and posing as reformed elements, who, in the heat of the pro-democracy movement, are preparing to substitute one form of Moism with another. In January 1992, Mwakenya released a statement, in both Kiswahili and English, describing its official's position on the current situation in Kenya. In the statement, Mwakenya cautioned against Moism continuing in the politics of our nation, and warned that Moism without Moi is as dangerous as Moism with Moi. In conclusion, we would like to reiterate, once again, that, given the current situation in Kenya, our struggle will have to continue being underground and protracted, and we must continue to abide by the strategies and methods of work that can sustain and promote a struggle of that nature. Mapambano Yanaendelea. MK Central Secretariat. New York City. 259. The Mwakenya Stand. Moism without Moi is as dangerous as Moism with Moi. Social change. All Kenyans are united against Moi and KANU, in short, against Moism with Moi or KANUism with KANU. As the national and international pressure for the Moi-KANU regime to go increases, we want to alert all Kenyans to the grave danger of the opportunists who only yesterday were happily participating in or defending KANU's program of theft, robbery, and repression. Some of these elements are now positioning themselves for leadership under the banner of a newly found zest for democracy. Kenyan people must scrupulously examine these people's history of service to the KANU regime since 1963. We now must be even more aware of the danger of Moism without Moi and KANUism without KANU. We say, Moism without Moi is as dangerous as Moism with Moi. It is a crucial moment in our history of struggle for democracy, and we must be vigilant. We must remember how at crucial moments in our history we were robbed of what is ours. Kenyatta did it. Moi did it. The 13 years of Mwa's reign of terror, resulting in the jailing of thousands on trumped-up charges, in driving hundreds more into exile and into torture chambers, in the 260 formation of death squads, and in large-scale massacres of our people, is the horrendous price we have had to pay for lowering our guards. Today some forces in our country are celebrating simply because Moi, desiring to lure the Western donors into restoring the suspended aid, has said that Clause 2A, hastily passed in 1982 to turn Kenya into de jure one-party state, has now been lifted. We are being told by some quarters that we need no longer be vigilant, that all we need to do is to beg Moi to register parties. Some people are even asking him to stay in power for 6 months to allow for all the relevant electoral details to be worked out again by Moi and KANU or by the appointed agents. We are asking an assassin to stay around in our house and for him to work out the rules and terms of how we might share a corner in the house. The shepherds are being asked to let a hyena lead the herd to greener pastures. We must never lower our guard. We in Mwakenya see no cause for lowering our guards even for a second. We would like to remind Kenyans that Moi has a long tradition of wading 5 steps in the blood of repression and then, under internal and international pressure, retreating 1 step. Some people congratulate him, forgetting that he is already 4 steps in the sea of blood. When, for instance, in 1990 he was facing a virtual insurrection that culminated in the events of Saba Saba following the murders of Uko and the Murato residents, he hastily appointed the KANU Review Committee to come out with reformist noises that were a clear insult to the political intelligence of Kenyan people. We Kenyans must remain suspicious of his apparent quick about turn, this apparent change of heart by a dictator who, only a few weeks ago on November 16, was prepared to kill Kenyans who defied him. We must mount more and not less pressure for the real democratization of our society and for the realization of social justice for the majority. We must learn our history. In this pursuit we must be prepared to learn from our history. The fact is that even before Mwa's KANU was legalized into the only legal party in 261 the land in June 1982, Kenya had been a de facto one-party state since the banning of KPU in 1969. In fact, it is the realization that repression would only intensify in the years to follow that made the democratic forces go underground under the umbrella of the WPK/December 12 movement. They set about producing literature of a democratic culture under the severe conditions of life underground and under constant surveillance from Kenyatta's, and later Mwa's, secret police. How right we were. The decade that followed the banning of KPU also saw the banning of the Civil Servants Union, the University Academic Staff Union, the students' unions, social and welfare societies, and even cultural organizations like the Kamariathai Community Education and Cultural Center. Again, even before that fateful June 1982, the regime had already started detaining and imprisoning critical intellectuals including the academic staff and students at the universities. Even then more than 5 people meeting without a police license constituted an illegal assembly. The Public Security Act that empowered Moi to scrap all the democratic and human rights of Kenyans was still in force. Not a single member of parliament could hold a meeting in his or her constituency without permission from the district officers and chiefs who in any case had to chair all the meetings. All these repressive acts were in force long before the clause banning multipartyism. Thus the years from 1982 to 1988, which saw Kenya move from a Mwakenya dictatorship into a personal rule with KANU merely an instrument, only intensified a tradition. The 1988 fraudulent elections, the infamous queuing elections, merely formalized this personal rule. The United Movement for Democracy in Kenya and Mwakenya issued a 10-point declaration in 1988 rejecting the legitimacy of the resulting government and parliament and reiterated our previous calls contained in Mwakenya's draft minimum program of September 1987 for Kenyans to unite in the struggle for genuine democracy and meaningful social change. We still stand by that declaration. Moi and KANU have not the slightest moral or political legitimacy. An illegal president through an illegal parliament and an illegal political party is ruling Kenya. They have more respect for the Western donors in Paris who all along have been their mainstay than to the 262.25 million Kenyans to whose demands for real change they have always replied with bullets and bayonets. Mwakenya has not the slightest intention of seeking registration under the Moi-KANU regime, for to do so would be according it a legitimacy it does not have. Our legitimacy is rooted in the masses of Kenyan people and not in the Moi-KANU dictatorship. The way forward. This is the same dictator and his instruments of personal rule in which we are now being asked to entrust the management of change. The fact is dictator Moi will only manage change to prevent real change. We believe that there cannot be genuine free elections under the current regime. We ask all Kenyans to rally around the 10-point program in the Kenya Democracy Plank. In addition, we must intensify our struggle for the following: all political prisoners including all those facing bogus treason and sedition charges must be set free immediately. The basic law must accord to all Kenyans the freedoms of assembly and of association without the supervision of the chiefs and district commissioners, that includes the right of free speech, and the right to organize trade unions, students and youth associations and cultural and social organizations. All Kenyan nationals forced to flee must be free to return unconditionally, without penalty. Kenyan labor, resources and economy must benefit Kenyans first and foremost, free of interference from external control. For instance, land which remains our basic resource must primarily be used to satisfy national needs, first, and that it shall be redivided among those who work for it. Only a fundamental change in the economic, political, and cultural direction and policies of the entire society to meet the needs of the majority can create the necessary ground for real democracy. These principles are 263. Contained in Mwakenya's draft minimum program of 1987 and Kenya Democracy Plank. And real democracy is the only basis for meeting those needs. We must work for totally new beginnings. We believe that it is the duty of all the democratic forces and organizations to set the mechanism for a national conference of all the social forces actively engaged in the struggle for democracy and social change, without begging for permission from the KANU regime. The tasks before us, defeating Moism with or without Moi. The tasks for all the democratic forces in the country are now clear. First is the continuing struggle against the Moi-KANU regime. It is a murderous regime. It is dangerous to the stability and well-being of all Kenyans. We must not slacken our efforts. We must say it loud and clear and indeed organize around the declaration: Moi and KANU must go. The right to organize and the right to choose are human rights, and they are not dependent on the goodwill of Mr. Moi and his flock of parrots. Secondly, we must be doubly vigilant against opportunism that has no principal difference with the Moi regime except that somewhere along the line they had fallen out of favor. For such forces a chance to return to parliament and to some cabinet posts would satisfy all their newly found democratic idealism. Thirdly, we must forge a principled alliance of all the patriotic, democratic, and progressive forces in Kenya to defeat Moism with or without Moi. It is only an alliance built on democratic principles that can root out Moism with or without Moi. Moism with Moi is dangerous for Kenya as Moism is without Moi. To the cause of rooting out Moism from our midst, no matter under what other name and guise, we in Mwakenya and our allies, the United Movement for Democracy in Kenya, rededicate ourselves. The struggle continues. Pambana is still the key. Long live Mwakenya and the United Movement for Democracy in Kenya. Umoja wa Wazalendo ni nguvu yetu. 264. What is to be done? Mwakenya and the current political situation in Kenya. Discussion paper number 1. June 1992. Introduction. The political situation in Kenya has changed dramatically in the last 3 years. The position of the regime has weakened, both internally and externally since June 7, 1990, the day of Saba Saba uprising. The forces of opposition have gained overall. But this should not make us complacent, as our position has not gone entirely our way and the regime has managed to force its way back into power and has divided some section of opposition. It is also necessary to be clear about the part played by WPK/DTM in the past. We have been in existence since 1974 and have consistently fought for the political and economic rights of the Kenyan people. We have maintained a principled stand throughout the present period as well. While the above-ground opposition looks for an explanation for its failure to make the most of the situation, we can look back with satisfaction and pride at the solution we had provided. Events have proved our position to be totally correct. At the same time, the people of Kenya feel betrayed. They responded to our various calls for action. The petty bourgeois opposition did not understand the true nature of the regime and was carried away by their subjective hopes that Moi was about to give. 265. Up power. They thus made incorrect political decisions and agreed to work with Moi, in the hope that the dictator will work towards his own downfall. For our part, we have not done enough to explain our position as set out in the democracy plank, which has guided our actions throughout the period. At the same time, we need to give more publicity openly to our position on the current situation and our plans for the future. We cannot openly discuss all our plans, nor reveal details of the intensive discussion going on within our various units. But an indication of our general position now seems necessary, particularly an explanation of our decision to remain underground when democratic freedoms are supposedly available in Kenya. Events have proved us right as the regime shows again its repressive character. There is, however, a political vacuum in Kenya today. The regime is continuing as if nothing has changed. The petty bourgeois opposition is attacking the regime in small doses when people clearly demand a much more fundamental change. We have a clear political line, which has been shown to be correct. Of course, we do not expect reactionary, right-wing elements to accept it, nor will foreign forces for democracy support our line. It is entirely on us to give widespread exposure to our program, which alone can be accepted by the people and form basis for a meaningful change in Kenya. This position paper explains briefly our position and contribution during this period of rapid change. Movement from 1974 to 1990. From 1974 to 1990, our movement was the main political force that contained a systematic opposition against the rule by the KANU dictatorship. Our documents of this period show that we had a clear political position opposing the regime and its foreign backers. We continued organizing underground, spreading to working class areas and at the same time consolidating our support in rural areas. The reign of terror unleashed by the regime before and after the coup of 1982 and again in 1984-86 did some damage to our organization, including detention and imprisonment of some of our cadres. 266. And exiling of others. Some even gave their lives in this period. The intense attack from the regime, and some incorrect organizational decisions led to weaknesses in our organization. One particularly difficult period was in 1985-87 when a large number of undisciplined people, including university petty bourgeois academics and students, were recruited into the movement, leading to many arrests. It was only the quick retreat into rearguard support areas that enabled us to survive this difficult period. We emerged with our center and main units safe. We have faced other difficulties as well. Some corrupt elements as well as ultra-leftists remained within the movement and led to further damage. We managed to root these liquidators out as well. All these reverse as well as positive lessons of the 80s have in fact strengthened us and have given us greater ideological depth to face the 90s with a new confidence and courage. This assessment of our strength and courage proved correct during the events of the Sabah Sabah uprising. One of the most important documents that we issued was the Draft Minimum Program, which set out our long-term policy and in effect became the alternate path of development for Kenya. Its ideas and position have gradually become a part of our national demands for the future. The party document exposed KANU's program as a neo-colonial program, a shallow cover for corruption, pillage, and plunder. Parallel with that, we rejected the 1988 fraudulent queuing elections, which the regime used to ensure it returned to power. We also rejected the legitimacy of the outcome of the elections. People throughout the country demonstrated against the rigged elections. This mass movement helped to prepare people for the large-scale struggle of the 90s. Sabah Sabah Uprising. On May 25, 1990, Mwakenya issued a statement calling upon all the active progressive democratic and patriotic political organizations, workers' trade unions, peasant cooperatives, professional bodies, religious organizations, student societies, the business community, welfare, and other non-267 government interest groups to unite in a single force of action to pressure dictator Moi to resign. The call was answered loudly and clearly in the Sabah Sabah uprising. The Sabah Sabah uprising marked a turning point in our recent history. The full record of the events and their significance are recorded in the Mwakenya's internal document. The events of about 10 days starting July 7, 1990 ended a dark period in our country. Thousands of people throughout our country defied the KANU Moi regime and took to the streets and participated in mass rallies and demonstrations against the hated, oppressive rule. Workers went on strikes, peasants took acts of defiance and resistance. The armed forces of the dictator were not sufficient to dampen people's demand for change. Large parts of the country slipped from the control of the regime as people took over local areas. Many police were attacked and killed. Police stations, government offices, and property were attacked and destroyed. In some parts, such as working-class areas of Nairobi, effective power came under the control of people. The regime was shaken by people power. The people rejected the culture of silence and fear. Resistance was the order of the day. Change was what people demanded. Mwakenya played an important part in the events of this period. We had a well-organized movement that quietly sprung into action. Years of underground existence had given us the experience to work quietly to guide and encourage mass popular movement towards active participation in the demand for change. Cadres intensified underground activities to encourage and activate people to take the path of open defiance. Many workers, peasants, and other working people openly began to follow our guidance and began to defy the neo-colonial authorities. Progressive elements of the petty bourgeoisie followed the lead and challenged the bourgeois state in various ways. Many angry Kenyans, including NGO activists, lawyers, religious leaders, teachers, journalists, university students, and academics took an open public stand for the first time. Some of these were later to forget the pioneering stand taken by our organization, our cadres, and as 268, well as working people generally, which enabled them to speak out for democracy. They began claiming the full credit for the success of a national movement for resistance. The seeds of petty bourgeois opportunism, which has become so obvious today, could be seen during this early period of change. Such people want to inherit the position of power in order to ensure that their class interests are safeguarded. Similar betrayal at the time of independence had seen the power slip from the hands of the class that had fought and sacrificed for Uhuru. It would be a folly to repeat the same mistake today. Mwakenya's Democracy Plank. We issued the plank on July 11, 1990 during the Sabah Sabah uprising. It set out the demands for peaceful change in Kenya. Our warning in the plank has proved correct. The plank states, Mwakenya calls the entire people of Kenya to be more vigilant against Mwa's machinations, and in particular Mwa's divisive tradition of divide and rule. Factionalism among people and in organizations strengthens Moi and must be fought at all costs. The plank sums up the significance of the Saba Saba uprising. With the current events of July, we Kenyans have reached a turning point in our history. These events are taking place in a world, which is changing rapidly. Kenyans have now started on the right foot in 1990s by banishing the culture of silence and fear imposed on us over the last 30 years or so. They have no alternative but to continue pressing their claims to democracy and the rule of law and justice. If the patriotic, democratic, and progressive Kenyans unite, they will have nothing to lose but Mwa's reign of terror. In the democracy plank, we made it clear that the crisis in our country is primarily political. But we also made it clear that issues at hand are far broader than the demand for a multi-party system, than the question of one or several political parties. The real issues have to do with the entire economic and political system. What the people want is no less than a new beginning and a new direction in all aspects of the national life. 269_ Multi-party elections. The demand for change and end to the corrupt regime became a mass movement that could not be resisted. The foreign backers of the regime realized that they were in danger of backing the wrong side in the fast-changing situation. They began to play a double game. While openly calling for change, they quietly continued to back the regime, which had over the years enabled them to lay a strong foundation for maintaining their influence. Different foreign powers backed different forces so as to be in a strong position, whoever emerged victorious in the end. The United States ambassador, for example, became a champion for change in this absurd scenario, while the British continued to back the regime. The US also backed some NGO petty bourgeois groupings that were encouraged to join the opposition to Moi. Many of these were strong allies of Moi some weeks earlier, now suddenly becoming champions against Moi. They got open support from the US ambassador. The forces that opposed Moi can broadly be grouped into two opposing class alliances. 1. The petty bourgeois groupings, which had internal contradictions within themselves and with Moi. They split into various smaller factions, each trying to get the largest share of state power and patronage. In essence, they differed little from the class interests represented by Moi and KANU, except they wanted their chance for power. They were not objectively opposed to Moi-KANU. In the final analysis, when Moi was ready to hand over vast fortunes in return for their support and loyalty, many of them were happy to rejoin KANU, having been assured of the slice of cake, which was all what they were really after. 2. The second group was composed of various sections of the Kenyans left who broadly represented the interests of working people and rejected compromising with the Moi regime. But there were also differences among them, with different views on what their position should be in removing dictator Moi from power. Many felt the time had come for open political parties and in effect trusted Mwa's word that he now believed in democracy. Some formed their own small, petty bourgeois parties, others put their trust in Ford. 270. Under Jaramogi Odinga's leadership, which had at one time seemed to possess power to overcome Mr. Mwa's pro-imperialist forces, they did not make a correct analysis of the current political situation and what would be an appropriate response. They seemed to have been carried away by subjective wishes and not by the concrete situation. It is this failure of the broad left that allowed Moi to return to power by using dishonest means. Facing increasing opposition from every side, Mr. Moi was forced to make some concessions or he would have been swept out of power. A very clever strategy enabled him to appear as if he was making a major change. He accepted that other parties could contest in elections, but at the same time ensured that only his party, KANU, would win. The constitution was changed to make it difficult for any opposition presidential candidate to win. He also instigated violence using tactics borrowed from the racist South African regime practice of a tribal force to create a state of chaos and death in areas where he needed to win desperately. State power was used to ensure that Moi got maximum benefit and opposition parties isolated. Radio and television and press were used to ensure his message reached the people while blocking opposition news. When everything else failed, he used his state control over finances to print more money to bribe those who could be brought over to his side. Generations of Kenyans will end up paying Mwa's election debts. We have consistently called for a principled alliance with all the democratic, patriotic, and progressive forces in Kenya. Alliance must be forged on principles that address themselves to the fundamental economic and political problems facing the majority of the population, the entire working and peasant populations. We must address ourselves to the issues of land, national capital, housing, health provisions, meaningful education, jobs, thousands of school leavers, indeed of the very neo-colonial character of the regime, which given rise to our entire problem. Current situation and MK position. Mwakenya's position on the current situation in Kenya was made clear in January 1992 in a publication entitled, Moism without Moi is as dangerous as Moism with Moi, which was later reprinted in the booklet, The Mwakenya Stand. The points made are still valid today. The main point is to alert all Kenyans to the grave danger of the opportunists who only yesterday were happy participants in defending KANU's neo-colonial program of theft, robbery, and repression. 272. Political Priorities for the 1990s. Discussion Paper Number 2. March 1993. Introduction. As we plan our strategies for the 1990s, it is necessary to get our priorities correct. We need to be clear about the current political situation in the country as well as understand the strength and weakness of our own organization. Without such an analysis, we are in danger of taking decisions that may not be correct in the present period. This discussion paper attempts to set out our political priorities in the context of the current situation in the country. As we attempt new initiatives, it is important that all members and cadres discuss the issues raised here so as to arrive at a position that has been well discussed with input from all units and cells. It is proposed that following intensive discussions, points made by all will be incorporated into a new policy party document, based on the following analysis. Political situation in Kenya. As set out in our discussion paper number 1, there has been a dramatic change in the political position in Kenya since the Saba Saba uprising in 1990. Many gains have been made, but also there have been setbacks. Overall, the A5 regime has managed to remain in power, although it is much weaker than before and faces daily attacks from people in every part of the country. Forces opposed to the regime lack a united position. They do not agree on what needs to be done during the current period. The regime has taken advantage of this paralysis and has continued to consolidate its position. The objective conditions are conducive to change, people are ready to take on the regime, but there is a lack of leadership that can guide the country during this period of change to remove Moi KANU. There is increasing disillusionment among the people with the above-ground opposition parties, many of which continue KANU policies and practices outside of KANU. Major parties remain representatives of petty bourgeois interests and offer no hope for the country, which needs a fundamental change in the class basis of those in positions of power. Some other parties represent no more than individual interests. There remains a large popular support for change in almost every part of the country. For example, the people residing on the coast, central, and Nyanza areas, as well as in the north, continue to demand change and are prepared to take action, including strikes, mass demonstrations, attacking government officials and property. Indeed, parts of the country, including parts of Nairobi City, remain under people's control where even the police fear going to. What is missing is a clear political guidance to turn all the goodwill and the local actions into an integrated, political, mass movement, which alone can push the dictator out. At the same time, it should be realized that the regime is not about to be toppled without intensive preparation, much sacrifice, and a clear political, ideological and military preparation. We cannot hope to see a change through the process of elections as was demonstrated during the last two general elections. Some people hope to change the position at the next elections. While we need to take advantage of every opening, we must not pin our hopes of any fundamental change while Moi remains in a position of power. Elections can be meaningful only after Moi has been sent packing through mass action guided by a well-thought-out political program and an organized revolutionary party working in unity with all progressive, democratic, and patriotic Kenyans. Perhaps the greatest. 274. Danger in the present situation remains Mwa's ability to create chaos and intra-party fights that can lead to a state of civil war. He would rather plunge the country into a ravaged state of war than give up power. Struggle in the past, out of necessity, had to be waged underground, and we are well prepared to do the same in the present. There is now a small opening for democracy. While we are organizationally able to function openly, our greatest need for above-ground work is finances. It was possible during the underground phase to be effective with limited funds. But without adequate funds it is almost impossible to do any political work above ground. While the regime has unlimited funds from imperialist backers as well as from state machinery, note the use of such local sources as saving institutions and printing of new notes during elections. We on our part face even more difficulties because the sources that could have helped in the past are no longer available. It is thus imperative that we explore other ways of raising funds. No amount of correct political ideas and organizational strength can help if we do not have funds to be able to organize and function nationally. This should be our first priority. It is therefore proposed that we prepare detailed work programs for the future, including finances as one of the most important items. The current paper looks at the short-term plan from 1993 to 96. Future ones should project up to the end of the century and beyond. It is essential that we continue the practice of preparing annual work programs and prepare 3- and 5-year plans so as to focus on important tasks. Without this, we will drift from event to event on a daily basis, and in time we will lose our pioneering spirit, which has guided our practical and theoretical work since 1974. The Short-Term Plan, 1993 to 1996. It is proposed that we look at different aspects of our work and prepare our goals over this period. These include political clarity, organizational matters, recruitment, strategy and tactics, and financial security during this period. The period up to 1996 should be used to consolidate our party and prepare for a new phase in our struggle, and ensure that we have a secure 275 financial base to be able to operate nationally. The decision taken recently to encourage external members to return home also needs to be consolidated. The target of change is our overall organization as well as each individual member who remain our strongest asset. In addition, various aspects of the short-term plan need to be studied in detail by all units and centers. Political and organizational strategy. The new above-ground period will mean we must consolidate our links and alliances with other progressive organizations. While we have various formal and informal understandings with various opposition forces and have been influencing their policies and activities, we need to continue this process even further. Our cadres who are being released from detention and imprisonment should begin to be incorporated quickly back into our organizational structures. It is encouraging to note that it has been possible for externally based cadres to go in and out of the country over the last 2 years. This has enabled closer links between external and internal units. This process needs to be accelerated. Nationally, it is obvious that there is a lot of disillusionment with above-ground opposition parties, as the promised changes did not materialize. We have had more and more people accepting our position as explained in our democracy plank and Mwakenya stand. Many activists who had joined various opposition bourgeois parties are now eager to join us as soon as we begin emerging above ground. We shall need to be ready for this new influx of membership. Our membership recruitment policy should be simple and clear. Recruitment should be throughout the country and should cover all progressive, democratic, and anti-imperialist people who accept our draft minimum program. At the same time, our people have been active on different fronts: trade union, peasant cooperatives, professional and cultural organizations all report a readiness among activists to join us when we come over ground. Included here are the human rights and religious fronts in which we have played a significant part. It is essential that we are organizationally ready to accept new members from these fields. Such preparations should take place in all parts of the country. 276. Our above-ground Kĩnyat structures overseas are already being prepared for the new phase. It still is necessary to ensure that these changes are made in line with internal developments so that they develop hand in hand. Military preparations. It should be made clear to all members and cadres that our primary field is political and it is the politics that will determine the military strategy. We do not believe that the time has come for an armed stage yet. But we have to prepare for any eventuality for the future. As good fighters, generally, we have to be prepared in every field, including military. We should continue discussions already begun on training cadres and ensure, as many cadres as possible are able to undergo military training. This work should start as soon as possible. Finances. As mentioned earlier, this will be our key activity from now onwards. Internal and external sources should be explored. The Treasurer's Department should be expanded to undertake feasibility studies on local business and fundraising activities. Externally, friends should be contacted with a view to getting support in whatever forms available. Plans already worked out should begin to be implementing as soon as practical. Conclusion. The period up to 1996 is one of consolidation and preparation for a new phase of struggle. We must understand that there is not going to be any short-term resolution of the problems facing our country. Just as we built a strong underground structure over a long period of time, we now need to ensure that while the underground remains strong, a new above-ground organization should be prepared, and equally as strong. Initially, this can be done by consolidating our links in democratic organizations of the working people in towns and in the countryside. Preparation for an open above-ground organization should also be worked out. With these changes, the future of our organization looks bright. 277. Charter for Democracy in Kenya. Discussion Paper Number 3. March 1996. Historical background. As we mark the 32nd anniversary of our independence, we would to painfully remind Kenyan patriots that all the freedoms and democracy we fought and died for during and after the anti-colonial struggle have been completely swept underfoot by the successive KANU regimes. These hard-won Kenyan birthrights have been totally eroded. Why? Even as our post-colonial struggles forced the Moi-KANU regime to retreat, opportunists and reactionary opposition parties colluded with Moi and their external backers. They disguised themselves as people's deliverers, but were really thinking more about their individual power and the security of their ill-gotten wealth. They gave Moi a golden opportunity to rig the 1992 so-called multi-party elections. Moi was totally rejected by the people. The majority voted against him and his regime was facing international isolation. It was these opportunists who helped the dictator wear the garb of a democrat. Foreign handouts are now flowing into the country as usual, but not to the masse of Kenyan people. The official opposition has acquiesced in the rigging and in giving the regime legitimacy in the eyes of those who are not interested in genuine change. 278. Tuias coe mwili 6 NWNS trademark _Rio == Dictator Moi has already demonstrated a total disregard for human rights and life. He has murdered and continues to murder thousands of people in the Rift Valley. He has maimed and continues to maim thousands. He has internally exiled, as refugees, thousands of innocent Kenyans, of which many are representative of the drained brainpower of Kenya, culturally and intellectually. This cruel pastime, well rehearsed during decades of occupation of northeastern province, is now being extended to the rest of the country, particularly to the Rift Valley region and to the coast. Since he took over power, Mr. Moi has killed over 10,000 Kenyans. How many more must die? Compatriots. How many more Kenyans will dictator Moi murder, maim, imprison and exile a Renamo or UNITA before we unite to stop him? How many more deaths will it take to prick the conscience of patriotic, progressive and anti-imperialist sons and daughters of our dear motherland? When will we take a principled stance and stand up to stop this national hemorrhage? We are lucky to have had a heritage of resistance. The spirits of Wiyaki, Koitalil, Mikati Lili, Mithani Nianjari, Kamatha, Piogama Pinto, Gen. Kago and other patriots who gave their lives for Kenya call upon us to take up our historical responsibilities in defense of the motherland. Now is the time to act. Remember that our northeastern neighbor Somalia was turned into a human butchering field when Mwa's friend, mentor, and fellow dictator Syed Barre laid the foundation for civil strife in efforts to cling to power and continue plundering the country's wealth, even as Moi is busy doing the same in Kenya today. We believe it is time for all patriotic, progressive, democratic, and anti-imperialist forces in the country to unite and act together. It is time to seize the historical moment and hour. We let it slip in 1982, then again with the queuing elections in 1988, and yet once more in 1992, this time with so-called multi-party elections. All these failures have cost us dearly. The regime is responsible for over 10,279 deaths, and thousands of maimed, detained, tortured, and exiled fellow Kenyans. Agents of the regime have wantonly destroyed personal property of thousands of our people. Millions are now without land or jobs, without any hope of getting either. The devaluation of the currency and circulation of illegally minted money used to rig the elections and to bribe have sent the prices and inflation soaring. Basic goods are beyond the reach of working people and even the middle class. Meanwhile, Moi and his sycophants keep accumulating more and more Kenyan wealth into their personal bank accounts overseas. Compatriots, do not fall into the trap of thinking, as some opportunists do, that we will be saved from the clutches of the dictator by the goodwill of foreign friends. They never have nor ever will. It is only our own actions that brought the regime to the brink of collapse in the past. The foreign friends joined in later to protect their own interests. Now, as in the past, it is to our own actions that can bring about change. This is not to deny the importance of our overseas sympathizers who genuinely support our struggle in a true spirit of internationalism. We welcome their support. We also need to understand the current situation in the country. The dictator has found his way back into power. The official opposition has failed to provide any real opposition to the regime as our people expected them to. Nobody now expects them to provide any leadership. They are there to inherit the position of power from Moi. Let us not place our hopes for change in them. Now is the time for unity. Now is therefore the time for principled unity of all proven patriotic, progressive, democratic, and anti-imperialist Kenyans under the clarion calls that Moi Kanu and the sycophants must go. This was the first demand made by Mwakenya in its publication, Democracy Plank, as a basis of meaningful change. The opportunists have not accepted these demands in their eagerness for personal power and their rush to enter parliament. This allowed dictator Moi to grab power once again. Let us 280 come together on the basis of Mwakenya's 10 points, which can unify us in order to overthrow the dictator. We continue to be disunited at our own peril. Now is the time to take up a correct and collective principled stance. We cannot afford to be divided at this crucial period in our history. The country faces the danger of more years of dictatorship if decisive action is not taken. Once the dictator consolidates his power base through corruption, it will be more difficult to overthrow him. The call. We call for a principled unity of all proven patriotic, progressive, democratic, and anti-imperialist, Pan-Africanist individuals and organizations to take a common stand for unity as a minimum prerequisite for united actions and efforts to dislodge the insatiable python from our midst. No democracy can be achieved as long as Moi and Kanu remain in power. We call upon all progressive individual Kenyans and organizations to reaffirm that meaningful change can only be achieved through our own initiatives and organized and coordinated activities of mass actions like strikes, boycotts, demonstrations, and other mass actions declared illegal by the illegal Moi regime. There is no doubt that given united action, we can bring about meaningful change through mass, organized action. We proved this when fighting the British colonial occupiers during anti-colonial struggle. We proved this again after independence against Moi in the 1980s. We should therefore not continue to be divided by the self-seeking petty bourgeois opportunists. History is on our side, we shall win if we are united. Immediate demands. As the first step, the Charter demands that all Kenyans should have the following rights: e. freedom of assembly, e. freedom of association. 281. E. freedom of expression, e. freedom of belief, e. the right to life, e. freedom of ownership, e. the right to fight injustice, e. the right to form political parties, e. the right to form trade unions, e. the right to contest elections, e. the right to change the government. These rights should not only be enshrined on paper, but also translated into practice in everyday civic life. As a first step, oppressive laws such as the Preservation of Public Security Act and the Chiefs Act should be annulled immediately. It will not be possible to achieve these immediate demands while Moi and his henchmen and women remain in power. On security. Moi's private army of thugs should cease immediately its murderous and wanton destruction and confiscation of property in the Rift Valley. The thug army should be charged with treason, as should Moi. There must be an immediate return of all the displaced people to the Rift Valley, Western Kenya, and Coast Province. Their property must be restored and they must get a proper compensation for loss of property and life from the vast looted funds accumulated by Moi and his fellow conspirators. An independent commission of inquiry should be set up to investigate the real perpetrators of these heinous crimes. Immediate action should be taken to stop the activities of this thug army from spreading to other parts of the country. It should be noted that these activities started after Moi claimed that multipartyism would lead to tribal warfare. He has set out systematically to fulfill his own bloody predictions. It should be noted that people are still suffering from the effects of Moi's earlier activities in northeastern Kenya, at the coast and western Kenya. Similar tactics are even today intimidating. 282. Working class people in Nairobi, Mombasa and other major towns. They all have the right to security of life and property. All those victimized have a legitimate right to compensation. On economy. Moi and KANU have distorted the economy to serve their own personal accumulation of wealth through corruption and looting. They have turned Kenya's national wealth into their private resource. They have allowed the national infrastructure to collapse. It is imperative that this trend be stopped immediately. All the wealth looted by the KANU gang should be returned to the national coffers. But the immediate question that must be addressed is that of land ownership. KANU has systematically deprived the people of Kenya of the very resource they died and fought colonialism for: land. Unless this question is settled in the interest of the people of Kenya, there can be no justice or peace in a country. Parallel with that, the right to work and to social security must be guaranteed to all Kenyans. Workers should have the right to a living wage and the right to strike, if they have probable cause to do so. Productive public sector projects should be undertaken to increase employment. An end to corruption should free resources to embark on a major public works project. The economy should first of all be working in the interest of Kenyan people. On urban areas. Local government services such as garbage collection, maintenance of roads, sewage, and housing should be effective and efficient. The people have a right to withhold their rental payments, and challenge rate increases, if basic services are not provided. Adequate housing, healthcare, and education are birthrights of all Kenyans. Is change possible? The real question is not if change is possible. Change is coming whether Moi likes it or not. The real question is what form the change will take. 283. And whether it will be directed by working people and those who have the interest of the working people at heart. Moi will go all out to ensure that he and his friends are directing change. The third possibility is a total loss of control over the process of change. This could result from spontaneous, unplanned, acts by people driven to desperation in the absence of economic and political progress. Such chaos can also result from people on the left taking up individual acts of sabotage without mass support, adequate preparation, planning, and direction. The danger in the current situation in Kenya is that Moi is driving the country to total breakdown of law and order. We must not allow him to do so. In such a situation, our only hope is to ensure a unity of purpose, direction, and action. The Charter for Democracy provides such direction. The alternative is too frightening to contemplate. Many may ask, how do we achieve the aims of the Charter? The answer lies within ourselves and the fervor with which we wish to find a peaceful solution. We do not need to depend on permission from Moi to start a debate among ourselves in small groups and circles about the Charter. Let us put the demands of the Charter at every forum we may be involved in. It will soon become the demands of all Kenyans. Let us organize conferences and meetings on implementing the Charter. Wherever there are Kenyans inside or outside the country, there should be discussions on the Charter. In schools, in workplaces, trade unions, universities, among professional, social and other organizations, there should be a united call, the call of the Charter. Remember, once an idea grabs a people, it acquires strength more powerful than all the armies that Moi controls. Forging a new unity through the Charter. All patriotic, progressive, democratic, and anti-imperialist organizations of Kenya are invited to associate themselves with the Charter for Democracy in Kenya as a way to forge a new unity of all those opposed to the Moi Kanu regime. This may be our last chance to ensure peaceful, meaningful, change in Kenya. Let us recognize that our real enemy is Moi and the whole 284 LS gang of thieves calling themselves KANU. Our main struggle today is to remove them from power. Moi and KANU must go. Let us not fall into the trap of believing that they are all-powerful and we are weak. Remember our years of struggle to remove colonialism from Kenya. It was a long, hard struggle, which needed many sacrifices. But we persevered and won. Remember the glorious Saba Saba uprising of 1990. If we rise as a people, we can win. We are dying a slow death under KANU anyway. Let us die fighting so we can leave a bright future for our children. Our main weapon is our unity and a strong organization. Let us resist every move of the dictator. If each one of us resists, the combined force of all our resistance will be unstoppable. The next step is to organize a national conference of patriotic, progressive, democratic, and anti-imperialist forces in order to plan our future. Let us not be divided on the basis of nationality or region as Moi is attempting to do. Let us judge people and leaders on the basis of whether they are on the side of Moi or on the side of the people. History and the motherland call us to action. Let us seize the time. Mwakenya and its leadership are ready to unite on the basis of the Charter with other patriotic, progressive, and anti-imperialist forces inside and outside the country. There is no victory without a struggle. 285. Circular number 5, on recruitment. August 1995. Dear comrades. Is a basic necessity. It is through recruitment that new cadres are incorporated into the party and the party builds new cells and expands. It is also through recruitment that new ideas, fresh drive, new blood, and initiative, sharing of the task are brought along. Stop recruitment and death of the party creeps in. F. Any party or organization that is living and active, recruitment. In our type of party, recruitment is so vital, it helps and replenishes our ranks to take on the most progressive stance and vigorously undertake our own replacement in that continuous process that keeps the banner of struggle alight. However, it is also through the recruitment that the enemy gets the chance to infiltrate the party and destroy it from within. Hence, the need to take utmost precaution is demanded without making any compromise or being sucked in by liberalism. It is a real balancing act, to get in as many as possible recruits, but not let in a single enemy agent or reactionary petty bourgeois opportunist to recruit but not be infiltrated. This is a dedicated task and most important task for the development of our party. Our practical observation is that this vital task of recruitment has significantly stalled and almost grounded to the halt both at home and 286 abroad. We no longer hear of new recruits in our party circle, and this is most peculiar to us, as we have not had to deal with such, particularly as an issue of concern. But even outside our circle, among the liberal petty bourgeoisie and the ultra-leftists, even among the workers, we are also hearing similar talks. There is no underground movement in Kenya, Mwakenya is dead. Our feelings are that possibly the following are the major factors for our failures. Cadres do not know how to recruit. They are scared of the risk involved. They do not have time for this vital task. This is liberalism creeping in the party. They argue that there are no candidates at all for recruitment. They are confused by the multi-party scenario and do not see the differences between our party and bourgeois parties. They have lost ideological direction, discipline, commitment, and dedication. They feel that everything is okay, if political gains are somewhat met. Let us now discuss each one of the above factors. 1. Cadres do not know how to recruit. While this may hold true for the new inexperienced cadres, this is not true for the old experienced cadres. New cadres require discussions on the subject in their study cells, sharing experiences and knowledge. To train the new cadres how to recruit is the primary task of the party. But it must be emphasized that each cadre must bring new people into the party, otherwise the party will remain weak or will die. 2. They are scared of the risk involved. While fear always hangs somewhere in a cadre's life, it is this fear that we have to overcome and dare to try. We must go against the tide. A revolution is a serious business and cannot 287 be made by cowards and pretenders. When conditions change, we have to adjust accordingly and fit in with the changed circumstances. Our tactics and strategy also have to be adjusted. Arguably, it requires caution, courage, commitment, conviction, and more time for critical examination, criticism and self-criticism, but by no means does it call for apathy and cowardice. Caution does not mean you stop recruitment or performing revolutionary work. It means more critical and conscious performance, and more courage and daring. 3. They do not have time for this vital task. It is possible they don't have time, but let us check it out. What could they be doing? We have made it clear, and we have discussed this issue repeatedly, that the party work is priority. We need to discuss this issue again in our study cells. More time, more effort is needed of marking the candidates. Many have been banking on spontaneity, which is rare and liberal at best. Liberalism is the mother of compromise, opportunism, and betrayal. 4. They argue that there are no candidates at all for recruitment. This is a liberal and backward argument, though some party members actually believe as if this were the truth. They forget that every Kenyan next to them is a possible recruit, a potential revolutionary, only that he has to fulfill certain conditions. Recruits are made consciously and critically by members. You can spend a lot of time talking to a possible recruit, but until you pinpoint, earmark, and isolate a candidate for development, you will never have a recruit. Therefore, it is not true that there are no recruits around. It is you who is not looking for them, and you need to discuss in your cell how to look for them. In building our revolutionary party, a lot will depend on recruitment of new members and the commitment and dedication of our party cadres. 5. They are confused by the multi-party scenario and do not see the differences between our party and bourgeois parties. There could be some truth in this, as has been reported that some of comrades have deserted the party and joined the new bourgeois parties and NGOs. They have betrayed us and the party not from cowardice alone but also from personal vanity, from petty bourgeois opportunism. But this only brings us to the fundamental question: how should we behave in the multi-party scenario? Our contention is that 288 nothing fundamentally has changed in the country. Therefore, we must continue as before, but take care not to be deceived by apparent liberalism of the multi-party era. In this case, cadres have to discuss new methods of work and at the same time draw a new strategy of recruitment. In fact, we can use the cover of multipartyism to broaden our party base. 6. Cadres have lost ideological direction, discipline, commitment, and dedication. We would hate to believe this. Other indications do not support this thesis at all. But for the benefit of the majority of our cadres, it is advisable to resolute the following. First, our struggle remains a protracted people's struggle using any means necessary and based on concrete reality of our country. We are a MLM party. Secondly, no fundamental changes have been made by the repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution. The neocolonial system remains intact and the comprador bourgeoisie and their imperialist allies remain in power. Thirdly, recruitment is a continuous process as we move forward to overthrow the neocolonial state and build a democratic society. All have to question themselves, if we stop recruiting, who will bring that change? Who will continue with the struggle when we are arrested and imprisoned? Who will pick up the gun when we fall on the battlefield? Remember Che's famous words, "Wherever death may surprise us, it will be welcome, provided that this, our battle cry, reach some receptive ear, that another hand stretch out to take up our weapons and that other men come forward to intone our funeral dirge with the staccato of machine guns and new cries of battle and victory." 7. They feel that everything is okay, if some democratic gains are somewhat met. Some cadres could be misled into believing that a victory against a current regime is also a reason to no longer recruit new members, that demands and concerns have been met, when, in fact, nothing has been met until statistics state such for the poor, the homeless, the unhealthy, the landless, the uneducated, and so forth. It is hard to determine victory by the win of a political party, or that of a despised regime. The importance of membership, i.e., continued membership, is always needed to guard the masses, in a practical sense, and not in a rhetorical sense. It is easy to say what will be done, to slash for the masses, but as old and new members, it is not that which we seek to hear about what will be done, opposed to that.